Hello everyone, I hope you are doing well. Before we begin the video, I will share some of the best comments from this week. If you enjoy this content, please like the video and leave a comment. I read every comment carefully. Thank you for your continued support and encouragement. Now let us begin. My name is Victor Kovalchuk. I'm a park ranger stationed deep in the Boundary Waters wilderness of Minnesota. It's a place where the trees grow so thick you can barely see the sky, and the lakes are carved by glaciers that left their mark thousands of years ago. In winter, it's a frozen hell, 20 hours of darkness, temperatures so cold they bite through your bones, and storms that can bury everything in sight. I've lived here for years now, alone with the wilderness. People don't understand why I'd choose this life, but I trust these woods more than I trust people. Maybe it's because I've seen what people can do, what monsters they can become. I grew up in the Soviet Union during Stalin's purges. My family didn't make it out alive, but I did. Barely. And then there was the Korean War. Let's just say I've seen enough blood to last 10 lifetimes. I don't talk much about my past, but it follows me everywhere. Sometimes when the nights are long and quiet, I hear their voices. My wife, my parents, even the men I fought beside. It's like they're still here, whispering inside my head. That's why I drink, not because I enjoy it, but because it keeps the whispers away. 3 days ago, my supervisor radioed me about a missing trapper family. Parents and 2 kids who hadn't been heard from in weeks. Their cabin sits 50 miles from the nearest town, and with the blizzard rolling in, no one else could get out there to check on them. It was up to me. The timing couldn't have been worse. The skies had been acting strange lately, flashes of green and red light dancing across the horizon at night. Brighter than any aurora borealis I'd ever seen before. My compass had been acting up too, spinning wildly like it didn't know which way was north anymore. Old-timers around here call it wendigo winter, a time when something ancient wakes up in these woods. I don't believe in local legends or ghost stories, not really, but something about this felt off from the start. As I packed my gear for the trip, I kept thinking about the last time I'd seen that trapper, Eric Stillwater. He'd come into the ranger station back in October, his children playing outside while he reported a strange animal he'd spotted near his trap lines. He described it as too tall, too thin, and moving wrong. I wrote it off as a malnourished moose or perhaps a bear on its hind legs, but the fear in his eyes had stayed with me. "You don't understand," he'd said, leaning close. "It was watching us. For days. I could feel it." I told him what I tell everyone, to keep his rifle close, and remember that most animals are more afraid of us than we are of them. But part of me wondered if I should have listened more carefully. The radio crackled as I finished packing, and I grabbed it from the charger. The voice on the other end was barely audible through the static. "Victor, you read me." It was Frank, the nearest ranger, stationed 60 miles south. "I read you," I answered. "What's up?" "Weather Service says this storm's gonna be worse than they thought. You sure you want to head out there now?" I glanced out the window at the darkening sky. The snow was already starting to fall, thick flakes swirling in the wind. "Those kids might still be alive," I said, more to convince myself than Frank. "I can't leave them out there." Frank was quiet for a moment, then, "Be careful, Vic. Something about this doesn't sit right with me." I tucked my wife's bracelet, the one made from her hair before the illness took her, into my breast pocket. My good luck charm. The last piece of her I had left. "I'll check in when I reach the cabin," I promised, though we both knew the radio probably wouldn't work out there, not with the storm interfering. As I stepped outside, the cold hit me like a physical blow. My breath crystallized instantly, and my nostrils stuck together when I inhaled. The thermometer by my door read -35, and with the wind chill, it would be closer to -50, weather that could kill in minutes if you weren't prepared. I strapped on my snowshoes and adjusted my pack, the familiar weight settling against my spine. The rifle went over my shoulder, loaded with enough ammunition to deal with any ordinary predator. My fingers lingered on the flask in my pocket. Part of me wanted to take a swig before setting out, but I needed my wits about me. The whiskey would have to wait. The trip to the trapper's cabin was brutal. The snow came down so hard it felt like the sky was trying to bury me alive. My snowshoes crunched through knee-deep drifts, and the wind howled like a living thing, screaming in my ears. Every step felt heavier than the last, but I kept going. I had a job to do. About halfway there, I stopped to rest beneath a large pine, its branches providing minimal shelter from the driving snow. As I took a sip of water from my canteen, I noticed something odd. The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, not even the usual creaking of trees in the wind. Just absolute stillness, despite the howling storm. I stood there, listening, when something caught my eye. movement in the trees about 50 yards away. I squinted through the snow, trying to make out what it was. For a split second, I thought I saw a figure standing there, impossibly tall and thin, almost like a tree itself, but wrong somehow. Before I could focus on it, a gust of wind blew a sheet of snow between us, and when it cleared, there was nothing there. "Just your imagination, old man," I muttered to myself. But my heart was racing. I pushed on, forcing myself through drifts that sometimes reached my waist. The daylight was fading fast, and I knew I needed to reach the cabin before dark. These woods were dangerous enough in daylight. At night, with the temperature dropping even further, they became deadly. It took me most of the day to get there. By the time I saw the cabin through the trees, the sun was already dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows across the snow. The place looked quiet. Too quiet. No smoke from the chimney, no lantern light in the windows, just a dark, lonely shape sitting in the middle of nowhere. I called out as I approached, my voice muffled by the wind. "Hello? Anybody home?" No answer. The door wasn't locked, so I pushed it open and stepped inside, the floorboards creaking beneath my boots. I knew immediately that something was very wrong. The first thing I noticed was how warm it was, too warm for a place with no fire burning. It felt wrong, like stepping into someone else's dream. The second thing I noticed was the table. Dinner was still sitting there, untouched. A pot of stew, 2 plates of bread, and a small bowl of berries for the kids. The food wasn't frozen or spoiled. It was fresh, like they'd just sat down to eat, but there was no one there. "Hello?" I called again, moving deeper into the cabin. "Eric? Sarah? It's Victor Kovalchuk, Forest Service." My voice sounded hollow in the empty space. A kerosene lamp sat on the table, unlit. I struck a match and lit it, the warm glow spreading through the room, casting long shadows on the walls. I checked every room in that cabin twice but found nothing. No signs of a struggle, no blood, no footprints leading away from the house despite the fresh snow outside. It was like they'd just vanished into thin air. In the bedroom, the parents' bed was neatly made, but a Bible lay open on the nightstand. It was turned to the book of Job, with a verse circled in red. "For the thing which I greatly feared is come upon me, and that which I was afraid of is come unto me." The children's room was worse somehow. 2 small beds with handmade quilts, a wooden toy box in the corner, and crayon drawings pinned to the walls. Normal things that now felt sinister in the empty cabin. One drawing showed 4 stick figures, the family, standing in front of their cabin, but looming behind them was a 5th figure, impossibly tall and thin, with antlers sprouting from its head. That's when I saw it. The teddy bear lying on one of the kids' beds. At first glance it looked normal, a little worn out but nothing unusual. Then I picked it up and froze. Its mouth. Its mouth wasn't stitched with thread like most toys. It had teeth, real human teeth, embedded in its fabric like some kind of sick joke. I dropped it and backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. My first thought was that someone had been here. Someone dangerous. But there were no signs of forced entry, no tracks outside. Nothing made sense. Back in the main room, I noticed a trapdoor in the floor that I'd overlooked before. It led to a small root cellar beneath the cabin. With my rifle ready, I pulled it open and shined my flashlight into the darkness below. The cellar was filled with preserves and canned goods, normal supplies for a family living this far from civilization. But in the corner, someone had arranged pine branches in a strange circular pattern. In the center sat small figurines made of twisted twigs bound with human hair. 4 of them, 1 for each family member. I climbed back up quickly, slamming the trapdoor shut. My hands were shaking as I poured myself a cup of water from their pitcher, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Had Eric gone mad out here? Was this his doing? Or had someone or something come for them? The shutters banged against the window as the wind picked up outside. Night had fallen completely now, and the storm was getting worse. I knew I couldn't leave until morning. I decided to stay in the cabin for the night. It was too late and too dangerous to head back in the storm. I barricaded the door with furniture and kept my rifle close by. But sleep didn't come easy. Every creak of wood or gust of wind outside made me jump. I stoked the fire in the stove, trying to drive away the chill that had settled in my bones despite the unnatural warmth of the cabin. As I sat there watching the flames dance behind the iron grate, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. From the corner of my eye, I kept seeing movement, shadows shifting in a way that didn't match the flickering firelight. When I turned to look directly, there was nothing there, but the sensation persisted. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I pulled out my flask and took a long swig, welcoming the burning sensation as the whiskey went down. Maybe it would help me sleep. Maybe it would keep the shadows at bay. In the kitchen area, I found Eric's journal. The entries started normally enough, reports on weather, trapping success, notes about the children's homeschooling. But about 3 weeks ago, the tone changed. November 30. Saw it again today. Standing at the edge of the clearing. The kids didn't notice, thank God. Sarah says I'm working too hard seeing things, but I know what I saw. December 3, found one of our traps torn apart. Whatever did it was strong. No animal I know could bend steel like that. Found strange marks carved into a nearby tree, almost like writing, but not any language I've ever seen. December 7, the kids are having nightmares. Both of them, the same dream. A tall man with a deer's head watching them through the window. Sarah's starting to believe me now. December 10, it's getting closer. Every night, a little nearer to the cabin. We've been hearing voices outside. Voices that sound like people we know, calling for help. But there's no one there when we check. Sarah wants to leave, but the pass is snowed in. We're trapped until spring. The final entry was dated just 3 days ago. December 15, it knows our names now. God help us. I closed the journal, my mouth dry. Outside, the wind had died down, leaving an unnatural silence. At some point during the night, I thought I heard something, a faint sound coming from outside. It sounded like a child's voice calling for help. Daddy, help me. I shot out of bed and grabbed my flashlight, shining it through the frosted window. The beam cut through the darkness, but all I could see was snow falling thick and fast. Daddy, please. The voice came again, clearer this time and closer. I threw on my coat and boots and stepped outside, scanning the tree line with my flashlight. Where are you? I shouted into the storm. No answer. Then I saw them. Tiny footprints leading away from the cabin into the woods. They looked fresh, like they'd been made only minutes ago. My gut told me not to follow them, that something wasn't right. But what if one of those kids was still alive? What if they needed help? I followed the tracks for about 50 yards before they just stopped. No sign of where they went, no drag marks, nothing. Just a perfect line of footprints ending in an empty patch of snow. That's when I heard it again. The voice. But this time it wasn't coming from one direction. It was coming from all around me. Daddy, help us. I turned in circles, shining my flashlight into the trees, but there was nothing there, just shadows moving with the wind. My hands were shaking as I stumbled back to the cabin and locked myself inside. Whatever this was, it wasn't normal. The next morning I woke up to silence. The storm had passed, but the air outside was so still it felt unnatural, like the world was holding its breath. I packed my gear quickly, eager to get out of that cabin, but as I stepped outside, something stopped me in my tracks. Lying in the snow just a few feet from the door was a child's teddy bear. The same one I'd seen inside the cabin the night before. The one with human teeth. I knew I'd left it on the bed, but here it was, half buried in the snow, staring up at me with its crooked smile. I didn't touch it. I just stepped around it and started walking back toward the trail. The snow was deep, and every step felt like a struggle, but I kept moving. I told myself I'd done all I could. The family was gone, and there were no signs of them anywhere. It wasn't my fault. But then I saw something that made my stomach turn. About 100 yards from the cabin, I came across a deer, or what was left of one. Its body had been gutted clean, its ribs sticking out like broken fingers. But that wasn't the worst part. Its insides, they weren't normal. Instead of organs, its chest cavity was stuffed with pine needles, packed so tightly they looked like they'd been woven together. I crouched down to get a closer look, but as soon as I did, I heard a sound behind me, a low crunching noise like someone stepping on snow. Slowly I turned around, half expecting to see another animal or maybe even one of the missing family members, but there was nothing there. I stood up quickly and scanned the trees with my rifle raised. My breath came out in short puffs of steam as I tried to steady myself. "Hello?" I called out. No answer. I stayed there for a few minutes, listening to the silence, but nothing else happened. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just my imagination, and kept moving. The trail back to the ranger station wasn't easy to follow. The storm had covered most of the markers, and the landscape looked different under so much snow. I found myself checking my compass more often than usual, though it still spun erratically, never settling on a true direction. Around noon, I stopped to eat some of the food I'd packed: dried meat, hard cheese, and a thermos of coffee that had long since gone cold. As I sat on a fallen log, brushing snow from its surface, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The sun hung low in the sky, never truly rising, just skimming the horizon and casting an eerie golden light through the trees. Shadows stretched long and dark across the snow, some of them moving in ways that didn't match the swaying of the branches above. I was about to continue when I noticed something carved into the bark of a nearby pine, a symbol similar to the ones described in Eric's journal. It looked like a stick figure with too many limbs, its head replaced by a set of antlers. Below it, someone had written a single word in what looked like blood. Hungry. The rest of the day passed in a blur. Everywhere I went, I felt like something was watching me, something just out of sight. The forest seemed darker than usual, even though the storm had cleared, and every now and then I'd catch glimpses of movement in the corner of my eye, shadows darting between the trees. But when I turned to look, there was nothing there. By late afternoon, I decided to set up camp for the night. There was no way I'd make it back to town before dark, and being caught out here without shelter wasn't an option. I found a small clearing near a frozen stream and pitched my tent as quickly as possible. As I worked, I kept glancing over my shoulder, unable to shake the sensation of being observed. Once, I thought I saw a figure standing among the distant trees, tall and still, watching me. I raised my rifle and shouted a warning, but when I blinked it was gone. "You're losing it, old man," I muttered to myself, hammering the last tent stake into the frozen ground. "Just the cold getting to you." But deep down, I knew better. As night fell, the temperature dropped sharply. My breath froze on my scarf as I huddled inside my sleeping bag trying to stay warm, but sleep didn't come easily, not with the sounds outside. At first it was just faint whispers, so soft I thought it might be the wind playing tricks on me. But then they grew louder. "Victor." My heart stopped when I heard my name. It wasn't just any voice. It was hers, my wife's voice. "Victor, why did you leave us?" I sat up straight in my sleeping bag, clutching my rifle tightly. "Who's there?" My voice cracked as I shouted into the darkness. No response. I unzipped the tent slowly and shone my flashlight outside. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but snow-covered trees and shadows that seemed to stretch too far. Then something caught my eye. My own footprints in the snow. Except they weren't leading away from camp. They were circling back toward me. It didn't make sense. I hadn't walked anywhere since setting up camp, but there they were. Perfect boot prints looping around my tent like someone, or something, had been watching me all night. I stayed awake until dawn with my rifle in hand, too scared to close my eyes for even a second. When morning finally came, I packed up camp and started walking again, desperate to put as much distance as possible between me and whatever was out there. But no matter how far I went, or how fast I walked, that feeling never left me. The feeling that something was following me, waiting for me to slip up. At one point, I passed by a stand of birch trees and noticed something hanging from the branches. Small bundles of twigs and hair, similar to the ones I'd found in the root cellar. They swayed gently in the breeze, though there was no wind. By midday, I came across another strange sight. A perfect circle of dead animals arranged in the snow. Rabbits, foxes, even a small owl, all laid out with their heads pointing inward. At the center of the circle was a child's mitten, the same one I'd seen in the Stillwater cabin. It seemed impossible that it could be here, miles away from where I'd started. Then I heard laughter, a child's laughter, coming from somewhere ahead of me. It echoed through the trees, bouncing back until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Hello?" I called out, my voice hoarse from the cold. "Is someone there?" The laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by silence so complete it hurt my ears. That's when I saw them. Footprints in the snow ahead of me. Small ones like those of a child, leading deeper into the forest. They were so fresh they couldn't have been made more than minutes ago. Against my better judgment, I followed them. By the third day I was exhausted. My legs felt like lead, and my head was pounding from lack of sleep. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being hunted. Every time I stopped to catch my breath, I'd hear something. A branch snapping, snow crunching, or that faint whispering just beyond the trees. I kept telling myself it wasn't real, that it was just the stress and cold getting to me. But deep down I knew better. Something was out there, and it wasn't going to let me leave these woods alive. The child's footprints led me through thickets so dense I had to force my way through, the branches tearing at my coat and face. Several times I lost the trail, only to find it again in places where it shouldn't have been, across a ravine too wide for a child to jump, or continuing perfectly despite having passed through a patch of bare rock where no prints should be visible. Around midday, I stumbled across a clearing. At first, I thought it was just another empty patch of forest, but as I got closer, I saw them, the Stillwater family, or what was left of them. Their bodies had been changed. The parents were stretched out between two trees, their skin pulled so tight it looked like leather. Their arms and legs were twisted into unnatural angles, almost like they'd been tied into knots. The children were worse. Their small bodies were frozen inside blocks of ice, their faces locked in expressions of pure terror. But that wasn't all. Around them were strange shapes carved into the snow, circles and symbols that didn't make any sense to me. Pine branches were stuck into the ground like markers, and the air smelled sharp and metallic like blood mixed with frost. I wanted to run. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to get out of there, but my feet wouldn't move. I just stood there staring at the horror in front of me, and then I heard it. A low growl, so deep it seemed to rumble through the ground beneath me. Slowly I turned around, and that's when I saw it for the first time. It was tall, at least 9 feet. Its body impossibly thin but somehow strong-looking at the same time. Its skin was pale and almost translucent, like frost-covered glass. Through it I could see what looked like frozen organs, lungs that didn't breathe and a heart that didn't beat. Its head was a deer skull, with empty black sockets for eyes and antlers that stretched out like jagged branches. It didn't move right away. It just stood there at the edge of the clearing, watching me. But then it opened its mouth, or what should have been its mouth, and spoke. Victor. The voice wasn't its own. It was my mother's voice. The same voice I hadn't heard since she died all those years ago. Victor, why did you leave us? I couldn't breathe. My chest felt tight, like someone had wrapped a rope around my lungs and pulled hard. Stay back, I shouted, raising my rifle with shaking hands. The creature tilted its head slightly, almost like it was curious about me. Then it stepped forward, slowly at first, but with a deliberate purpose that made my stomach churn. I fired a shot straight at its chest. The sound echoed through the trees like thunder, but when the smoke cleared, the thing was still standing there, completely unharmed. It let out a sound then, a horrible screeching noise that made my ears ring and my vision blur. Before I could fire again, it lunged at me with impossible speed. I barely managed to dive out of the way as its clawed hand swiped through the air where I'd been standing a second earlier. Scrambling to my feet, I ran as fast as I could back into the woods, not daring to look back. The thing didn't chase me, not right away, but I could feel its presence behind me, stalking me like a predator playing with its prey. My mind raced as I crashed through the undergrowth. Wendigo. The word came to me unbidden, a memory from long ago conversations with local Ojibwe hunters. A spirit of winter and starvation. A creature that had once been human but had been transformed by cannibalism and dark magic. A being of pure hunger that could never be satisfied. I'd always thought they were just stories meant to keep people from turning on each other during the harsh northern winters. Now I wasn't so sure. As I ran, the forest around me seemed to change. The trees grew taller, their branches reaching out like grasping hands. The sky darkened despite it being midday, and the temperature dropped so rapidly I could feel the sweat on my face freezing into a thin mask of ice. I don't know how long I ran or in what direction. My compass was useless, spinning wildly in my pocket. The sun, what little of it was visible through the thick canopy, seemed to jump positions in the sky as if time itself was broken. Eventually I came to a small brook, its surface frozen solid. I stopped there, gasping for breath, my lungs burning from the exertion and cold. When I looked back the way I'd come, I saw them, dark shapes moving through the trees, too many to count. Some walked on all fours, others stood upright, but all moved with the same unnatural, jerking motion. I knew then that there was more than one of them. Whatever had taken the Stillwater family had spread, like a disease through the forest. As the shapes drew closer, I could make out more details. Some had animal features mixed with human ones, others were simply wrong in ways I couldn't describe. And they were all coming for me. I turned to run again but stopped short when I saw what was waiting across the brook, a familiar figure standing in a small clearing. Lincoln, my fellow ranger, a man I'd worked with for years. Seeing him standing there felt like a miracle. "Victor," he called, waving me over. "This way, hurry." I didn't hesitate. I scrambled across the frozen brook, the ice creaking beneath my weight, and ran toward him. Behind me I could hear the creatures closing in, their howls like wind through dead branches. "Lincoln," I gasped as I reached him. "Thank God, there's something in these woods." "I know," he said quietly, his face grave. "I've seen them too." He led me through the trees toward what looked like an old hunting cabin. As we walked, I noticed something odd. His tracks in the snow weren't deep enough. Despite being a larger man than me, his boots barely left an impression. "Lincoln," I said cautiously, "how long have you been out here?" "Long enough," he replied without turning around. "The ranger station sent me to look for you when you didn't check in. Lucky I found you, huh?" But luck had nothing to do with it. In these vast woods, with a blizzard having covered most traces, the chances of him stumbling across me were virtually non-existent. "How did you know where to find me?" I asked, my hand moving slowly toward my rifle. He stopped walking then, his back still to me. For a long moment he didn't move or speak. Then, slowly, he turned. I'll never forget what I saw. Lincoln's face looked normal at first glance, but as he fully turned toward me, I could see that something was terribly wrong. His skin had a bluish tinge and his eyes weren't right anymore. They were milky white, like ice had formed over them from the inside out. "Long enough," he said in a voice that wasn't his own. A voice that sounded eerily familiar, like mine. I stared at Lincoln, my heart pounding harder than it ever had before. His pale skin, his milky white eyes, the way his breath didn't fog in the freezing air. It all clicked in that moment. Lincoln wasn't alive. He hadn't been for a while. "What are you?" I whispered, gripping my rifle tighter. He tilted his head just like the creature had done in the clearing. Then he smiled, a slow, unnatural grin that stretched too wide across his face. "You already know," he said. But it wasn't his voice anymore. It was my wife's voice again. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over the broken branch behind me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. Lincoln, or whatever was inside him, took a step closer, his movements jerky and wrong, like a puppet being yanked on strings. "You can't run," he said, this time in my mother's voice. "You can't hide." I raised my rifle and aimed it straight at his chest. "Stay back," I shouted, my voice shaking. He didn't stop. I fired once, the shot deafening in the dense forest. Lincoln's body jerked backward and collapsed onto the snow, motionless. For a moment, I thought it was over, that whatever had taken him was gone, but then his body started to move again, slowly, impossibly. He got back up. The bullet hole in his chest didn't bleed. It just oozed something black and thick, like tar. His head snapped toward me, and his mouth opened wide enough to show rows of jagged teeth that hadn't been there before. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I grabbed my pack and bolted deeper into the forest. Behind me I could hear Lincoln, or the thing wearing his skin, pursuing me. His movements were strange, sometimes inhumanly fast, other times slow and deliberate, like he was savoring the chase. "Victor," the voices called out again, louder this time. My wife's voice, my mother's, even my own voice echoed through the darkness. They weren't just coming from Lincoln anymore, they seemed to be all around me, as if the forest itself was speaking. Night was falling fast, the brief daylight already fading to a dull gray. I knew I couldn't outrun it forever. My legs were giving out, and the cold was biting deeper into my skin with every passing second. Then I remembered something. Something from the Ojibwe stories I'd heard growing up in these parts. The wendigo couldn't cross running water where sacred rituals had been performed. Ahead of me, I could see the glimmer of a frozen lake, its surface shining dully in the fading light. It wasn't running water, but maybe it could still work. I changed direction, heading straight for the lake. The ice would be thick this time of year. Thick enough to hold a man's weight, but maybe not something as unnatural as what was chasing me. By nightfall, I found myself near an old ice fishing hut on the edge of the frozen lake. It wasn't much, a small wooden shack barely big enough for one person, but it was shelter. I barricaded myself inside with whatever I could find, broken chairs, old fishing gear, and tried to catch my breath. That's when Lincoln showed up again. I could see him through a crack in the wall, standing on the shore, staring at the hut with those milky eyes. "Victor," he called, his voice changing mid-word from his own to my wife's. "You can't hide from us, we're hungry, so hungry." I gripped my rifle tighter, knowing it wouldn't do much good but comforted by its familiar weight. Lincoln took a step onto the ice, then another. The frozen surface didn't even creak beneath him despite his size. Whatever he had become, it didn't obey the normal laws of nature. He came closer, his movements becoming more fluid as he approached, as if he was growing stronger. When he reached the fishing hut, he didn't try to break down the door or walls. He simply stood there, breathing heavily, his breath not fogging in the cold, a reminder that whatever was inside that body wasn't alive. "Victor," he whispered through the cracks. "Let me in. I'm so cold." This time it was my son's voice. My son who had died in the Soviet Union before he was even old enough to walk. A voice I couldn't possibly remember, yet somehow recognized instantly. I gripped the flask in my pocket, tempted to drain it, to dull the fear and confusion, but I needed a clear head. Instead, I reached into my breast pocket and pulled out the one thing that mattered most to me, the bracelet made from my wife's hair. It was all I had left of her, and all I could think to use. "Help me," I whispered under my breath as I held it tightly in my hand. "Please." The wind around me seemed to shift then, growing stronger but warmer somehow, like a presence was wrapping itself around me. Lincoln, or the wendigo, suddenly let out an ear-piercing screech and began tearing at the walls of the hut, its fingers elongating into claws that ripped through the wood like paper. I knew I couldn't stay. Grabbing my rifle, I kicked out the back wall of the hut and scrambled onto the ice, running for the center of the lake. The creature was on me in seconds, no longer bothering with Lincoln's appearance. Its form shifted and twisted as it moved, sometimes resembling a man, other times a deer or wolf, but always wrong in some fundamental way. I stopped in the middle of the ice and turned to face it. Lincoln's body was barely recognizable now. His skin had turned gray and cracked like old bark, and his eyes glowed faintly in the dark. What was left of his clothes hung in tatters around a frame that had stretched to an impossible height. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the bracelet again, holding it up like a shield. "Help me," I whispered again. "Please." The wind picked up, swirling around us in a frenzy of snow and ice. The creature lunged toward me with an ear-piercing screech, just as I slammed my boot down hard on the ice beneath us. The crack spread quickly, a jagged line racing outward until it reached the creature. For a moment, everything froze. The wind, the creature, even time itself seemed to stop. Then the ice gave way with a thunderous roar, swallowing the wendigo whole into the freezing water below. I scrambled backward, watching as the creature thrashed beneath the surface, its limbs breaking through the ice again and again as it tried to escape. But something was holding it down, something I couldn't see but could feel in the sudden stillness of the air. Eventually, the thrashing stopped. The lake went quiet, except for the soft cracking of ice reforming over the broken surface. For a moment, everything went silent, except for the sound of my own ragged breathing. Then I felt it, the ice beneath me starting to give way too. I scrambled backward just in time as another section of ice collapsed into the water where I'd been standing moments before. Somehow, by some miracle, I made it back to solid ground before everything fell apart. By the time I reached safety back in town days later, no one believed what had happened out there. Not really. They chalked it up to exhaustion or hallucinations from the cold. A search party found Lincoln's body, what was officially ruled as the real Lincoln, 30 miles from where I'd last seen him, frozen to death in what looked like an ordinary accident. As for the Stillwater family, they were never found. The official report listed them as missing, presumed dead from exposure. No one wanted to investigate the clearing I described, and by the time I could guide another ranger there, all evidence was gone, buried under fresh snow. But I knew better. Even now, weeks later, something doesn't feel right. My appetite has changed. I'm always hungry no matter how much I eat. And sometimes when I look at my reflection in the mirror, my eyes don't look like mine anymore. They're starting to turn milky white. And late at night, when everything is quiet, I swear I can hear whispers calling my name from deep within the woods. They sound like my wife, my mother, Lincoln, but sometimes they sound like me. I've requested a transfer south, somewhere warm where the snow never falls. The Forest Service approved it without question. They think the isolation has gotten to me, that I've cracked under the pressure. Maybe they're right. But as I pack my belongings, I can't help but glance at the window where frost has formed despite the heat blasting from the radiator. In that frost, if you look carefully, you can see patterns. Patterns that look almost like words. I'm still hungry. Tomorrow I leave these woods forever. At least, that's what I tell myself. But deep down, I know the truth. You can't escape a wendigo once it knows your name, and it knows mine now. It knows yours too. My name is Eleanor Mitchell, but most people just call me Ellie. I'm 35 years old, and I work as a park ranger in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. It's a beautiful place, ancient forests, rolling hills and valleys that feel like they've been untouched for centuries, but it's also a place that holds secrets. Things you can't explain no matter how hard you try. I wasn't always a park ranger. Before this, I was a nurse in Vietnam. I saw things there that no one should ever have to see. People dying in my arms, screaming for their mothers, the smell of blood and smoke. It stays with you even when you think you've left it behind. When I came back home, I couldn't handle the noise of the city or the stares of people who didn't understand what I'd been through. So, I came here to the mountains to heal. Or at least, that's what I told myself. The truth is, I'm still haunted by the war. Some nights, I wake up drenched in sweat, hearing voices of soldiers I couldn't save. To calm myself down, I play a flute my grandfather made for me years ago. He was Cherokee, and he told me music could chase away bad spirits. I don't know if that's true, but it helps me breathe when the memories get too heavy. This morning began like any other. I woke before dawn, made a pot of coffee strong enough to stand a spoon in, and sat on my cabin porch watching the mist creep down from the mountain ridges. There's something comforting about the routine, knowing exactly what comes next, but that comfort was short-lived. The radio crackled to life on my belt. It was Jim, my supervisor. "Ellie, you there? Need you to come in early." Jim never called before 7 unless something was wrong. The coffee turned bitter in my mouth. "What's happened?" I asked, already reaching for my boots. "Got some strange reports coming in from hikers on the eastern trails. Probably nothing, but with the storms washing out roads and our radio system on the fritz, we're short-handed. Need someone to check it out." "Strange how?" I pulled on my jacket, tucking the flute into my inside pocket out of habit. "Folks saying they've seen unusual things. Stones moving on their own. Patches of fog that don't act right. Some even claim they lost hours of time without realizing it." I should have felt skeptical. Should have laughed it off as tall tales from jumpy tourists. Instead, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. "I'll head out right away," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Knew I could count on you, Ellie. You're good at keeping your head in strange situations." What he didn't say, but we both knew, was that with our limited staff and damaged infrastructure, no one else wanted to go out there alone. The sun was just breaking over the mountains as I drove to the ranger station. The forests looked different this morning, the familiar green slopes shrouded in mist that seemed thicker than usual. I'd seen 1,000 foggy mornings in these mountains, but something about today's felt deliberate. At the station, I gathered my gear methodically. First aid supplies, compass, topographic maps, extra batteries for my flashlight, food and water for 2 days, though I only planned to be out for 1. Better prepared than sorry, as my grandfather used to say. Jim handed me the incident reports, his weathered face creased with concern. "Most of these came from around Deer Creek Trail and the old Cherokee burial grounds," he said, pointing to marks on my map. "Could be nothing, but you don't think so," I finished for him. He shrugged, not meeting my eyes. "Just be careful out there, Ellie. Radio back every 2 hours. If we don't hear from you by sundown, we'll send someone after you." I nodded, shouldering my pack. "I'll be fine. Probably just some hikers letting their imaginations run wild." But as I walked out toward the trailhead, that chill returned, settling deep in my bones. The birds had gone quiet, and the usual morning chorus was replaced by an oppressive silence. The fog clung to everything, thick and unmoving despite the gentle breeze. I checked my watch, 7:32 a.m., and set off down the trail. With each step, the forest seemed to close in around me, the mist swallowing the path ahead and erasing my footprints behind. I felt like I was walking into another world, one where the rules I understood no longer applied. An hour in, I found the first anomaly. A perfect circle of stones laid out on the ground near the main trail junction. They hadn't been there during my patrol 2 days ago, and no one had reported placing them. The stones were smooth river rocks, each about the size of my fist, arranged with precision that seemed impossible for a random hiker. I crouched down, studying them without touching. Despite the warm spring morning, the air around the circle felt unnaturally cold. When I finally reached out to touch one, the stone felt like ice against my fingertips, and something like electricity shot up my arm. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and muffled in the thick fog. "Is anyone there?" Only silence answered me. A silence so complete it seemed to swallow even the sound of my breathing. I marked the location on my map and took several photographs, trying to ignore the growing unease in my gut. Then I continued down the trail, deeper into the mist. The deeper I ventured into the forest, the more the world around me changed. The familiar trails I'd walked hundreds of times now felt alien, as if I were traversing them for the first time. The fog grew thicker, moving against the wind in ways that defied natural explanation. 2 hours in, I reached for my radio to check in as promised. Static hissed back at me, punctuated by fragments of words too distorted to understand. I tried again from higher ground, but the result was the same, just crackling static and silence. That's when I saw it, the deer. At first glance, it appeared to be standing perfectly still in a small clearing just off the trail. But as I approached, my breath caught in my throat. The deer wasn't standing at all. It was frozen mid-stride, one leg raised as if in flight. Its body was gray and rough, like granite, but its face was twisted in an expression of pure terror, eyes wide and nostrils flared. It wasn't a statue, the detail was too perfect, the posture too natural. Somehow, impossibly, this was a real deer turned to stone. My hands trembled as I raised my camera, the shutter click sounding obscenely loud in the unnatural quiet. I circled the petrified animal slowly, documenting every angle, Its fur maintained the texture of hair despite being solid stone. Even the smallest details, eyelashes, the soft inner ears, were perfectly preserved, as if the transformation had happened in an instant. "What could do this?" I whispered, my voice barely audible even to my own ears. I reached out, half expecting my fingers to pass through an illusion, but they met cold, solid stone. This was real. I marked the location on my map and forced myself to continue, though every instinct screamed at me to turn back. The further I walked, the more unsettling things became. My compass needle spun wildly, regardless of which direction I faced. My watch began to run backward, the hands moving counterclockwise at varying speeds. Even my own footprints behind me seemed wrong somehow, deeper than they should be, with strange markings around the edges that I hadn't made. By mid-afternoon, I'd found 3 more stone animals, a raccoon, a fox, and a hawk that had been frozen mid-flight, now lying shattered on the forest floor. Each one bore the same expression of terror, caught in their final moment of panic. I stopped to check the photographs I'd taken, needing some tangible evidence that I wasn't losing my mind. The images of the petrified animals appeared normal enough, captured exactly as I'd seen them, but the other photographs, landscapes, trail markers, the stone circle, contained anomalies that made my blood run cold. In the background of several images barely visible through the fog were human-shaped figures watching me. They weren't there when I took the pictures. I would have noticed. Yet there they stood, featureless silhouettes with unnaturally long limbs, half hidden behind trees or partially obscured by mist. I deleted the photos in a panic, then immediately regretted it. Without evidence, who would believe what I was seeing? But the damage was done, and all I could do was press on, hoping to find a rational explanation for the inexplicable. As the afternoon waned into evening, I reached the edge of an ancient Cherokee burial mound, a place marked on our maps as sacred ground. The fog here was so thick I could barely see my hand in front of my face, yet it seemed to part before me like a curtain as I approached the mound. The air felt charged, like the moment before lightning strikes. The silence was absolute. No birds, no insects, not even the sound of my own footsteps on the leafy ground. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. That's when I noticed the footprints in the soft earth before me. My own distinctive boot prints, the left one slightly deeper due to an old injury. But I hadn't been here before, not today, not ever. I stared at those footprints for what felt like eternity, my mind struggling to make sense of what my eyes were seeing. Slowly I followed them, watching as they led directly to the base of the burial mound before stopping abruptly, as if whoever made them had simply vanished. The sun was setting now, painting what little sky I could see through the fog in shades of blood and rust. I should make camp, I thought distantly, even as another part of my mind screamed that I should run back to the ranger station and never return to this place. Instead, I found myself setting up my tent near the mound, movements mechanical as I hammered stakes into ground that felt strangely resistant. The fog pressed against the thin fabric like curious fingers as darkness fell completely. Inside my tent, I lit my small camp lantern and tried the radio once more. This time, instead of static, I heard voices, distant at first, then growing clearer. Not Jim or any of the other rangers, but voices I recognized from another time, another place. "Nurse Mitchell, we need you in triage. They're coming in fast. Ellie, hold pressure here. Don't let go. Please, I don't want to die. Please." Voices from Vietnam, voices of the dead. I dropped the radio like it had burned me, watching as it continued to emit those impossible sounds before falling silent once more. Outside, something scraped against stone, a slow, deliberate sound that sent chills racing down my spine. I held perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe as it moved closer to my tent. Sleep was impossible. I lay rigid in my sleeping bag, clutching my grandfather's flute to my chest like a talisman as the sounds continued outside. Scraping, shifting, like stones being stacked or dragged across the ground. Occasionally I heard whispers, too faint to make out words, but carrying the unmistakable cadence of human speech. The fog pressed against my tent, casting strange, elongated shadows against the nylon walls when my lantern caught it just right. Sometimes those shadows seemed to form shapes, hands reaching, faces pressing forward as if trying to get in. Around midnight, the scraping grew louder, more insistent. My heart hammered against my ribs as I unzipped the tent with trembling hands and forced myself to look outside. The burial mound was glowing, not brightly, a subtle phosphorescence that outlined its shape against the darkness, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Around it, the fog had formed a perfect circle, swirling slowly clockwise. But what froze the breath in my lungs was the figure standing at the mound's base, At first glance, it appeared to be a roughly humanoid shape made entirely of stacked stones, river rocks, chunks of shale, smooth pebbles, assembled in an impossible balance. Where a face should be, there were only patches of lichen and moss, shifting subtly as if alive. As my flashlight beam caught it, the figure turned slowly toward me. The stones made no sound as they moved against each other, rotating with a fluid grace that defied physics. Where eyes should be were only deep, empty voids that seemed to draw in light rather than reflect it. One stone arm raised, pointing directly at me. The fog responded, curling away from the mound and flowing toward me like water finding the path of least resistance. I stumbled backward, nearly falling as my boot caught on a root. The figure didn't advance, but the pointing gesture remained fixed on me, unwavering. The fog reached me first, curling around my ankles with an almost sentient intent. Where it touched, I felt a deep, penetrating cold that seemed to reach bone. Looking down, I watched in horror as the ground beneath my feet began to change, dirt and leaves turning gray and rough, the transformation spreading outward from where I stood. Stone. It was turning to stone, just like the animals I'd found. Panic surged through me. I scrambled away, breaking contact with the advancing fog. The cold sensation receded immediately, but my legs felt numb, heavy as I dragged myself back to the tent. The stone figure remained motionless by the mound, still pointing. Then, with a sound like gravel sliding down a hillside, it began to disassemble, stones separating and falling to the ground, the structure collapsing until nothing remained but a scattered pile of rocks. But the fog remained, flowing around the stones and then advancing toward my tent with purpose. I zipped myself inside, as if the thin fabric could provide any protection from what was out there. My hands shook so badly I could barely hold my flashlight. In the narrow beam, I examined my legs for signs of petrification but found only normal skin, pale with fear but still flesh and blood. The fog pressed against the tent from all sides now, seeping through the smallest openings despite my frantic attempts to close every vent. It brought with it that bone-deep cold and something else, images flashing before my eyes like fever dreams. Vietnam, the field hospital. Bodies laid out in rows, some still moving, others terribly still. Blood soaking through makeshift bandages, the sounds of helicopters and distant explosions. Faces of the dying looking up at me, pleading for help I couldn't give. "No," I gasped, pressing my hands to my ears though the images weren't sounds. "That's over. I'm not there anymore." But the visions continued, becoming more vivid, more personal. I saw Thomas Running Wolf, a local guide who'd helped me learn these mountains when I first arrived. In the vision, his skin was gray and cracked like stone, spreading from his hands up his arms as he reached toward me. I saw Jim, my supervisor, his face half transformed, one eye still human and filled with terror, the other a lifeless orb of granite. I saw myself, standing before the burial mound, playing my grandfather's flute as the forest turned to stone around me. The visions came faster, blurring together until I couldn't separate memory from nightmare. At some point, I must have passed out from sheer exhaustion. When I woke, sunlight filtered weakly through the fog-shrouded forest. My tent was intact, showing no evidence of the previous night's visitation. The burial mound stood silent and ordinary in the gray morning light. I packed quickly, refusing to look toward the spot where the stone figure had stood. My radio remained silent no matter how many times I tried it. The compass still spun uselessly, and my watch had stopped entirely, the hands fixed at 3:47. As I shouldered my pack to leave, something caught my eye, a small formation of stones near the edge of my campsite. 3 rocks balanced precariously, the top one smaller than my thumb. It looked intentional, placed rather than naturally occurring. While I stared at it, the top stone moved, just slightly, rotating perhaps a quarter-inch clockwise. There was no wind, no vibration that could account for the movement. As I watched, breath held, it moved again, more decisively this time. I didn't wait to see more. I turned and ran, abandoning the careful documentation that was supposed to be my purpose here. The trail seemed different in daylight, narrower and more overgrown than I remembered. Landmarks I should have recognized were either missing or altered, as if I were traveling through a distorted reflection of the forest I knew. The fog followed me, always just at the edges of my vision, sometimes forming shapes that vanished when I turned to look directly at them. Twice I thought I heard my name called, the voice distressingly familiar, my grandfather, dead 7 years now. I'd been hiking for perhaps an hour when I realized I was going in circles. The same lightning-struck oak appeared before me for the 3rd time, its scorched trunk unmistakable. Yet I'd been following the trail markers religiously, never deviating from the path that should have led me back to the ranger station. Stopping to catch my breath, I felt watched from all sides. The forest had gone silent again, not even the whisper of wind in the leaves breaking the unnatural quiet. "What do you want?" I called out, voice cracking with strain. "Why are you doing this?" The fog thickened, coalescing before me into a column that rose nearly to the treetops. Within it, shadows moved and shifted, suggesting human forms that never quite solidified. And then, horribly, it spoke, not in words, but in sounds I recognized from the field hospital in Vietnam. The wet, gurgling breaths of punctured lungs, the sharp crack of broken bones, the soft, desperate whimpers of the dying. My knees buckled, sending me sprawling onto the trail. The damp earth beneath my hands began to change, hardening and graying as the petrification spread. I scrambled to my feet, backing away as the transformation continued. A wave of stone replacing living forest in a widening circle. Trees, underbrush, even a startled rabbit caught in the effect, all turning to lifeless gray rock. In desperate panic, I reached for the only thing that felt safe, my grandfather's flute. My fingers found the smooth wooden surface, and without conscious thought, I raised it to my lips and began to play. The melody came unbidden, an old Cherokee song my grandfather taught me when I was a child. He claimed it was a protection song, meant to ward off malevolent spirits that haunted these mountains long before European settlers arrived. The notes hung in the air, unexpectedly clear and bright in the oppressive silence. Where they reached, the fog recoiled, curling back like a living thing in pain. I played harder, pouring every ounce of fear and defiance into the music. The spreading stone slowed, then stopped entirely a few feet from where I stood. For a moment I thought I'd won, that whatever ancient force dwelled in these mountains had retreated before the power of my grandfather's music. Then the fog returned, not from the forest around me but rising from the ground itself, seeping up through the newly made stone like water through parched earth. It moved with purpose, swirling into humanoid shapes that reached for me with ephemeral limbs. I backed away, still playing, watching in horror as the mist figures took on features I recognized. Soldiers I'd failed to save, nurses who died beside me, patients lost despite my best efforts. Their faces formed in the fog, expressions accusatory and mournful. "You lived when we died," they seemed to say without words. "You escaped when we could not." My back hit something solid, a tree that had escaped the petrification. I pressed against it, feeling bark dig into my skin as the fog figures advanced. Then breaking through the wall of mist came a solid form, Thomas Running Wolf, looking exactly as he had in my vision. His skin was gray and cracked, the petrification having claimed most of his body except for his eyes, still dark and alive in his stone face. "Ellie," he said, his voice grating like rocks grinding together. "You shouldn't have come here." Thomas's stone face held an expression of profound sorrow as he looked at me. Cracks spread across his features with each movement, small fragments breaking away like dust. "What happened to you?" I asked, still backing away though I knew there was nowhere to run. "The stones," he replied, each word clearly painful to form. "They've been waiting for someone like you, someone marked by death." The fog swirled around us both, keeping its distance from my flute but never retreating entirely. Beyond Thomas, I could see the stone figures taking more solid form, assembled from the rocks that littered the forest floor. "I don't understand," I said, fingers never leaving the flute holes, ready to play again at the first sign of attack. Thomas gestured toward the forest with a crumbling hand. "These mountains remember everything, Ellie. Every death, every grief, every war. The Cherokee who died here, the settlers who killed them, the soldiers who marched through during the Civil War. All that pain soaks into the land." He took a halting step toward me, stone legs moving awkwardly. "Some places the pain collects, grows, takes form." "The fog," I whispered. "The stones?" He nodded, more fragments falling from his chin. "Old Cherokee stories talk about them. Spirits trapped between worlds, looking for bodies to inhabit. They're drawn to those already touched by death." "Vietnam," I said, understanding dawning horribly. "The people I couldn't save. You carry them with you," Thomas confirmed. "Their deaths, their pain. The spirits sensed it when you first came to these mountains. They've been waiting for the right moment, when the barrier between worlds is thinnest." Behind him, one of the stone figures stepped forward. A rough approximation of a human form, taller than any man, its head a featureless oval. The fog flowed around and through it like blood through veins. "What do they want with me?" I demanded, raising the flute to my lips again as the figure approached. "A way out," Thomas said simply. A body already haunted by ghosts. One more spirit among many would hardly be noticed. I began to play again, the notes shaky at first but growing stronger as the melody took hold. The stone figure hesitated, the fog around it rippling as if in discomfort. Thomas winced, his stone features contorting. "Your grandfather's magic only delays them, Ellie. It can't stop what's coming." "Then what can?" I asked between phrases, never letting the music completely stop. "Sacrifice," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Someone must stay. Become the guardian. Keep the spirits bound to this place." The implications hit me like a physical blow. You stayed to keep them here," he nodded, more of his face crumbling away to reveal solid stone beneath. "For years, but I'm failing. The stone spreads a little more each day. Soon there will be nothing left of me, and they will be free to seek another." The stone figure had stopped its advance, but others were forming now, emerging from the fog and earth like terrible births. Some took human shape, others animal, all with that same blank featurelessness that was somehow more terrifying than any expression could be. "I won't let them take me," I said, the words braver than I felt. Thomas's stone lips curved in what might have been a smile. "There is another way. Not freedom, but peace, for both of us." My fingers faltered on the flute as understanding dawned. "No, Thomas, there has to be." "There isn't," he cut me off, his voice stronger now, more resolved. "I chose this path long ago, Ellie. Let me finish walking it." Before I could stop him, Thomas turned and charged toward the assembled stone figures. His body moved with surprising speed for something so brittle, leaving a trail of stone fragments in his wake. The fog surged toward him, abandoning its pursuit of me to meet this new threat. I watched in horror as Thomas collided with the tallest figure, his petrified body shattering on impact like glass against concrete. But the stone figure shattered too, both forms exploding into fragments that fell to the forest floor in a rain of debris. The fog churned wildly, as if in pain or confusion, then began to dissipate, thinning until I could see the trees beyond. I stood frozen, the flute forgotten in my hand as silence once again descended on the forest. Where Thomas and the figure had collided, nothing remained but scattered stones and a fine gray dust that the wind was already beginning to carry away. The petrification had stopped spreading, the circle of stone now defining a perfect boundary around the spot where Thomas had fallen. Beyond it, the forest remained alive and untouched. I approached cautiously, half expecting the stones to reassemble or the fog to return. But there was only stillness and the gentle sound of wind through leaves, the first natural sound I'd heard since entering this cursed place. Kneeling beside the scattered remains, I found a single intact stone, a smooth river rock that fit perfectly in my palm. It was warm to the touch, unlike the icy coldness of the stones I'd encountered before. "Thank you," I whispered, curling my fingers around it. The way back to the ranger station was suddenly clear, the trail unmarked by fog or strange phenomena. My compass worked again, the needle pointing steadily north. My watch had resumed its normal function, though it showed I'd lost nearly 6 hours, time that had passed without my awareness. The forest around me felt different, lighter somehow, as if a burden had been lifted. Birds called from the branches overhead, and small animals rustled in the underbrush. Life had returned to these woods at least for now, but as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Not with the malevolence of before, but with a sad, patient attention that followed my every step. Twice I turned quickly, certain I would catch someone standing just off the trail. Each time I found only empty forest and dancing motes of dust in the sunlight. When I finally reached the ranger station, Jim rushed out to meet me, relief evident on his weathered face. "Ellie, thank God, we were about to send out a search party. You've been gone nearly 2 days." 2 days. Not the single day I'd experienced. More lost time. "I'm fine," I said automatically, though I was anything but. "Just got a little turned around in the fog." Jim's eyes narrowed as he took in my appearance. Clothes dirty and torn, face scratched from branches I didn't remember encountering. "Did you find anything? Anything to explain those reports?" I opened my mouth to tell him everything. The stone animals, the fog that moved with purpose, Thomas's sacrifice. But the words stuck in my throat. Who would believe such a story? Who could understand what I'd seen without experiencing it themselves? "Nothing conclusive," I heard myself say. "Probably just hikers getting spooked by the weather. You know how thick that fog can get." Jim didn't look convinced, but he nodded anyway. "Well, you should get some rest. You look like you've been through hell." If only he knew how accurate that assessment was. That night, alone in my cabin, I examined the stone I'd taken from the forest. In the lamplight, I could see tiny flecks of quartz that caught the glow, twinkling like distant stars. It remained unnaturally warm, as if it contained some inner heat source. Setting it on my bedside table, I picked up my grandfather's flute instead, turning it over in my hands. The wood felt different somehow, heavier, more substantial. When I put it to my lips to play, the notes seemed to resonate more deeply, filling the small cabin with sound that made the windows vibrate slightly. I fell asleep with the flute beside me and dreamed of Thomas running wolf, his body whole again, standing at the edge of a misty forest. He didn't speak, just raised one hand in farewell before turning to walk into the trees, disappearing into fog that parted to receive him. When I woke, the stone on my bedside table was gone. In its place lay a small pile of gray dust, fine as ash. A week passed. Then, too, life at the ranger station returned to normal, or what passed for normal these days. I filed my report on the strange occurrences, carefully edited to exclude the more unbelievable elements, unexplained phenomena attributed to unusual weather patterns. Thomas running wolf reported missing, search ongoing. No one questioned my account. No one connected my increasingly distracted behavior with whatever had happened in those woods. If they noticed the premature gray streaking my once dark hair, or the new lines etching themselves around my eyes, they were too polite to mention it. But I knew. I felt the changes within me, not just physical, but deeper. Something had followed me out of that forest, something ancient and patient that had made a home in the hollow spaces of my grief. The dreams came nightly. Sometimes I was back in Vietnam, moving among the wounded and dying. But the field hospital would shift, the canvas walls becoming trees, the cots transforming into forest floor. The soldiers' faces would blur, becoming featureless stone masks that watched me with empty eyes. Other times I dreamed of Thomas, his body half flesh, half stone, speaking words I couldn't quite hear over the sound of wind through leaves. He seemed to be warning me, trying to tell me something important that remained just beyond my understanding. I began to notice other changes. Birds fell silent when I walked beneath them. Small animals froze in my presence, not in fear but in a strange, expectant stillness. Once a deer stood in my path, regarding me with ancient eyes before deliberately lowering its head as if in deference. Most disturbing were the stones. I'd find them in places they shouldn't be. Perfect circles on my porch steps in the morning, balanced cairns outside my office window, river rocks arranged in spirals on the forest trails I patrolled. Never when anyone was watching, never when I might catch them being placed. 3 weeks after the incident, Jim called me into his office, concern evident in his furrowed brow. "Ellie, we need to talk," he said, gesturing to the chair across from his desk. "Some hikers reported something unusual yesterday. Said they saw a woman playing a flute deep in the woods, near that old burial mound." My mouth went dry. "Lots of people play flutes, Jim." "That's what I thought, but they were pretty specific about who they saw." He slid a sketch across the desk, a remarkably accurate drawing of me, though with hair fully gray and skin bearing the fine network of cracks I'd seen on Thomas. "They said she disappeared when they tried to approach her, just vanished into the fog." Jim leaned forward, eyes searching mine. "Any idea what they might have seen?" I swallowed hard, mind racing for a plausible explanation. "Maybe someone who looks like me? Or the fog playing tricks on their eyes?" Jim nodded slowly, clearly unconvinced. "Maybe, but that's not the only report we've had. 3 different groups in the past week, all describing the same woman, all near that burial mound." The implications hung in the air between us. Jim had been working these mountains for 20 years. He knew there were things in these forests that defied rational explanation, though he'd never admit it openly. "I need to go back there," I said finally, the words escaping before I could stop them. Jim's expression softened. "Ellie, whatever happened out there, whatever you're not telling me, you don't have to face it alone." But I did. That was the one thing I understood with complete certainty. This was my burden now, passed from Thomas to me through some ancient mechanism I couldn't begin to comprehend. That afternoon, I returned to the burial mound alone. The trail seemed to welcome me now, the path clearer than it had ever been, almost as if the forest was making way for my passage. The fog rolled in as I approached the sacred ground, but it no longer felt threatening, more like a familiar blanket settling around my shoulders. The stone circle where Thomas had made his sacrifice remained untouched, a perfect ring of petrification in the living forest. At its center, something new had formed, a cairn of balanced stones rising nearly to my height, assembled with impossible precision. As I approached, the fog thickened, swirling around the cairn and then reaching toward me with tendrils that felt almost like greeting. I removed my grandfather's flute from my pocket and raised it to my lips. The melody came without conscious thought, notes flowing into the mist and causing it to pulse with harmonious rhythm. The fog responded, shaping itself into recognizable forms. Thomas first, then others I didn't recognize. Ancient faces with high cheekbones and solemn eyes. Spirits of this place from long before my time. Guardian, they seemed to say without words. Keeper of the boundary. I understood then what Thomas had tried to tell me. Someone had to stay. Someone had to keep the ancient spirits bound to this place, prevent them from seeking vessels beyond the forest. A living anchor for the dead. He had carried that burden, until it turned him to stone. Now it was my turn. I continued playing, watching as the fog figures danced to my melody. With each note I felt myself changing, not turning to stone as Thomas had, but becoming something different, something between worlds. When I finally lowered the flute, the fog remained, curling around me like a living thing. I felt its coolness against my skin, but there was no fear now, only acceptance. I returned to the ranger station that evening, knowing it would be for the last time. My resignation letter was brief. Family emergency, immediate departure necessary. Jim didn't question it, just hugged me tightly and made me promise to stay in touch, a promise I knew I couldn't keep. That night I packed only what mattered. My grandfather's flute, photographs from before Vietnam, a few books I couldn't bear to part with. Everything else I left behind. By dawn I was back at the burial mound, watching the sunrise filter through trees that seemed to bend toward me in the morning light. The fog had never dissipated, maintaining its vigilant presence around the sacred ground. I built a small cabin near the stone circle, working with tools that sometimes moved on their own, and lumber that shaped itself to my needs. The forest provided everything else. Water from a spring that hadn't been there before, food from plants that grew overnight, warmth from stones that radiated heat without fire. Time passes differently here in the boundary land. I've stopped counting days or marking calendars. My hair is fully gray now, my skin bearing the fine tracery of lines that will, eventually, deepen into the cracks that marked Thomas at the end. Sometimes hikers glimpse me playing my flute among the stones. They approach cautiously, calling out questions I can no longer answer in ways they could understand. The fog thickens around me then, and I slip between worlds until they pass. Other times, I find messages left at the edge of my domain, small offerings, hastily scrawled notes asking for protection or guidance. The locals know something lives in these woods, something that keeps darker forces at bay. They've begun calling me the Fog Woman, weaving stories about my origin that bear little resemblance to the truth. Thomas visits in my dreams, less frequently now, but always with the same message. It was always meant to be you, Ellie. From the moment you came to these mountains carrying your ghosts from Vietnam, I understand now that my war experiences weren't just trauma, they were preparation. The constant presence of death, the liminal space between life and whatever comes after. I'd been walking the boundary my entire adult life without realizing it. On quiet nights, when the fog lies still and the stone figures sleep, I sometimes wonder how long I'll serve as guardian. Years? Decades? Until my body finally surrenders to the petrification that claimed Thomas? Or will someone else come? Someone marked by death and grief, ready to take up the flute when I can no longer play. The spirits don't answer these questions. They exist in a different time frame, where such concerns are meaningless. They need only know that the boundary is maintained, that the ancient agreement between worlds remains intact. I patrol my domain daily, checking the stone circle for signs of weakness. Sometimes I find new additions. Animals caught in the moment of transformation, their stone bodies frozen in postures of flight or fear. I guide these new spirits into the fog, easing their transition from one state to the next. The ranger station sends search parties occasionally. They come with maps and radios and good intentions, calling my name into the silent forest. The fog thickens around them, gently turning them around, leading them back to familiar trails. I watch from between worlds, remembering what it was like to be fully human, to believe that everything had a rational explanation. Jim retired last year, but before he left he made one final journey to the edge of my territory. He didn't call out or search frantically as the others had. He simply stood at the boundary, looking into the fog with knowing eyes. "I hope you found what you were looking for, Ellie," he said quietly, placing a small carved wooden box on a fallen log. "If you ever need anything," he left the thought unfinished, perhaps realizing the futility of such an offer. What could I possibly need from the world of humans now? After he departed, I emerged from the mist to examine his gift. Inside the box was a photograph of me from before Vietnam, before the stones, before everything changed. A young woman with dark hair and eyes untouched by the things they would later witness. I keep the photograph near my flute, a reminder of what I once was. On difficult days, when the boundary grows thin and the spirit's restless, I look at that image and remember why I accepted this burden, not just for Thomas, or for the ancient agreement he maintained before me, but for that young woman in the photograph, for the idealistic nurse who went to war believing she could make a difference, for all those I couldn't save then, but whose memory I honor now by keeping the boundary intact. The seasons change, but the fog remains constant. Summer heat cannot disperse it. Winter cold only makes it more visible. It has become as much a part of me as my own breath, flowing into and out of my lungs with each inhalation. The petrification advances slowly. First my fingertips, turning gray and hard after particularly difficult nights when the spirits grow restless. Then my hands, the stiffness creeping up my wrists in the morning before receding with the day's first melody. I know what awaits me eventually. I've seen it in Thomas's fate, in the deer and other creatures caught between worlds. One day, the stone will claim me entirely and I will join the circle of watchers who came before. But until then, I play my grandfather's flute, keeping ancient spirits bound to their resting place. I tend the boundary between worlds, ensuring that whatever dwells here remains here, separate from the realm of the living. And sometimes, on clear nights when the moon is full and the fog thins just enough to see the stars, I remember the young woman I once was. I remember Vietnam and the ranger station and all the human connections now lost to me. I am Eleanor Mitchell, guardian of the boundary, keeper of stones and fog. This is my purpose now, my atonement for those I couldn't save. This is where I belong. After 8 years as a park ranger in Olympic National Forest, I thought I'd seen it all. The majestic Douglas firs stretching toward heaven, black bears foraging along creek beds, the occasional cougar tracks crossing hiking trails. Rangers often joke that we don't choose the wilderness, it chooses us. For me, that calling came after college, when suburban life felt like a cage closing in. The isolation that drives most people mad gives me peace, until it didn't. Station 14 sits on the northwestern ridge, 37 miles from the nearest town. Even by ranger standards, it's remote. My supervisor called it character building when he handed me the assignment. What he meant was that nobody else wanted it after what happened to the previous ranger. Radio check-ins twice daily, no exceptions, he'd warned, avoiding my eyes. And Mitchell, don't go exploring after dark. The cabin was standard issue, solar panels, wood stove, metal desk cluttered with topographical maps, and a shelf of procedure manuals. Previous occupants had left their marks, carved initials in the porch railing, a forgotten King novel with dog-eared pages, coffee stains on the ceiling from what must have been a spectacular mishap. It felt almost homey, if home was supposed to feel like you were being watched. My first week passed uneventfully. I maintained trails, documented wildlife sightings, and assisted the occasional hiker. The log from my predecessor ended abruptly 3 months earlier, just stopped mid-sentence during a routine entry about unusual tracks found near Blackwater Creek. Management claimed he'd had a family emergency, but rangers talk. There were rumors about a mental breakdown, about him radioing in reports of something following him for days. I dismissed it as wilderness psychosis. Isolation plays tricks on the mind. On day 9, my radio crackled to life at 3:17 a.m. Help, coordinates. Static swallowed the rest of the transmission. I logged it immediately, triangulating the approximate location, Deadfall Basin, a particularly treacherous section 5 miles north. Search and rescue protocol dictated waiting until first light, but the voice had sounded desperate. Dawn was 3 hours away. I geared up anyway. The forest at night is another dimension entirely. Headlamp illuminating just feet ahead. I navigated by compass and memory, the beam catching glimpses of eyes watching from the underbrush. Nothing unusual for nocturnal creatures, until I noticed they were all 7 feet off the ground. I documented everything in my field notebook, the way they trained us. Strange reflection patterns observed at coordinates 4751 123 42 sunning W. Wildlife behavior abnormal, no ambient sound. That's when I realized the silence. No insects chirping, no owls hooting, not even wind rustling leaves. Just my own breathing and footsteps on pine needles. Near Deadfall Basin I found the first anomaly. A pine tree bent completely horizontal about 8 feet up, like something had pushed it over and held it there until it grew that way. Not weather damage, not bears. Bears don't stack rocks in perfect towers 5 feet high, which is what I found next. Arranged in a circle 50 yards in diameter. In the center of the circle, a single boot. Men's size 13, standard Park Service issue. I photographed everything, fighting rising panic as my radio refused to connect back to base. Just atmospheric interference, I told myself. Common in these mountains. The distress call had come from somewhere beyond the circle. I hesitated at its edge, every ranger instinct screaming to retreat and return with backup. But someone needed help. I stepped over the stone boundary, and the forest seemed to exhale around me. Deeper in, I found the first tracks, 22 inches long, human-shaped but impossibly large, with 5 distinct toes. Fresh. My training said to document, photograph, cast with plaster if possible. My instinct said to run. Instead, I followed them. They led to a clearing where the trees opened up to reveal the night sky. That's when I heard it. Wood knocking against wood, 3 distinct strikes, then silence. A response came from behind me, 3 identical knocks. I wasn't alone in these woods, and I wasn't at the top of the food chain. In ranger training, they teach you about bear encounters, getting lost, extreme weather. They don't prepare you for the feeling of being hunted by something that shouldn't exist. I never found the source of the distress call that night. But as I retreated back to the cabin, I couldn't shake the certainty that whatever had made those tracks had wanted me there, that the call had been bait. Back at Station 14, I barricaded the door and windows before sunrise. Later, I'd tell myself I overreacted, but when I reviewed my camera footage, every photo from the stone circle onward showed only static, except the last one, which captured what looked like a large, dark figure standing among distant trees. Just a shadow, I told myself. A trick of light, but I knew better, and I knew it would be back. The incident report I filed about Deadfall Basin mentioned unusual tracks and possible wildlife disturbance, not the impossible footprints, not the knocking sounds. Certainly nothing about what locals called the Old Man of the Mountain. Career suicide comes in many forms, and Bigfoot sightings rank high on that list. Probably just a bear, my supervisor radioed back. Lot of unusual activity lately. Might want to check these coordinates. He sent me to a location 10 miles east, where hikers had gone missing 3 days earlier. Ashley and Mark Trevino, experienced backpackers from Seattle, had stopped checking in with family. Their permit indicated they should have exited the trail 2 days ago. Standard procedure, I'd hike their route backward, looking for signs of departure from the trail. The morning was deceptively beautiful as I set out. Sunlight streaming through canopy, birdsong filling the air. Normal, peaceful. I almost believed I'd imagined the previous night's events until I found the first marker. A branch twisted into a crude loop hanging at eye level. Not natural, not a standard trail sign. Half a mile further, another, 3 sticks forming a triangle, bound with what looked disturbingly like human hair. At the Trevino's last known campsite, their tent stood untouched. Sleeping bags neatly arranged, 2 cups of cold cocoa beside the extinguished fire. Their backpacks leaned against a tree, containing wallets, phones, car keys. No one abandons essential gear voluntarily. This is Ranger Mitchell at coordinate point 4748 thin, 123,333W. Located missing hiker's campsite. No sign of subjects. Evidence suggests, I hesitated, not wanting to say abduction over official channels. Sudden departure. I photographed everything, including deep impressions in the soft earth leading away from camp. The same massive footprints from Deadfall Basin. The search radius expanded, protocol dictating I follow signs of disturbance. The prints led to a creek bed, where I found Ashley Trevino's bright blue bandana snagged on a branch. Blood speckled the fabric. Beyond that, a clearing where the ground told a violent story. Soil churned up, broken branches, drag marks, and piled neatly at the center. Every electronic device the couple had carried, methodically dismantled. Batteries separated. SIM cards crushed. Whatever's out there, a veteran ranger once told me, it's learning. The trail went cold at a rock face too sheer to climb. I documented the scene, collecting the bandana as evidence, and prepared to radio for backup when I noticed. Silence had fallen again, that unnatural absence of sound that had preceded my encounter at Deadfall Basin. Something watched me from the tree line. I couldn't see it, but I felt its attention like physical pressure. Slowly, I unholstered my sidearm. Park rangers seldom carry firearms, but Station 14's remoteness made it standard equipment. I'd never drawn it outside of training. This is a restricted wildlife research area, I called out, using our standard warning. Identify yourself. In response came a smell, rot and musk, and something primally terrifying. Then a sound no human throat could make, a low, rattling growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once. 20 feet up in a hemlock, branches swayed though there was no wind. Something massive moved between trees with impossible silence. Just glimpses, dark fur, a hulking shadow, never in focus. My radio erupted with Ashley Trevino's voice. "Help us!" Then dead air. That's when I ran, abandoning search procedure, abandoning everything but survival instinct. The forest blurred around me as I sprinted downhill toward Station 14. Behind me, trees cracked and something howled. A sound that started like a wolf's call but descended into something deeper, older. I made it back to the cabin as dusk fell, locking every entrance, windows shuttered. The radio remained ominously silent despite my repeated calls to base. Outside, something circled the clearing, watching, waiting. That night I pored over old ranger logs, searching for patterns. Dozens of animal disturbance reports. Several missing hikers' cases marked unresolved, and buried in a report from 1978, a photograph of the same twisted branch markers I'd found, labeled simply, warning signs. They'd known all along. Everyone senior to me knew what stalked these woods. They just decided not to name it. I loaded my shotgun and waited for dawn, knowing with terrible certainty that I wasn't searching for the Trevinos anymore. I was next on its list. Dawn brought no comfort. 3 massive logs had been stacked against my cabin door overnight, each weighing several hundred pounds. A warning or a message. Either way, it took me 2 hours to clear the entrance. Outside, a perfect circle of mushrooms had sprouted around the cabin perimeter. Ranger training teaches you to recognize natural phenomena, and fairy rings are common enough, but not overnight, not in perfect symmetry. I needed information. Station 14's neglected filing cabinet yielded yellowed incident reports dating back to the 1950s, carefully worded accounts of unidentified bipedal wildlife and unexplained disappearances filled folder after folder. One name appeared repeatedly, Dr. Eleanor Marsh, anthropologist. Her field notes from 1976 described interviewing indigenous elders about forest guardians and documenting communication patterns of non-human intelligences in Olympic wilderness. Her research abruptly ended that November. The final entry simply read, "They're not what we think. They've been waiting for us to understand." The library shelf held her book, Wilderness Consciousness, Interspecies Communication Protocols, heavy academic language disguising something more disturbing. Her belief that certain forest entities possessed not just intelligence but a complex culture and communication system beyond human comprehension. "The fundamental error," she wrote, "is assuming they avoid human contact out of fear. The evidence suggests they're studying us. The question isn't whether Sasquatch exists, but why it allows itself to be glimpsed at all." On page 217, a passage struck me cold. "They communicate through arranged objects, wood knocks, and infrasound. They're drawn to humans who enter the forest alone. They test boundaries, and they remember those who show respect versus those who don't." I'd been followed since day one, the distress calls, the missing hikers, all part of some test. The radio crackled, making me jump. "Mitchell, base here. Search team for the Trevinos is assembled. ETA your location 0800 tomorrow. Sit tight." Relief washed over me until the voice added, "Team leader is Ranger Dawson." Dawson, the ranger who'd abandoned Station 14 3 months earlier after his breakdown. I grabbed the radio, request different personnel. "Dawson isn't." Static swallowed my words. Then beneath the white noise, a familiar voice, not from base, coming back. "Showing you, need to see." Dawson's voice, but wrong somehow. Strained. Outside my window, movement caught my eye. Against Ranger protocol, I'd set up trail cameras around the cabin perimeter. My laptop showed camera 3 triggered by motion. The footage revealed only trees at first, then shifted slightly as something adjusted the angle. Pointed deliberately at my window. The final frame captured what looked like massive, hair-covered fingers at the edge of the lens. It was learning my technology. Using it. Night fell too quickly. I barricaded myself inside, shotgun across my lap, reading Marsh's increasingly erratic later chapters by lantern light. Her final hypothesis chilled me. They don't hunt humans for food. They collect. Specimens that interest them are taken for study, occasionally returned, though never quite the same. The wind rose outside, carrying strange harmonics, almost like words just below comprehension. I tried the radio again, receiving only a child's laugh in response. No children lived within 20 miles of this station. At 3:17 a.m., exactly 24 hours after the first distress call, my laptop pinged with motion alerts from every camera simultaneously. The feeds showed nothing but blackness. Then camera 1 cleared momentarily, revealing Mark Trevino's face pressed against the lens, eyes wide, mouth moving silently. Behind him loomed a massive shadow. The power died seconds later. Even my battery-operated devices went dead simultaneously. In the perfect darkness, 3 distinct knocks sounded against my cabin wall. Then 3 more from the opposite wall. They were surrounding me. Through the window, I glimpsed multiple sets of eyes reflecting my flashlight beam, some at 7 feet, others at 9 feet high. The impossible mathematics of what waited outside. My training manual never covered what to do when the forest itself turns against you, when search and rescue become something much darker. Dawn was hours away, and I knew with dreadful certainty that help wasn't coming. The search team was just another lure. I had one choice: understand why I'd been chosen, or become another missing person report in Station 14's files. The longest night of my life ended with birds singing as if nothing had happened. I emerged cautiously at first light, shotgun ready, to find every camera destroyed, not just disabled but methodically dismantled, components arranged in precise geometric patterns. Most disturbing was what hung from my porch railing, my own jacket, which had been inside my locker. They'd entered while I dozed fitfully in the pre-dawn hours, touched my belongings, perhaps watched me sleep. The forest felt different now, alive with attention. Eyes tracked my movements from the shadowed places between trees. The sense of being studied intensified with each passing hour. I needed to prepare for the search team's arrival. If Dawson was compromised, I couldn't trust whoever came with him. Yet abandoning my post meant certain disciplinary action, possibly termination. The rational choice was to wait for backup while securing my position. But rationality felt increasingly irrelevant in these woods. Mid-morning, I hiked to the ridge for better radio reception. The frequency finally cleared enough to reach actual base. "This is Mitchell at Station 14, requesting verification on incoming search team. Over." The response chilled me. "No search team deployed to your location, Mitchell. Trevino case has been transferred to county authorities. Are you requesting assistance? Over." Before I could respond, another voice cut through. Dawson's, but distant, distorted. "It's watching you right now, Mitchell. Behind you. Always behind you." I spun around to empty forest. "Dawson? If you're out there, I can help you. Come to the station." Laughter crackled through static. "Too late for help. They've been here since before us, learning, waiting. You've been chosen to understand." The transmission died. I tried reaching base again, but the frequency remained dead. Returning to the cabin, I found a gift waiting on my porch. A perfect circle of fresh blackberries arranged around a folded piece of paper. On it, coordinates written in what appeared to be charcoal. Every protocol warned against following mysterious directions from unknown sources. But I recognized the handwriting from the filing cabinet. Eleanor Marsh's distinct, angular script. The coordinates led to a location 3 miles northeast, deep in restricted territory. Official maps marked it as Watershed Protection Area, but Marsh's notes had called it something else. Contact Site Alpha. I packed emergency supplies, left an official log entry detailing my destination, and headed out. Standard ranger procedure when investigating research sites. The forest grew denser as I approached the coordinates. Trees packed so tightly they blocked most sunlight. Temperature dropped noticeably. The silence returned, that vacuum of natural sound that signaled their presence. At the exact coordinates stood a stone structure older than the national park itself. A crude shelter built into a cliff face, mouth gaping like a wound in the mountainside. Above the entrance, ancient petroglyphs depicted elongated humanoid figures towering over smaller human forms. Inside, the temperature dropped 20 degrees. Modern equipment cluttered the prehistoric space: weather-damaged scientific instruments, a rusted metal desk, solar-powered sensors still blinking active after decades. Marsh's research station, abandoned in 1976, yet somehow maintained. Her journal lay on the desk, preserved in a waterproof case. Final entries describing breakthrough communication and invitation to deeper understanding. The last page held only one line: "They aren't monsters, we are." A sound from deeper within the cave. Shuffling. Then 3 distinct knocks. Professional training warred with primal fear. I should retreat, report, return with a team. Instead, I answered with 3 knocks of my own. Silence. Then 3 more knocks. Farther in, they were inviting me deeper. The tunnel narrowed, requiring me to crouch, then crawl. My headlamp illuminated ancient paintings covering the walls. Humans hunting alongside massive, hair-covered figures. Humans offering gifts to these same figures. Humans transformed into something neither human nor beast. The tunnel opened into a chamber where modern equipment surrounded a stone altar. On it lay objects I recognized with horror. Mark Trevino's boots, Ashley's camera, Dawson's ranger badge, and most terrifyingly, my own notebook, which had been in my pocket minutes before. Movement registered at the edge of my vision. Massive, swift, impossible to focus on directly. My headlamp flickered, then died. In the darkness, hot breath against my neck. A voice that wasn't quite a voice, more vibration than sound, forming words. Witness. I turned slowly, flashlight revealing what I'd been avoiding since the first night. 9 feet of matted fur, broad shoulders, a face both animal and disturbingly intelligent, eyes reflecting red, then green, then a color human language doesn't name. It could have killed me instantly. Instead, it extended a massive hand, palm up, offering what looked like a small stone carving, a human figure wearing a ranger hat. Me. I took it, fingers trembling, breaking every protocol about wildlife interaction. The creature nodded once, then melted into darkness with impossible silence for something its size. On the cave wall behind where it stood, freshly carved words in English. Now you are marked. I fled. The stone figure clutched in my hand, burning like ice against my skin. Whatever understanding I'd been chosen for, I wanted no part of it. Back at the cabin, the radio finally connected to base. The search team, the real one, would arrive tomorrow morning. Too late, I realized. Far too late. Because the stone figure wasn't a gift, it was a beacon. The forest transformed at dusk. Mist crawled between trees, clinging to the ground like something alive. I'd secured the cabin as best I could. Windows barricaded, doors reinforced. The shotgun lay across my lap, though instinct told me it would provide little protection against what circled outside. I tried destroying the stone figure, first attempting to break it, then bury it, finally locking it in the metal storage box under my bed. Each time I returned, it sat on my desk, untouched. Watching, the radio alternated between static and fragments of impossible conversations. My own voice reporting findings I hadn't discovered yet, Dawson laughing about the collection, and once, unmistakably, Eleanor Marsh whispering, "They're older than the mountains, older than memory." At midnight the power cut out again. My watch stopped at 12:17 and even my flashlight batteries drained instantly. Only the moonlight filtering through window cracks provided visibility. The knocking began. Not just 3 distinct knocks, but complex patterns against every surface of the cabin simultaneously. Rhythmic, insistent, almost musical in their precision. The language of something ancient communicating. Between patterns, silence so absolute I could hear my own heartbeat. Then whispering, multiple voices circling the cabin speaking fragments of English mixed with sounds no human throat could produce. Ranger. Collection. Worthy specimen. Witness. The temperature plummeted. My breath clouded before me as frost formed on interior walls. Something massive walked across the cabin roof, wood creaking beneath impossible weight. At the window, a face appeared. Human, but wrong, features distorted like a reflection in troubled water. Mark Trevino's eyes, but empty of everything that had made him human, pressed against the glass. Behind him stood a towering shadow. "They need to understand us," Mark's voice came through, hollow and mechanical. Like we needed to understand them. The shadow moved, revealing itself in moonlight. Taller than any recorded Sasquatch sighting, ancient beyond reckoning, eyes reflecting knowledge no human was meant to comprehend. It raised one massive hand. Fingers splayed against the window, frost patterns spreading from each point of contact. Mark spoke again, but his lips didn't match the words. "The collection grows. Special specimens who can bridge worlds. You've been chosen to join us." The window glass began to crack beneath pressure, tiny fractures spreading like spider webs. I backed away, training my shotgun on the weakening barrier. "I'm a federal officer," I called out, voice steadier than I felt. "You are trespassing on protected land." Laughter echoed not just outside but inside my head. The stone figure on my desk began to glow with soft blue light, pulsing like a heartbeat. The window shattered inward. Cold air rushed through with the scent of pine and rot and something metallic like blood. Massive fingers curled around the window frame. I fired the shotgun, the blast deafening in the confined space. The creature recoiled with a roar that shook the foundation itself. Not from pain, from surprise. In that moment of confusion, I grabbed my emergency pack and the damn stone figure bolting through the rear door into the forest. Running was against protocol. Abandoning my post was against protocol, but protocol assumed natural threats. The forest seemed to bend around me as I fled, trails shifting, landmarks appearing where none had been before. I'd navigated these woods for 9 days, yet nothing was familiar now. Moonlight filtered through branches in impossible angles, casting shadows that moved independently of their sources. Behind me, movement through the trees, not just one massive form but many, converging from all directions. The entire forest had awakened, and it was hurting me. I reached the ridge overlooking Blackwater Creek, my headlamp finally sputtering to life to reveal the water running uphill, defying gravity itself. Reality unraveling at the seams. There, on the opposite bank, stood a figure I recognized from personnel files, Eleanor Marsh, unchanged since her 1976 photograph, watching me with eyes that reflected moonlight like an animal's. "The collection needs specialists," her voice carried across the water. "Rangers, scientists, those who can teach them." "Teach them what?" I called back, edging along the ridge, searching for escape. Her smile stretched too wide across an unchanged face. "How to walk among us when they return to the cities. They've been practicing with the specimens. Learning to pass." The implications hit me with nauseating clarity. Marsh hadn't disappeared in 1976. She'd been the first. The template, the first bridge between worlds. Behind her materialized other figures. Dawson, the Trevinos, and dozens more stretching back into darkness. Human shapes standing too still, moving with synchronized precision when they shifted. Specimens in a living museum, maintained by something older than humanity. The stone figure in my pocket burned cold enough to blister skin through fabric. A tracker, a marker, a key. I threw it into the creek below, where it hit the impossible uphill flowing water with a hiss of steam. The figures across the creek went rigid simultaneously. Their heads turned with mechanical precision toward me. Then they began to cross the water, moving with uncanny coordination. The search team would arrive at dawn, 6 hours away. I just had to survive the night. False dawn painted the eastern sky blood red as I stumbled through unfamiliar terrain. The forest had become a labyrinth, paths doubling back on themselves, familiar landmarks appearing where they shouldn't exist. My ranger training, navigation, survival, wildlife management, felt hollow against forces that rewrote reality itself. The stone figure I'd thrown into Blackwater Creek now hung from a cord around my neck, retrieved by forces unseen and returned while I dozed fitfully against a boulder. A marker, a promise, a claim. My radio crackled to life intermittently with fragments from the approaching search team. ETA Station 14 approximately 0600 hours. No radio contact with Mitchell since yesterday. Prepare for possible wildlife confrontation. They had no idea what waited. I needed to intercept them before they reached the station. Before they entered territory that had been claimed. The forest grew unnaturally silent as pre-dawn light filtered through ancient trees. I checked my compass. The needle spun continuously, rendering it useless. The GPS unit displayed coordinates that changed randomly each time I looked, sometimes showing locations thousands of miles away. Movement behind me. Branches cracking under massive weight. They'd never been so careless before. They wanted me to know they were coming. I broke into a run, abandoning stealth for speed. The eastern access road lay somewhere ahead where the search team would approach. If I could reach them first. The trees opened suddenly onto a clearing I didn't recognize. At its center stood a perfect circle of standing stones, ancient and weathered, yet impossibly absent from any geological survey or historical record of the area. Eleanor Marsh waited at the circle's center, unchanged since her 1976 photograph, except for eyes that reflected light like a nocturnal predator's. "You've fought admirably," she said, voice eerily smooth. "Most specimens surrender by now. What are you?" I managed, keeping distance between us. "A bridge," she replied. "As you will be. They've watched humanity for millennia, learning, adapting. They need representatives who understand ranger protocols, search grids, communication systems. The others, Dawson, the Trevinos, parts of the collection. Special specimens with special knowledge. The hikers knew trails. Dawson knew ranger procedures." Her smile stretched wider than human anatomy should allow. "And you, Mitchell? You know how to track, how to find people." The implication struck me cold. "You want me to help you collect others. They're coming back, you know. They were here before us. We'll be here after. The forests were theirs first." She gestured to the stone circle. This was their doorway before humans built cabins and carved trails. Behind her, Shadows detached from the tree line. 9-foot silhouettes moving with terrible grace, surrounding the clearing. Alongside them walked the hollow-eyed forms of former hikers and rangers, moving with synchronized precision. "The search team," I said, backing toward the eastern edge of the clearing. "They'll find me." Marsh's expression remained placid. "They'll find something wearing your face, something speaking with your voice, something that will lead them, one by one, to the collection." Dawn light crested the mountains, illuminating the clearing fully. The creatures remained visible, not vanishing with night as folklore suggested. Their massive forms, covered in matted fur ranging from coal-black to russet brown, stood with unnatural stillness. Their faces carried that unsettling blend of primate and something older, eyes reflecting intelligence and alien patience. My radio squawked. "Mitchell, this is Search Team Alpha. We've reached Station 14. Signs of struggle. What's your location?" Marsh's expression didn't change as multiple howls echoed from the direction of the cabin, deep, resonant calls that started like wolf sounds before descending into something ancient and terrible. "Right on schedule," she said. "Your colleagues will follow protocol. They'll investigate those sounds, and the collection will grow." I lunged for my radio, but my muscles seized as the stone figure around my neck pulsed with cold blue light. Paralysis spread from my neck downward as the creature nearest me, taller than the others, with silver streaked through its dark fur, approached with impossible silence for something its size. It extended one massive hand toward my frozen form, fingers splayed, not to attack, to connect. In that moment of contact, my mind filled with images. Ancient forests untouched by humanity, creatures watching from shadows as the first indigenous people arrived, centuries of observation and learning, cities crumbling, forests reclaiming concrete, and the creatures walking among the remaining humans, wearing familiar faces, building bridges between worlds. They weren't monsters from folklore or undiscovered primates. They were what came before us, what would remain after. With the last of my strength, I pressed the emergency beacon on my belt, the direct satellite uplink that would bypass local communication systems. Standard procedure. 3 rapid pulses indicated officer in extreme danger, location compromised, evacuation required. The silver-streaked creature's eyes narrowed at the device. It understood technology. It understood what I'd done. In the distance, helicopter rotors thudded, growing louder. The search team had brought aerial support, not just rangers but likely state patrol. Standard response to an officer's emergency beacon, the creatures melted into the tree line with fluid grace, taking Marsh and the other human specimens with them. All except the silver-streaked leader, which locked eyes with me one final time. "Witness," it projected into my mind. "Remember." Then it too vanished, leaving me collapsed in the stone circle as the paralysis slowly receded. The helicopter appeared overhead moments later, searchlights scanning the clearing. By the time the search team reached me, I was alone with a story no one would believe. The stone figure had vanished from around my neck, along with every photograph and recording I'd collected. My official report cited aggressive wildlife, possible territorial bears, and exposure causing hallucinations. I described finding evidence of the Trevinos meeting with an unfortunate accident at Blackwater Creek. I requested immediate transfer from Station 14, citing psychological strain. Request granted. Case closed. But sometimes at night I still hear knocking, 3 distinct taps against my bedroom window. I've moved 6 times, changed careers, it doesn't matter. The stone figure always reappears on my nightstand by morning, no matter how many times I destroy it. And sometimes, checking the mirror before dawn, I catch my reflection a moment too late. Eyes gleaming with reflected light that shouldn't be there. Features arranged in an expression I don't recognize. They're patient, they have millennia. And my collection date is still pending. If you're reading this, and you work in wilderness management, check your personnel files. Look for patterns in ranger transfers and resignations. Note any mentions of Station 14, and if you find yourself assigned to a remote outpost where the previous occupant left suddenly, remember, they're not just watching from the woods. Some of them are already wearing ranger uniforms. The forest breathes differently at night. That's the first thing they tell you in ranger training, but you never truly understand until you've spent a week alone at an outpost station, 30 miles from the nearest paved road, with nothing but the rustling canopy and the occasional distant call of something that sounds almost, but not quite, like a human voice. I'd been assigned to Blackwater Ridge Station after 3 years as a seasonal ranger in more populated parks. My supervisor called it a challenging opportunity when he handed me the posting. Translation: nobody wanted it. The station had been through 4 rangers in 2 years. The official reasons ranged from personal circumstances to pursuit of other career opportunities. But the whispers around headquarters told a different story. "Hope you like your own company," Ranger Stevens had said, clapping me on the shoulder as I loaded my truck. "That place has a way of getting into your head." The cabin itself was sturdy enough. A 1950s Forest Service standard build with updated solar panels, a radio system, and satellite internet that worked about half the time when clouds didn't interfere. 1 bedroom, a small kitchen and living area, an office space dominated by topographical maps and wildlife guides. The porch faced east, catching the morning sun when it managed to break through the dense pine canopy. That first week was quiet. I settled into routines. Morning patrols, trail maintenance, wildlife monitoring, report writing. I'd read Jack Ketchum's Off-Season before bed, a horror novel about cannibals in the Maine wilderness that my predecessor had left behind. Not the wisest choice for someone alone in the woods, perhaps, but I've always had a perverse comfort in fictional horror. It makes the real dangers seem more manageable. It was during the second week that I began noticing things, small things at first. A branch would snap in the darkness beyond my porch light's reach. My backpack, which I always hung by the door, would be facing a different direction in the morning. The coffee can I kept outside for cigarette butts would be overturned, its contents scattered not by wind or animals, but with an odd deliberateness. I assumed it was wildlife. Curious bears were common enough, until I found the first set of prints. They were about 50 yards from the cabin, in a muddy patch beside Creek Trail. I'd been a ranger long enough to identify every animal track in the region, and these weren't from any recognized species. They resembled human footprints in their basic structure, but were nearly 17 inches long, with a depth that suggested something weighing at least 500 pounds. I took photographs, made plaster casts, and filed a report coding it as unidentified large mammal. The response from headquarters was predictable. Probably bear tracks distorted by rain. Continue monitoring. But I knew bear tracks. These were something else. Reddit user Backcountry Bob had posted something similar in r/Park Rangers 6 months earlier. Found weird tracks at my outpost Kassagsriesind. Too big for bear, wrong shape for moose. Anyone else encounter something like this? Management keeps dismissing my reports. The thread had been locked after devolving into Bigfoot jokes and cryptid theories. But the image Backcountry Bob shared looked eerily similar to what I'd found. I messaged him privately but never received a response. His account had been inactive for months. That night, as I sat on my porch with a cup of coffee watching darkness swallow the tree line, I felt the distinct sensation of being watched in return. Not with the casual curiosity of wildlife, but with focused, intelligent intent. "Just getting in my own head," I muttered, thinking of Stephen's warning. Then the screaming started. The sound that tore through the night wasn't entirely human. It had the basic structure of a human scream, the pitch, the modulation, but extended beyond natural capacity, sustaining for nearly 20 seconds before dropping into a series of rhythmic, guttural vocalizations that made the hair on my neck stand rigid. Training kicked in before fear could paralyze me. I grabbed my emergency pack, flashlight, and service weapon. Then radio dispatch. Blackwater Ridge reporting possible hiker in distress. Northwest quadrant, approximately 2 miles from station. Moving to investigate. The crackling response came back. Copy Blackwater. Be advised, no hiking permits issued for your area this week. Approach with caution. Backup is minimum 3 hours out. I knew what that meant. I was on my own. The forest at night transforms into a maze of shadows and false paths. My flashlight carved a feeble tunnel of visibility as I followed the rough direction of the scream. The temperature had dropped, bringing with it a ground-clinging mist that swirled around my boots. About a mile in, I found the first sign, a backpacking tent shredded as if by claws, its contents scattered across a small clearing. The sleeping bag inside was empty, still zipped up. There was no blood, but the scene radiated violence. Something had happened here with tremendous force. "Hello? Park Service. Anyone here?" My voice sounded small beneath the towering pines. What responded wasn't a human voice. It was a low, rumbling growl, so deep I felt it in my chest more than heard it with my ears. It came from the darkness beyond my light's reach. About 30 yards ahead, I drew my weapon and swept the light in an arc. Nothing. But I could feel it there, watching. "Identify yourself." The regulation challenge felt absurd as it left my lips, but procedure was a comfort in the face of the unknown. The growl came again, closer now, accompanied by the crack of breaking branches. Something large was moving through the underbrush. That's when I saw it, just a glimpse as it crossed a small gap between trees about 20 yards away. Tall, at least 7 feet, with a massive barrel-shaped torso covered in dark fur. It moved with a fluid grace that belied its size, bipedal but with a slight stoop. I'd like to say I maintained my professional composure, but that would be a lie. I fired a warning shot into the air and started backing away, keeping my light trained on the spot where I'd seen the figure. "This is your only warning," I shouted, voice cracking. "Identify yourself or I will consider you a threat." The response was immediate and terrifying. A roar erupted from the darkness, not a bear's roar or any sound I'd heard in my training or experience. It was almost like a scream played backward, descending into thunderous bass notes that seemed to vibrate the ground beneath me. Then it charged. I caught only impressions: massive shoulders, long arms, a face hidden in shadows beneath a prominent brow. I fired again, this time not as a warning, and was rewarded with a pained howl. The creature veered off its direct path toward me, crashing away through the underbrush. I didn't wait to see if it would return. I retreated quickly but methodically, marking my path as I went. When I reached the cabin, I locked every window and door, reported the encounter as a potential wildlife attack on unregistered campers, and spent the rest of the night with my back to the wall, weapon ready. In the cold light of morning, I would return to search for the missing hiker. But as I sat there listening to the forest sounds, I remembered a post I'd read on r/creepy encounters months earlier. My cousin worked as a forest ranger in the PNW. He quit after finding a campsite that looked like it had been hit by a tornado. Said he saw something in the woods that night that walked like a man but wasn't one. Family thinks he had a breakdown, but I've never seen someone so genuinely terrified. He refuses to even go hiking now. As dawn approached, I began to understand why so many rangers had left Blackwater Ridge Station before me. The morning brought heavy fog that clung to the treetops, turning the forest into a gray labyrinth. I radioed in my coordinates and intentions, then headed back to the destroyed campsite, this time equipped with my full kit, including a digital camera to document everything. In daylight, the scene was even more disturbing. What I'd missed in the darkness was the pattern of destruction. It wasn't random. The tent had been methodically torn apart, with the entrance shredded last, suggesting the attacker had been looking for something or someone. More troubling were the items I found untouched. A wallet containing $230 in credit cards, an expensive GPS unit, and protein bars. All things an animal would have either ignored or destroyed, and a human attacker would likely have stolen. I photographed everything, collected the ID from the wallet, Jonathan Mercer, 34, from Seattle, and began searching for tracks. The ground told a chaotic story. There were the clear boot prints of Mercer around the campfire, then a sudden change. Deeper impressions suggested he'd started running, and alongside his tracks were the same massive footprints I'd found near my cabin. Following both sets of tracks, I discovered they went about a quarter-mile north before Mercer's disappeared entirely, as if he'd been lifted from the ground. The large tracks continued another 100 yards before vanishing where the ground became rocky. I spent hours searching the surrounding area, calling Mercer's name, but found nothing more than a torn piece of flannel shirt caught on a branch about 6 feet off the ground. Back at the cabin, I filed a detailed report, attached the photographs, and requested immediate search and rescue support. The response was puzzling. "Search team will deploy tomorrow morning. Continue monitoring situation. Do not engage. Request priority code." Standard procedure for a missing hiker was immediate deployment if weather permitted. I coded it Priority Alpha and added notes about the unidentified large animal that might have attacked Mercer. While waiting for a response, I searched for more information about the area. The official station records were sparse, but I found a hidden folder labeled Unofficial Incidents tucked behind the topographical maps. Inside were handwritten accounts from previous rangers, dating back to the 1970s. Most were brief notes about strange sounds, unexplained tracks, or visual anomalies at the forest edge. One report from 1994 detailed a similar destroyed campsite and missing hiker who was never found. The most recent entry was from my immediate predecessor, dated just 3 months earlier. Third incident this summer. Management refuses to acknowledge pattern. The locals call it Tall One or the Watcher. Found hair samples today sent to university contact unofficially. Not bear, not human. What the hell am I dealing with here? There was no follow-up entry. According to HR, the ranger had resigned the following week, citing personal reasons. I was uploading my photos when a response finally came through. Search team delayed due to weather conditions at base. ETA tomorrow 1400 hours. Maintain shelter protocols tonight. Regarding unidentified animal, forward images to Wildlife Division. Note, similar reports from your station have been inconclusive. Focus on locating missing hiker. The dismissive tone was clear. This wasn't the first time these reports had been filed, and previous ones had been effectively buried. As evening approached, I found myself scrolling through a Reddit thread on r/stories where an anonymous user had posted, "Been in search and rescue 15 years. There's a reason we go in groups of 4 minimum in certain areas. Something's out there that we don't have a name for in our manuals. Most experienced guys know. Management pretends it's bears or mountain lions when the evidence doesn't fit. I've seen trees broken at 9 feet up. Found footprints that would make a Sasquatch researcher faint. We just don't talk about it officially." The post had thousands of comments, many from other SAR workers, sharing similar experiences. As darkness fell, I secured the cabin and positioned myself where I could watch the approaches. The forest had fallen unnaturally silent. No insects, no nightbirds, nothing but the whisper of wind through pine needles. Then, at the edge of my clearing, just beyond where my porch light reached, a shadow detached itself from the trees. It stood upright, impossibly tall, watching, waiting. The radio crackled to life, making me jump. "Blackwater Ridge base here. Be advised, we've received an emergency signal from a GPS unit registered to Jonathan Mercer. Signal location is directly at your station coordinates. Please confirm." I looked back to the tree line. The figure was gone, but something was now moving on my porch. The scratching at my door wasn't frantic or aggressive. It was deliberate, methodical, almost like writing. I dimmed the interior lights and approached cautiously, weapon drawn. Through the small window I could make out something on the porch, but not what was making the sound. "Blackwater Ridge, please respond." The radio squawked again. "Stand by," I whispered, not taking my eyes from the door. When the scratching stopped, I waited 5 full minutes before slowly opening the door, leading with my weapon. The porch was empty, but there on the wooden boards was Jonathan Mercer's GPS unit. The screen cracked but still powered on. Beside it, scratched deeply into the wood with what must have been tremendous force, was a crude but unmistakable message. "Not yours." I quickly retrieved the GPS unit and locked the door again, reporting back to base about the device while omitting the message carved into my porch. Some instinct told me that official channels weren't the place for everything I was experiencing. The GPS unit's tracking history showed Mercer had been hiking alone for 3 days, following established trails until yesterday when he'd ventured off-route toward my station. The last programmed waypoint was labeled "Investigate Sounds." I plugged the device into my laptop to download its data and found something unexpected: voice recordings. With shaking hands, I played the most recent one, time-stamped just hours before I'd found his destroyed camp. Mercer's voice came through, breathless with excitement. "Day 3 of expedition. I've been tracking vocalizations for 2 nights, and they match the patterns described in the forums. Classic wood knocks followed by whoops and what cryptozoologists call samurai chatter. I know the Park Service denies everything, but there's something out here. Tonight I'm going to set up the thermal imaging." The recording cut off with a sudden crash and what sounded like a distant, guttural roar. I sat back, processing what I'd heard. Mercer wasn't just a hiker. He was actively searching for what locals called the Tall One, what I'd encountered in the forest. And somehow, the creature had brought his GPS directly to my porch, with a warning: "Not yours, not your territory, not your business, not your species to disturb." I searched Mercer's name online and found his profile on several Bigfoot research forums. He described himself as a field researcher who had been investigating sightings in the Pacific Northwest for over a decade. His last post, dated just a week earlier, mentioned heading to a hot zone with recent ranger reports for extended solo research. He had been looking for exactly what had found him. Sleep was impossible that night. I alternated between watching the tree line and combing through the station's records, finding patterns that had been overlooked or deliberately ignored. Every few years, hikers disappeared in this region. Every few years, a ranger reported unusual encounters, and every few years, those reports were classified as inconclusive. Those rangers transferred or resigned. Around 3 a.m., the forest erupted with sound. Wood knocks echoing from multiple directions, followed by the same screaming vocalization I'd heard the night before, but now it seemed to be answered by similar calls from farther away. 2 of them, communicating. I recorded everything, noting timestamps and estimated directions. The calls continued for 20 minutes, moving in a circular pattern around the station before fading into the northwest. At dawn, I found new tracks, the same massive footprints, but now accompanied by a smaller set of the same type. Two creatures had paced the perimeter of my clearing all night, just beyond the reach of my lights. On a hunch, I checked the weather station data for the past 3 years and discovered a pattern. Increased activity correlated with the first new moon of spring. Tonight would be the first new moon of this spring. A post on r/The Forest Has Eyes from 2 years ago resonated with uncomfortable familiarity. My grandfather was Yakama tribal police. He told me their territory had border walkers, beings that weren't human but understood human boundaries. He said they only became hostile when their messages were ignored. They always warn first, he told me. They mark what's theirs. If you stay away, they stay away. I returned to the scratched message on my porch. Not yours. The search team would arrive by early afternoon. I had until then to decide what to report officially and what to keep to myself. The evidence was mounting that something intelligent and territorial was active in these woods. Something that had taken Jonathan Mercer and was now communicating with me. As I was photographing the new tracks, my satellite phone rang. Not the radio, but my personal emergency line that only headquarters had access to. Ranger, this is Deputy Director Chambers. I understand you've been experiencing some unusual situations at your post. His tone was carefully neutral, but there was an underlying tension that raised my suspicions. Yes, sir. I've documented everything in my reports. About those reports, I'm going to need you to amend them. The official position is that we're dealing with standard wildlife disturbances and a missing hiker who likely experienced some kind of accident. I watched a raven land on a nearby branch, its head cocking as if listening to our conversation. Sir, with all due respect, what I've seen doesn't match. I understand, he cut me off. That's why I'm personally leading the team coming to your location today. We'll discuss everything in detail then. In the meantime, maintain protocol and avoid any speculative documentation. The call ended, leaving me with a growing certainty that the Forest Service knew exactly what was in these woods and had been covering it up for decades. The raven launched from its perch, flying directly toward the northwest, where the vocalizations had faded earlier. As if delivering a message, the search team's arrival was heralded by the distant thrum of helicopter rotors breaking the afternoon silence. I'd spent the hours since the phone call organizing my evidence. Photographs of tracks, audio recordings, Mercer's GPS data, and copies of the historical incidents I'd found in the station records. One set was visible on my desk for the official investigation. Another was hidden in a waterproof case beneath a loose floorboard under my bed. Deputy Director Chambers was first through the door. Tall, gray-haired, with the weathered face of someone who'd spent decades in the field before moving to administration. Behind him came 4 others. 2 search and rescue specialists, a wildlife biologist, and a woman who wasn't introduced but carried herself with the unmistakable bearing of law enforcement. Ranger, Chambers nodded curtly. Walk me through the situation before we head out to the campsite. I provided the official version. Unregistered camper, signs of animal attack, unusual tracks, possible wildlife threat to future hikers. Chambers listened impassively, occasionally exchanging glances with the unnamed woman. And you fired your weapon? He asked. Yes, sir. 2 shots. 1 warning, 1 defensive when the animal charged me. Did you hit it? I believe so. There was a reaction consistent with injury. The wildlife biologist, Dr. Reyna, spoke up. Was there blood evidence at the scene? No, but I'll show you exactly where it happened. As the team reviewed my official reports, I noticed the unnamed woman drifting toward my living area, her eyes scanning methodically. Cataloging, assessing, the team geared up to visit the campsite. But Chambers pulled me aside. I need to be very clear about something, he said quietly. The official record will show we're investigating a wildlife attack, likely a bear. Any evidence that doesn't support this conclusion will not be included in the final report. Do you understand? It wasn't a question. May I ask why, sir? His expression hardened. Because panic doesn't help anyone. Because local economies depend on these forests being safe for recreation. Because some mysteries should remain mysteries. At the destroyed campsite, the team worked with professional efficiency, but I noticed troubling patterns. Dr. Reyna examined the large tracks, then covered them without taking proper casts. The search specialists focused exclusively on signs that could indicate Mercer had left the area alive under his own power. The unnamed woman photographed everything, but I never saw her sharing the images with the others. When I pointed out how the tent had been methodically torn apart, Chambers dismissed it. Bears are incredibly dexterous. They can open car doors. This isn't unusual. With respect, sir, bears don't leave warnings scratched in porches. The team went silent. Chambers' face darkened. Show me. Back at the cabin, they examined the "not yours" message. Dr. Reyna ran her fingers over the gouges in the wood. Bear claws could make marks this deep, she said, but her voice lacked conviction. And form perfect letters, I challenged. The unnamed woman finally spoke. People can create convincing hoaxes when they're seeking attention or justification for discharging their weapon in a panic. The accusation hung in the air. Are you suggesting I fabricated all of this? Chambers stepped between us. No one's suggesting anything. We're considering all possibilities. As dusk approached, the team prepared to leave, taking most of my evidence with them, officially for further analysis. They offered to evacuate me as well, citing safety concerns until the animal is identified. But something in their careful phrasing told me if I left, I'd never return to this post. I'll remain at my station, I said firmly. Chambers nodded, unsurprised. We'll have a team return tomorrow to continue the search for Mr. Mercer. In the meantime, maintain radio contact hourly and report any further developments. As the helicopter lifted off, I noticed the unnamed woman watching me through the window, her expression unreadable. That night, I posted anonymously to r/park rangers, to anyone stationed in remote outposts with unusual activity. They know. Management knows. What they don't know is whether the truth is more dangerous than the secrecy. Has anyone successfully documented what's out there without being reassigned or discredited? The responses poured in, dozens of rangers sharing similar experiences of evidence disappearing, reports being altered, and thinly veiled threats of psychiatric evaluation for those who persisted. One comment stood out. The Blackwater Ridge incidents have been happening since the 1970s. My uncle was stationed there and saw one up close, over 7 feet tall, covered in dark hair, with eyes that looked too human. He said they're territorial but intelligent. They understand boundaries and warnings. They don't want exposure any more than management does. The problem is when civilians like that missing researcher go looking for them. They protect their own. As I read those words, the radio crackled to life. Blackwater Ridge, this is base. Be advised we've lost contact with Deputy Director Chambers' vehicle. Last known location approximately 5 miles from your station. Before I could answer, the lights in my cabin went out. Through the window, I could see the entire forest had gone pitch black. The distant lights from the access road were gone too. Something heavy landed on my porch roof with a thud that shook the entire cabin. Then came the knocking. 3 distinct, powerful blows that rattled the windows. It wasn't asking for permission to enter. It was telling me to come out. 3 more thunderous knocks rattled the cabin's structure. This wasn't a request, it was a summons. I checked my weapon, switched on my body camera, and grabbed a powerful flashlight. Whatever happened next, there would be evidence that couldn't be explained away or confiscated. Blackwater Ridge, please respond, the radio insisted. Situation developing at my location, I replied tersely. Stand by. The porch creaked under tremendous weight as something moved toward the steps. I positioned myself to see through the window while remaining in shadow. What I saw froze the breath in my lungs. It stood nearly 8 feet tall, its powerful frame silhouetted against the night sky. Even in darkness, I could make out the broad shoulders, the long arms that hung to mid-thigh, the massive head set directly on those shoulders with almost no visible neck. It wasn't a man in a suit or a bear standing upright. Its proportions were all wrong for either. Behind it, at the forest edge, stood a smaller figure of similar shape, perhaps 7 feet tall but more slender. They weren't hiding, they were deliberately revealing themselves. The larger one raised its arm and pointed directly at me through the window, then gestured toward the forest behind them. They wanted me to follow. Every instinct for self-preservation screamed against opening that door, but deeper intuition told me this was why I'd been left alone at the station. This was what all those previous rangers had encountered, what the Forest Service had been covering up for decades. I made my decision. I stepped onto the porch. Weapon holstered but accessible, camera recording. Up close, the creatures were even more imposing. The larger one's face had a pronounced brow ridge and deep-set eyes that reflected my flashlight with a reddish glow, but the face itself was surprisingly expressive, not human but not entirely animal either. Intelligence burned in those eyes. It gestured again toward the forest, then turned and began walking, looking back once to ensure I was following. I radioed base, following unidentified subjects into northwest quadrant. They appeared to be leading me somewhere. Coordinates to follow. I deliberately left my radio channel open, transmitting everything that happened. We walked for nearly an hour, moving deeper into the wilderness than I'd ever ventured. The creatures moved with surprising silence despite their size, occasionally stopping to ensure I was still following. They led me to a rocky outcropping that concealed the entrance to a small cave. The smaller one entered first, while the larger remained outside with me, its posture neither threatening nor entirely relaxed. A sentinel. From inside the cave came light, not firelight, but the blue glow of an electric lantern. My pulse quickened as I ducked into the entrance. There, in a space larger than it appeared from outside, was Deputy Director Chambers seated on a rock beside the unnamed woman from the search team. Both appeared unharmed but deeply shaken, and beside them, looking both terrified and exhilarated, sat Jonathan Mercer. "They're not what we thought," Chambers said without preamble. "They've been trying to communicate for years." The woman, who finally introduced herself as Agent Wilson from a department she wouldn't name, elaborated. "They brought us here after stopping our vehicle. They could have harmed us at any point, but instead, they showed us evidence." Evidence was strewn around the cave. Decades of human items collected from the forest, cameras, notebooks, backpacks, even old Forest Service badges, not taken as trophies, but preserved as documentation. "They've been watching us study them," Mercer explained, his researcher's enthusiasm breaking through his fear. "They understand more than we realized. They know we've been hiding their existence. They know about the cover-ups." The larger creature ducked into the cave and approached a far wall, gesturing for us to follow. There, etched into the stone and enhanced with what appeared to be charcoal, were crude but unmistakable pictures, a timeline of human encroachment into their territory, Forest Service cabins, hiking trails, roads, each expansion marked with the same message I'd found on my porch: "Not yours." "They're not asking us to leave entirely," Chambers said quietly. "They're asking for acknowledgement. Boundaries, respect." "How do you know that?" I asked. Mercer pointed to his recovered equipment spread on a natural stone shelf. "They let me record them. They deliberately spoke into my equipment. It's not language as we understand it, but it's definitely structured communication. They brought Chambers here because they recognized his authority from previous encounters." "Previous encounters?" I looked at the deputy director. He nodded slowly. "I was a ranger at Blackwater in 1994. I saw one of them take a hiker who had been harassing them, following them, trying to capture them. I reported it truthfully. After that, I was given a choice: promotion with silence, or termination with a psychiatric evaluation. The agency has been tracking these beings for generations," Agent Wilson added. "But official acknowledgement would create complications none of the involved departments wanted to deal with: land rights, protection status, public panic." The smaller creature entered the cave carrying something wrapped in what looked like a Park Service jacket. It approached me directly, holding out its offering. In the bundle was a stack of papers, the missing reports from past rangers, preserved and hidden by these beings who understood far more about our bureaucracy than anyone had imagined. "They're returning them to you," Mercer whispered. "They want the truth known, but on terms that protect them." Chambers stood, decision visible in his posture. "We're going to establish clear boundaries. Certain areas will be permanently closed to the public, officially for environmental restoration. The beings will remain undocumented in official records, but rangers will be properly briefed about the territory and protocols." "And if I don't agree with this compromise?" I asked. The larger creature made a sound, not threatening, but resolute, and pointed to the pile of collected human belongings. The message was clear. They had been patient, but that patience had limits. "They've shown remarkable restraint," Agent Wilson noted. "They could have eliminated every human who entered their territory. Instead, they've been trying to establish boundaries while we pretended they didn't exist." Dawn was approaching as we hiked back to the station, the creatures following at a distance until we reached the edge of the clearing. There, the larger one stopped and made a series of gestures, pointing to its eyes, then to mine, then sweeping its arm across the forest before pointing back to the cabin. "I think it's establishing a pact," Mercer translated. "You watch your territory, they watch theirs. Mutual respect." In the weeks that followed, official reports documented a bear attack that claimed no victims, a hiker who decided to cut his research trip short, and a senior management team that experienced vehicle trouble during their investigation. The search was officially suspended when no further evidence could be located. Unofficially, new maps were drawn with expanded environmentally sensitive areas, closed to public access. I received a commendation for exceptional wildlife management, and a significant raise with my renewed contract at Blackwater Ridge Station. On the first night of each month, I leave printed reports detailing human activities near the boundaries on my porch. By morning, they're always gone. replaced sometimes with unusual objects, interesting stones, strangely shaped branches, once a perfect fossil of a leaf that shouldn't exist in this ecosystem. I've come to understand my role differently now. I'm not just a park ranger, I'm a diplomat at the border between worlds. The forest has its watchers, ancient and intelligent, who were here long before our national parks and will likely remain long after. They tolerate our presence as long as we respect their boundaries. That's the arrangement none of my predecessors could accept or explain. The knowledge that made them leave, but I've made my peace with it. The forest breathes differently at night, yes. But now I understand why. It's never been ours alone. It has taught me that some stories shouldn't remain unwritten, even when authorities prefer them untold. So I share this now, anonymously, while sitting on my porch at Blackwater Ridge, watching the tree line where I know they're watching back, not with malice, but with a wary understanding that has kept both our species safe in our uneasy coexistence. If you find yourself in remote wilderness and feel eyes upon you, remember the message carved into my porch. Know which territories are not yours, and respect the boundaries of those who were here first. The silence of the Alaskan wilderness can be deceptive. My name is Leland Thorpe, and in 2019 I was serving as a park ranger in Denali National Park and Preserve. Swapping the cacophony of city life for the whisper of pines felt like a fair trade, especially for someone like me who tells jokes that only squirrels seem to appreciate. I was 32 years old when I took the job, seeking a change of pace from my previous career as a software engineer in Seattle. The transition wasn't easy, but I quickly fell in love with the rugged beauty of Alaska. My days were a blend of routine patrols and the occasional rescue of lost hikers who thought their smartphone's GPS could outsmart nature. I enjoyed the simplicity of my new life, just me, the trees, and the endless expanse of untamed terrain. On a good day, the most excitement I'd encounter was a moose blocking the trail, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge right-of-way. Little did I know that this peaceful existence was about to be shattered in ways I could never have imagined. The vastness of Denali can be overwhelming to the uninitiated. 6 million acres of wild land, bisected by a single road. Mountains, forests, and tundra stretch as far as the eye can see. It's a place where you can truly feel small in the face of nature's grandeur, but it's also a place where the line between beauty and danger is razor thin. I remember the day everything changed as if it were yesterday. It was early June, and the park was just beginning to shake off the last vestiges of winter. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and melting snow. I had been up since dawn, preparing for what I thought would be a routine day of patrolling the park's backcountry. As I stepped out of my cabin that morning, I paused to take in the view. The sun was just peeking over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional chirp of an early rising bird. It was moments like these that made me grateful for my decision to leave the city behind. I made my way to the ranger station, my boots crunching on the gravel path. The station was a sturdy log building, designed to withstand the harsh Alaskan winters. Inside, I found my colleague Greg Hartman, already poring over maps spread across a large table. "Morning, Leland," Greg grunted, not looking up from his work. "Coffee's fresh if you want some." I poured myself a cup, grimacing at the bitter taste. Greg's coffee was notorious among the rangers. It could probably strip paint off walls. "Thanks, Greg. Nothing like your coffee to remind me why I cherish solitude," I quipped. Greg finally looked up, a wry smile on his weathered face. "You look like you wrestled a bear and lost, Thorpe. Rough night?" I shrugged, running a hand through my disheveled hair. "Just the usual. Woke up to a family of raccoons having a party on my roof. I swear they were doing the cha-cha." Greg chuckled, shaking his head. "Only you could find humor in sleep deprivation, Leland. But listen, we've got a situation that needs our attention." The change in his tone immediately put me on alert. Greg wasn't one for dramatics, so if he was concerned, it was worth paying attention to. I pulled up a chair, my earlier fatigue forgotten. "What's going on?" I asked, leaning in to study the map he was examining. Greg pointed to a remote area of the park, deep in the backcountry. "We've got a group of researchers out here studying the effects of climate change on the permafrost. They were supposed to check in daily, but we haven't heard from them in 3 days. I frowned, a feeling of unease settling in my stomach. That's not like Dr. Reynolds. She's usually meticulous about following protocols. Dr. Amelia Reynolds was a respected climate scientist who had been conducting research in Denali for the past 5 years. She led a team of 4 other researchers, all experienced in wilderness survival and well-versed in the park's safety procedures. Greg nodded grimly. Exactly, we've tried reaching them on all frequencies, but there's been no response. It could be equipment failure, but 3 days is a long time to go without contact, I finished for him. What's the plan? You and I are going to head out there and check on them, Greg said, tracing a route on the map. It's about a 4-hour ATV ride to their last known location. We'll bring emergency supplies and extra communication equipment. I nodded, my mind already racing through the preparations we'd need to make. When do we leave? As soon as we can get packed up, Greg replied, rolling up the map. I've already informed headquarters. They're on standby if we need additional support. As we gathered our gear and loaded up the ATVs, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were about to step into something far beyond our usual scope of work. The Alaskan wilderness, beautiful as it was, held secrets and dangers that even experienced rangers like us couldn't always predict. Little did I know that this day would mark the beginning of a nightmare that would challenge everything I thought I knew about the natural world and my place in it. As we set out on the trail, the sun now high in the sky, I couldn't have imagined the horrors that awaited us in the deceptive silence of the Denali wilderness. The ATV engines roared to life, shattering the morning calm. Greg took the lead, and I followed close behind as we set out on the winding trail that would take us deep into the Denali backcountry. The path was rough, cutting through dense forests and skirting the edges of icy streams. As we traveled, the landscape gradually changed. The relatively gentle terrain near the ranger station gave way to more rugged topography. Massive boulders, left behind by ancient glaciers, dotted the landscape. The trees grew sparser, and the air became noticeably cooler. About 2 hours into our journey, we stopped to rest and check our bearings. I pulled out a granola bar, more out of habit than hunger. The uneasy feeling in my stomach had only grown stronger as we'd ventured further from civilization. You're awfully quiet, Leland, Greg observed, taking a swig from his water bottle. No jokes about bears wearing hiking boots or moose with GPS? I managed a weak smile. Sorry, Greg. I guess I'm just worried about Dr. Reynolds and her team. It's not like them to go off the grid like this. Greg nodded, his expression serious. I know what you mean. I've worked with Amelia for years. She's one of the most responsible researchers I've ever met. For her to miss check-ins, it doesn't sit right. As if to punctuate his words, a sudden gust of wind whipped through the trees, carrying with it a sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was a low, mournful howl, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. What was that? I asked, my hand instinctively moving to the bear spray on my belt. Greg frowned, scanning the surrounding forest. Probably just the wind playing tricks on us. These canyons can create some strange acoustics. I nodded, trying to convince myself he was right. But deep down, a primal part of me recognized that sound for what it was. A warning. We remounted our ATVs and continued on. The trail narrowed, forcing us to slow our pace. The canopy above thickened, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. It was beautiful, in an eerie sort of way. But I found myself longing for the open spaces we'd left behind. As we rounded a bend, Greg suddenly held up his hand, signaling me to stop. He cut his engine, and I did the same. In the sudden silence, I could hear my heart pounding in my chest. Look, Greg whispered, pointing to the ground beside the trail. I dismounted and crouched down to examine what had caught his attention. There, in the soft earth, was a set of tracks unlike anything I'd ever seen before. They were large, easily twice the size of a bear's paw print, with long, curved claw marks extending from each toe. What could have made these? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Greg shook his head, his face pale. I've been a ranger for 20 years, Leland. I've tracked every animal in this park. But this, I've never seen anything like it. A twig snapped in the forest to our right, and we both whirled around, Greg's hand on his rifle, mine on my bear spray. For a long moment, we stood frozen, straining our eyes to penetrate the dense undergrowth. But whatever had made the noise didn't reveal itself. We should keep moving, Greg said at last, his voice tight. We're still a good hour from the research camp. I nodded, grateful for the excuse to put some distance between us and whatever had left those tracks. As we continued on, I found myself constantly scanning the trees, jumping at every shadow and rustle of leaves. The trail began to climb, leading us up into higher elevations. The air grew thin, and a light mist settled around us, reducing visibility. It was as if the forest itself was conspiring to unsettle us, playing on our deepest fears. Greg, I called out, having to raise my voice over the ATV engines. Maybe we should radio for backup. If there's something dangerous out here. He slowed, allowing me to pull up alongside him. You might be right, he admitted. Let's try to make contact when we reach the next clearing. We should have better reception there. But as we crested the hill, instead of a clearing, we found ourselves facing a scene that stopped us cold. The trail ahead was blocked by a massive tree, its trunk easily 4 feet in diameter, lying across the path. But it wasn't the fallen tree itself that sent a chill down my spine. It was the way it had fallen. The tree hadn't been uprooted by wind or struck by lightning. It looked as if it had been snapped off at the base, like a twig broken by a child. The jagged stump left behind bore deep gouges, as if something with immense strength had gripped the tree and torn it from the earth. Greg and I exchanged a look of disbelief and growing fear. Whatever had done this was no ordinary animal. It was something powerful, something dangerous, and something that was almost certainly still out there in the mist-shrouded forest. As we contemplated our next move, that same mournful howl echoed through the trees, closer this time, much closer, and in that moment I realized that our routine mission had just become a fight for survival. The howl faded, leaving behind a silence so profound it seemed to press against my eardrums. Greg and I remained motionless, our eyes locked on the fallen tree and the devastation around it. The mist swirled, creating ghostly shapes that seemed to dance at the edges of my vision. "We need to turn back," I whispered, my mouth dry with fear. "Whatever did this?" Greg shook his head, his jaw set in a grim line. "We can't, Leland. Dr. Reynolds and her team are still out there. If there's something dangerous in these woods, they could be in even greater danger than we are." I knew he was right, but every instinct in my body was screaming at me to flee. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. "Okay," I said at last, "but we do this smart. We radio for backup right now, and we proceed on foot. The ATVs are too noisy. We need to be able to hear what's coming." Greg nodded, reaching for his radio. He flipped it on, and we were immediately greeted by a burst of static. "Ranger Station, this is Hartman. Do you copy? Over." More static. Greg tried again, adjusting the frequency. Still nothing but the hiss of dead air. "Damn," he muttered. "Must be interference from the terrain. We'll try again when we reach higher ground." We secured the ATVs and gathered what supplies we could carry. Greg checked his rifle, and I made sure my bear spray was easily accessible. As an afterthought, I grabbed the small hatchet from my ATV's toolkit. It wasn't much, but it made me feel a little less defenseless. We set out on foot, skirting around the fallen tree. The mist had thickened, reducing visibility to barely 20 feet ahead. Sounds seemed muffled, creating a claustrophobic atmosphere that pressed in from all sides. As we walked, I noticed other signs of disturbance. Branches were snapped off high in the trees, far higher than any bear could reach. Deep furrows were gouged into the earth, as if something massive had passed through recently. "Greg," I whispered, pointing to a nearby tree. "Look at this." The trunk was marred by a series of deep gashes, each easily 6 inches long. They were fresh, the sap still oozing from the wounds. Greg ran his hand over the marks, his face grim. "These were made recently. Whatever did this, it's still in the area." A twig snapped somewhere in the mist to our left. We both froze, straining our ears. For a moment there was nothing. Then, a sound that made my blood run cold. A low, guttural growl, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. "Run," Greg hissed, and we took off down the trail. We crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at our faces. Behind us, I could hear something large moving through the forest, keeping pace effortlessly. The growl came again, louder this time, filled with a primal hunger that sent a spike of terror through me. "There!" Greg shouted, pointing ahead. Through the mist, I could make out the dim outlines of structures, the research camp. We put on an extra burst of speed, desperate to reach the relative safety of the camp. As we burst into the clearing, the sight that greeted us stopped us in our tracks. The camp was in shambles. Tents were shredded, equipment scattered everywhere. It looked as if a tornado had torn through the site. "Dr. Reynolds," Greg called out. "Dr. Reynolds, are you here?" Only silence answered. We moved cautiously into the camp, alert for any sign of the researchers or the creature that had been pursuing us. The eerie quiet was broken only by the sound of canvas flapping in the breeze. I approached one of the less damaged tents, pulling back the flap to peer inside. The sleeping bag was shredded, and dark stains that looked horribly like dried blood spattered the fabric. "Greg," I called, my voice shaking. I think they might be dead." He joined me, his face pale as he took in the scene. "We don't know that for sure. They could have escaped. We need to." His words were cut off by a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the forest. It was human, filled with terror and pain, and it was close. Without a word, we both took off in the direction of the sound. The mist seemed to part before us, revealing a small ravine just beyond the edge of the camp. As we reached the lip of the ravine, the screaming stopped abruptly. What I saw in that ravine would haunt me for the rest of my life. A figure stood hunched over a crumpled form on the ground. But it wasn't human. It was massive, easily 8 feet tall, covered in matted fur. As it turned to face us, I caught a glimpse of a muzzle filled with razor-sharp teeth, and eyes that glowed with an unnatural, intelligent malevolence. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Then the creature let out a roar that shook the very ground beneath our feet. Greg raised his rifle, but before he could fire, the monster charged. I didn't think. I just acted. I shoved Greg hard, sending him stumbling back just as the creature reached us. Its massive claws swiped through the air where Greg had been standing a split second before. "Run!" I yelled, already scrambling backward. We turned and fled back toward the camp, the sound of the creature's pursuit spurring us on. I could hear its heavy breathing, feel the ground shaking with each of its strides. As we reached the camp, Greg suddenly veered off toward one of the larger tents. "In here," he shouted. I followed him, diving through the tent flap. Inside, Greg was already pushing over a heavy metal cabinet, barricading the entrance. Not a moment too soon, the creature slammed into the tent, its claws ripping through the fabric like tissue paper. We pressed ourselves against the far wall of the tent, watching in horror as the creature tore at the tent. The metal cabinet groaned under the onslaught, but miraculously held. "What is that thing?" I gasped, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. Greg shook his head, his face ashen. "I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. But we need to find a way out of here." I looked around frantically, searching for anything we could use as a weapon or an escape route. The tent was filled with research equipment, computers, sample containers, and various scientific instruments. Nothing that could help us against the monster outside. The creature's attacks on the tent intensified, each impact threatening to tear through our flimsy shelter. I could hear its frustrated roars, smell its rank, musky odor seeping through the tears in the fabric. "The back," Greg whispered suddenly. "There's a small tear, if we can widen it." I nodded, understanding immediately. While the creature was focused on the front of the tent, we might have a chance to slip out the back. I grabbed a nearby pair of scissors from a workstation and began carefully widening the tear, trying to make as little noise as possible. Just as I made the opening large enough for us to squeeze through, the creature let out a deafening roar. The sound of rending metal filled the air as the cabinet finally gave way. "Go!" Greg yelled, pushing me toward the opening. I scrambled through, my clothes catching on the jagged edges of the tier. I heard Greg right behind me, followed by an enraged bellow from the creature as it realized its prey was escaping. We emerged into the misty forest, running blindly. Behind us, I could hear the creature crashing through the underbrush, gaining on us with every stride. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but terror kept me moving. Suddenly, the ground disappeared from beneath my feet. Greg and I tumbled down a steep embankment, rolling through mud and leaves. We came to a stop at the bottom, battered and bruised but alive. "Quick," Greg hissed, pulling me into the hollow beneath a fallen tree. We huddled there, scarcely daring to breathe, as the sound of the creature's pursuit grew closer. Its heavy footsteps paused at the top of the embankment. I could hear it sniffing the air, searching for our scent. For what seemed like an eternity, we remained motionless, pressed against each other in the cramped space beneath the log. My entire body trembled with fear and exhaustion. Finally, after what must have been hours but felt like days, the sounds of the creature faded into the distance. Only then did I allow myself to take a deep, shuddering breath. "We need to move," Greg whispered. "It could come back at any moment." Slowly, painfully, we crawled out from our hiding place. The forest was dark now, night having fallen while we hid. The mist had cleared somewhat, revealing a sky studded with stars. "Which way?" I asked, trying to get my bearings. Greg pointed to a faint glow on the horizon. "That's the direction of the ranger station. It's a long walk, but it's our best chance." As we set out, picking our way carefully through the dark forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. Every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of fear through me. "Greg," I said quietly as we walked, "what about Dr. Reynolds and her team?" He was silent for a long moment before responding. "We can't help them now, Leland. Our priority has to be getting back and reporting what we've seen. We need to warn people about what's out here." I nodded, knowing he was right but hating the feeling of abandoning the researchers. As we continued our long trek back to civilization, I couldn't help but wonder, what was that creature? How long had it been out here? And most chillingly, Were there more of them? The night stretched on, each step taking us closer to safety but also deeper into a mystery that threatened to shatter everything we thought we knew about the wilderness we called home. The forest at night was a different world. Shadows danced in the periphery of our vision, and every sound seemed magnified. The crunch of leaves under our feet, the whisper of wind through the trees, the distant call of a night bird, all of it took on a sinister quality in the wake of what we'd witnessed. Greg and I walked in silence for the most part, each lost in our own thoughts. The adrenaline that had fueled our escape was wearing off, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion and a growing awareness of our various cuts and bruises. "We should rest," Greg said at last, his voice hoarse. "We're no good to anyone if we collapse from exhaustion." I nodded, too tired to argue. We found a small clearing and settled down with our backs against a large boulder. It wasn't comfortable, but it offered some protection and a clear view of our surroundings. As we sat there, catching our breath and taking sips from our nearly empty water bottles, I found myself replaying the events of the day in my mind. The destroyed camp, the horrifying creature, the scream we'd heard. It all seemed like a nightmare, but the aches in my body and the tears in my clothing were very real reminders of the danger we'd faced. "Greg," I said quietly, "what do you think happened to Dr. Reynolds and her team?" He was silent for a long moment, staring out into the darkness. When he finally spoke, his voice was heavy with grief and guilt. "I've known Amelia for years. She's tough as nails and smart as a whip. If anyone could have survived an encounter with that thing, it would be her. But after what we saw at the camp," he didn't need to finish the sentence. We both knew the likelihood of finding any survivors was slim to none. "What was that creature?" I asked, voicing the question that had been gnawing at me since our encounter. "I've never seen anything like it in all my time as a ranger." Greg shook his head. "I don't know, Leland. It was like something out of a horror movie. But it was real, and it was here in our park." A thought occurred to me then, one that sent a chill down my spine. "Do you think, could it be connected to the climate research Dr. Reynolds was doing? Maybe they uncovered something in the permafrost." "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," Greg cautioned. "Right now, our priority is getting back to the ranger station and reporting what we've seen. We can speculate about origins later." I nodded, knowing he was right. But as we lapsed back into silence, my mind couldn't help but race with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. We must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew I was jerking awake to the sound of a twig snapping nearby. The sky had lightened slightly. Dawn wasn't far off. Greg was already alert, his hand on his rifle. We exchanged a glance, both straining our ears for any further sounds. For a long moment there was nothing. Then, just as I was about to suggest we get moving, we heard it. A low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "It found us," I whispered, my heart hammering in my chest. Greg nodded grimly. "We need to move. Now." We got to our feet as quietly as we could, scanning the surrounding forest for any sign of movement. The pre-dawn light cast long shadows, turning every bush and tree into a potential hiding place for our pursuer. We set off at a brisk pace, no longer trying to be stealthy. Speed was our only hope now. As we moved, I could hear something crashing through the underbrush behind us, gaining ground with every second. "There!" Greg shouted suddenly, pointing ahead. Through the trees, I could make out the outline of a small structure, an old trapper's cabin, long abandoned but still standing. It wasn't much, but it was our only chance. We sprinted towards it, the sound of our pursuer growing louder with each step. Just as we reached the cabin, I heard a roar that made my blood run cold. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The creature was there, at the edge of the clearing, its massive form silhouetted against the lightening sky. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural pale light, fixed on us with predatory intensity. Greg reached the cabin first, yanking open the door.
"Get inside," he yelled.
I didn't need to be told twice. I dove through the doorway, Greg right behind me. He slammed the door shut just as the creature reached the cabin, its bulk slamming against the wooden walls with enough force to make the entire structure shudder. We pressed ourselves against the far wall, watching in horror as the creature's claws tore at the door. The old wood groaned and splintered under the onslaught. "The windows," Greg gasped. "Help me block them." We scrambled to push what little furniture remained in the cabin. An old table, a few chairs, in front of the windows. It wouldn't hold the creature back for long, but it might buy us a few precious moments. As we worked, I couldn't help but wonder, was this how it would end? Torn apart by some unknown monster in an abandoned cabin in the middle of nowhere. The thought filled me with a mixture of terror and a strange sort of resignation. The creature's attacks on the cabin intensified, each impact threatening to bring the whole structure down around us. Greg and I huddled in the center of the room, our backs to each other, weapons at the ready. If we were going down fighting. Just when it seemed the cabin couldn't take much more, a new sound cut through the chaos. The distinctive whump 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 of helicopter rotors. The creature paused in its assault, letting out a confused growl. Then, with a final roar of frustration, it retreated. We could hear it crashing back into the forest, moving away from the approaching aircraft. Greg and I looked at each other in disbelief. Had we just been saved by sheer luck? We cautiously approached one of the windows, peering out into the clearing. The sky was fully light now, and we could see a Park Service helicopter descending, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. As the helicopter touched down, armed rangers poured out, quickly securing the area. Among them, I recognized the stern figure of Chief Ranger Martin Walsh. Greg threw open the cabin door, waving to attract their attention. "Over here," he called out. As the rangers rushed towards us, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. We were safe, at least for the moment. But as I watched Chief Walsh's face grow grave as Greg began to recount our harrowing experience, I knew that our ordeal was far from over. Whatever that creature was, wherever it had come from, it was still out there in the wilderness. And something told me that this was just the beginning of a mystery that would challenge everything we thought we knew about the natural world. The helicopter ride back to park headquarters was a blur. Greg and I sat in stunned silence, still processing the horrors we'd witnessed. The other rangers cast worried glances our way, clearly unsettled by our battered appearance and shell-shocked demeanor. Chief Walsh sat across from us, his weathered face set in a grim expression. "I need you both to tell me exactly what happened out there," he said, having to raise his voice over the sound of the rotors. "Leave nothing out, no matter how unbelievable it might seem." Greg and I exchanged a look. How could we possibly explain what we'd seen? It all seemed so fantastical in the harsh light of day, removed from the terror of the moment. But we tried. We recounted everything: the destroyed research camp, the monstrous creature, our desperate flight through the forest. With each detail, Chief Walsh's frown deepened. "And you're certain about the size of this animal?" he asked when we'd finished. I nodded emphatically. "At least 8 feet tall, Chief. Maybe more. And it moved faster than anything that big has a right to." Walsh leaned back, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "We'll need to organize a search party for Dr. Reynolds and her team, and we'll have to close off that section of the park until we can figure out what's going on." "With all due respect, Chief," Greg interjected, "a standard search party isn't going to cut it. Not against that thing. We need serious firepower." Walsh held up a hand. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Right now, our priority is finding those missing researchers. We'll deal with this creature if and when we encounter it." I could tell from his tone that he didn't fully believe our story. Part of me couldn't blame him. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm not sure I would have believed it either. As we neared the ranger station, I could see a crowd gathered on the landing pad. News traveled fast in a small community like ours, and it was clear that word of our emergency evacuation had spread. The moment we touched down, we were swarmed by worried colleagues and friends. Their questions came rapid fire, a cacophony of concern and curiosity. "What happened out there? Are you guys okay? Did you find Dr. Reynolds?" Chief Walsh shouldered his way through the crowd. "All right, everyone, back up. Give them some space. Thorpe, Hartman, my office." We followed Walsh through the throng, ignoring the stares and whispers that followed us. As we entered the chief's office, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in a window. I hardly recognized myself. My clothes were torn and mud-stained, my face scratched and pale. No wonder everyone was staring. Walsh closed the door behind us, muffling the buzz of voices outside. He settled behind his desk with a heavy sigh. "All right, let's go through this one more time. I need every detail, no matter how small." For the next hour, Greg and I relived our nightmare, answering Walsh's probing questions as best we could. With each retelling, the experience seemed to grow more surreal, more impossible. "I know how this sounds, Chief," I said at last, my voice hoarse from talking. "If I hadn't been there, I'm not sure I'd believe it myself. But I'm telling you, that thing out there, it's like nothing we've ever dealt with before." Walsh was silent for a long moment, his fingers steepled in front of him. Finally, he spoke. "I've known both of you for years. You're good rangers, level-headed, not the type to panic or exaggerate. But what you're describing, it's hard to swallow." "We understand that, sir," Greg said. "But with all due respect, we know what we saw. And right now, there are 5 researchers out there who are either dead or in serious danger. We need to act. Walsh nodded slowly. You're right about that, at least. I'll put together a search and rescue team. We'll comb that entire area. And the creature? I asked. We'll keep an eye out for any large predators, Walsh said carefully. But let's focus on finding Dr. Reynolds and her team for now. It was clear from his tone that he still didn't fully believe our account of the monster. But at least he was taking action. It would have to be enough for now. As we left Walsh's office, we were immediately cornered by Karen Chen, the park's wildlife biologist. Her eyes were wide with a mixture of concern and barely contained excitement. Is it true? She asked in a hushed voice. The rumors about some kind of new predator? I hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. But Karen had always been a voice of reason in the park, someone who valued scientific inquiry over sensationalism. It's complicated, I said at last. We saw something out there, Karen, something big, but we don't know what it was. Her eyes lit up with curiosity. Describe it to me, every detail you can remember. As Greg and I recounted our encounter once again, Karen's expression grew more and more serious. When we finished, she was silent for a long moment, her brow furrowed in thought. This is unprecedented, she said finally. If what you're describing is accurate, we could be dealing with an entirely new species. Something that's managed to stay hidden in the park all this time, or something that's recently been unleashed, Greg muttered darkly. Karen shot him a sharp look. What do you mean by that? Greg shrugged. Just thinking out loud. But doesn't it seem odd that this thing shows up right where Dr. Reynolds was conducting her climate research? What if they uncovered something in the permafrost? That's quite a leap, Karen said, but I could see the wheels turning in her mind. Still, it's an angle worth considering. I'd like to take a look at Dr. Reynolds' research notes if we can find them. As Karen hurried off to speak with Chief Walsh, I turned to Greg. Do you really think there could be a connection between the creature and the climate research? He sighed, running a hand through his graying hair. I don't know, Leland, but something tells me. The next few days passed in a blur of activity. Chief Walsh organized a large-scale search and rescue operation, bringing in additional rangers from neighboring parks and even calling in some military support. The official story released to the public was vague. A group of researchers had gone missing in a remote area of the park, possibly due to an encounter with an aggressive predator. Greg and I were initially sidelined, ordered to rest and recover from our ordeal. But after a day of restless pacing and sleepless nights filled with nightmares, we convinced Walsh to let us join the search efforts. You two know the area better than anyone, he conceded reluctantly. But you stay with your assigned teams at all times, understood? No heroics. We nodded our agreement, eager to get back out there. As much as the thought of encountering that creature again terrified me, the need to find Dr. Reynolds and her team, or at least discover what had happened to them, overrode my fear. The search area was vast, covering several square miles of rugged terrain. Teams were assigned to grid patterns, methodically combing through the wilderness. Helicopters buzzed overhead, using thermal imaging to search for any signs of life. Greg and I were paired with a team that included Karen Chen and 2 experienced trackers from a neighboring national park. As we set out, I couldn't help but notice the skeptical looks the trackers gave us when they thought we weren't looking. Clearly, they'd heard the rumors about our monster encounter and didn't put much stock in them. We spent hours pushing through dense underbrush, scaling rocky outcroppings, and wading through icy streams. Every so often, we'd come across signs of disturbance, a broken branch here, an unusual track there, but nothing conclusive. As the day wore on, I found myself jumping at every shadow, every rustle in the undergrowth. The forest that had once been my sanctuary now felt alien and menacing. I could tell from the tense set of Greg's shoulders that he felt the same way. It was late afternoon when we made our first significant discovery. Karen, who had been examining the ground near a small clearing, suddenly called out, "Over here! I've found something." We rushed over to find her crouched next to a patch of disturbed earth. As we drew closer, I saw what had caught her attention. A torn piece of fabric, partially buried in the mud. Karen carefully extracted it, holding it up for us to see. It was a scrap of bright orange material, the same color as the safety vests worn by Dr. Reynolds' team. "It's recent," one of the trackers said, examining the mud around where the fabric had been found. "Within the last few days, I'd say." A mixture of hope and dread surged through me. This was the first concrete evidence we'd found of the missing researchers. But the way the fabric was torn, the traces of what looked disturbingly like dried blood on its edges, it didn't bode well. "We should radio this in," Greg said, already reaching for his communicator. As he relayed our discovery to base camp, I scanned the surrounding area, looking for any other signs of disturbance. That's when I saw it, A series of deep gouges in the trunk of a nearby tree, about 7 feet off the ground. "Guys," I called out, my voice shaking slightly. "Look at this." The others gathered around, staring at the marks with a mixture of awe and fear. "Those weren't made by any bear," one of the trackers muttered, his earlier skepticism evaporating in the face of this evidence. Karen ran her hand over the gouges, her scientific curiosity overriding any sense of caution. "The depth and spacing of these marks, they're consistent with your description of the creature, Leland." A twig snapped in the forest behind us, and we all whirled around, suddenly on high alert. For a tense moment, we stood frozen, straining our ears for any further sound. "We should keep moving," Greg said at last, his voice low. "If that thing is still in the area, we don't want to be here after dark." No one argued. We continued our search with renewed urgency, all too aware of the lengthening shadows as the sun began to dip towards the horizon. As twilight settled over the forest, we made our way back to the temporary base camp that had been set up for the search teams. The mood was somber. None of the other teams had found any sign of the missing researchers. Over a meager dinner of MREs, we shared our discoveries with Chief Walsh and the other team leaders. The scrap of fabric and the claw marks generated a lot of discussion, but no concrete conclusions. "We'll expand the search area tomorrow," Walsh announced. "Dr. Chen, I want you to take a team back to that location in the morning. See if you can find any other evidence that might help us track this animal." I noticed he carefully avoided using the word creature or monster. Despite the mounting evidence, there was still a reluctance to fully accept the reality of what Greg and I had seen. As the meeting broke up and people began to retire to their tents, Karen pulled Greg and me aside. "There's something I need to show you," she said in a low voice, glancing around to make sure no one was listening. "It's about Dr. Reynolds' research." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, we followed her to her tent. Inside, she pulled out a laptop and some papers. "I managed to access some of Amelia's preliminary findings," she explained, booting up the computer. "Most of her data is still out there at the research site, but she had been sending regular updates back to the university." "And?" Greg prompted. "Did you find anything unusual?" Karen nodded, her face grave. "Amelia's team wasn't just studying the effects of climate change on the permafrost. They were investigating anomalies, areas where the permafrost was melting far faster than it should be, releasing gases and other things that had been trapped for millennia." A chill ran down my spine as I remembered Greg's earlier speculation about something being released from the ice. "What kind of other things?" I asked, not sure I wanted to know the answer. Karen pulled up a series of graphs and charts on her laptop. "Organic material, mostly, but some of it, well, Amelia couldn't identify it. She sent samples back to the lab for analysis, but the results were inconclusive. Whatever it was, it didn't match anything in their databases." Greg and I exchanged a look of growing unease. "You think this could be connected to the creature we saw?" I asked. Karen hesitated, then nodded slowly. "I think it's a possibility we can't ignore. If something has been preserved in the permafrost for thousands of years, something that predates our understanding of the ecosystem here, who knows what it could be capable of?" As I lay in my tent that night, sleep eluding me, I couldn't shake the implications of what Karen had shared. The idea that our warming planet could be unleashing ancient horrors, long trapped in the ice. It was like something out of a science fiction novel. But after what I'd seen, I couldn't dismiss it. I drifted off eventually, my dreams filled with visions of monstrous shapes emerging from melting glaciers, their roars echoing across a landscape irrevocably changed by the folly of man. The next morning dawned cold and misty, the forest shrouded in a ghostly haze that seemed to muffle all sound. As our team prepared to head back out, there was a palpable tension in the air. The discoveries of the previous day had shaken everyone's skepticism, replacing it with a wary alertness that bordered on paranoia. Karen led our group back to the site where we'd found the scrap of fabric and the claw marks. She was armed with an array of scientific equipment, sample collection kits, a portable spectrometer, even a small drone for aerial surveying. "We're not just looking for signs of the missing researchers today," she explained as we hiked. "We need to gather as much data as we can about the environment here. Soil samples, air quality readings, anything that might give us a clue about what's really going on." As we neared the clearing, an uneasy feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. The forest seemed too quiet, the mist too thick. Every shadow held the potential for danger. We spread out to search the area more thoroughly, always keeping each other in sight. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see a monstrous shape looming out of the mist. It was Greg who made the next significant discovery. "Over here," he called out, his voice tight with excitement and fear. We converged on his position to find him standing at the edge of a small ravine, As we drew closer, I saw what had caught his attention, a series of massive footprints leading down into the gully. "Those match what we saw before," I said, my mouth dry. "But they're even bigger." Karen quickly set up her equipment, taking measurements and samples from the tracks. The depth and shape of these prints, they're consistent with a biped, but the size and the claw marks, it's unlike anything I've ever seen. One of the trackers, a man named Mike, who had been quietly skeptical up to this point, spoke up. "Look at the spacing between the prints. Whatever made these was moving fast, really fast." A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the creature's terrifying speed during our encounter. "Which direction was it heading?" I asked, dreading the answer. Mike pointed down into the ravine. "That way, towards the area where Dr. Reynolds' team was conducting their primary research." We exchanged grim looks. If the creature was somehow connected to the climate anomalies Dr. Reynolds had been investigating, it made a twisted kind of sense that it would be drawn to that area. "We need to follow these tracks," Karen said, already packing up her equipment. "If we can find the creature's lair, or at least its primary hunting grounds, we might be able to figure out what we're dealing with." Part of me wanted to argue, to suggest we head back to base camp and call in more support. But I knew Karen was right. We needed answers, and this was our best lead. As we carefully made our way down into the ravine, following the massive tracks, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were heading into the belly of the beast. The terrain grew more rugged as we descended, the mist thickening around us. The temperature dropped noticeably, and I found myself shivering despite the exertion of the hike. After about an hour of careful tracking, Mike held up a hand, signaling us to stop. "Look there," he whispered, pointing to a dark opening in the rock face ahead of us. It was a cave, its entrance partially obscured by fallen rocks and thick vegetation. But even from a distance I could see that the plants around the opening were crushed and broken, as if something large had recently passed through. "This could be it," Karen murmured, her scientific excitement warring with obvious apprehension. Greg unshouldered his rifle, checking to make sure it was loaded. "We should approach carefully. If that thing's in there," I nodded, my hand moving to the bear spray on my belt. It seemed woefully inadequate given what we were potentially facing, but it was better than nothing. As we crept closer to the cave entrance, a foul odor assailed us. A mixture of wet fur, rotting meat, and something else. Something alien and indescribable. I fought the urge to gag, covering my nose and mouth with my sleeve. Karen pulled out a powerful flashlight, aiming it into the darkness of the cave. The beam illuminated a horrifying scene. The floor of the cave was littered with bones. Some animal, some disturbingly human-like. Scraps of torn clothing were scattered about, and I recognized with a jolt the remains of the bright orange safety vests worn by Dr. Reynolds' team. "Oh God," I heard Mike mutter behind me. But it wasn't just the evidence of predation that made the scene so chilling. The walls of the cave were covered in a strange, phosphorescent substance that seemed to pulse with an inner light. It clung to the rocks in thick strands, forming intricate patterns that hurt my eyes to look at directly. Karen approached one of the walls, her scientific curiosity overriding her fear. She reached out a gloved hand to touch the glowing substance. "Karen, wait," Greg started to say, but it was too late. The moment Karen's fingers made contact with the phosphorescent material, it reacted. The glow intensified, and a ripple seemed to pass through the substance, spreading out from the point of contact. And then we heard it. A low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from the very depths of the earth. The cave trembled, small rocks and debris raining down from the ceiling. "We need to get out of here," I said, grabbing Karen's arm and pulling her back towards the entrance. Now, we scrambled out of the cave, our earlier caution forgotten in the face of immediate danger. As we emerged into the misty ravine, a roar split the air, a sound of primal rage that made my blood run cold. "Run!" Greg yelled, and we took off up the slope, slipping and stumbling in our haste. Behind us, I could hear something massive crashing through the undergrowth, gaining on us with terrifying speed. The roars grew louder, filled with a hunger that sent spikes of terror through me. As we crested the top of the ravine, I risked a glance back. What I saw nearly stopped my heart. The creature burst from the mist, its massive form even more terrifying in the daylight. It was easily 9 feet tall, covered in shaggy fur that seemed to shimmer with the same phosphorescent quality we'd seen in the cave. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural, intelligent malevolence, fixed on us with predatory intensity. But what struck me most was its face. It wasn't the muzzle of a bear or any other animal I recognized. There was something almost human about its features, distorted and stretched into a nightmarish parody of a face. As the creature let out another ear-splitting roar, I realized with a sickening clarity that we were no longer the hunters, we were the prey, and our chances of survival were growing slimmer by the second. Our feet pounded against the forest floor as we ran, branches whipping at our faces and roots threatening to trip us with every step. The creature's roars echoed through the trees, spurring us on with primal fear. "The ATVs!" Greg shouted between labored breaths. "If we can reach them, we might have a chance." I nodded, not wasting breath on a response. Our vehicles were parked about a half-mile from our current position. It might as well have been 100 miles given the speed at which our pursuer was gaining on us. Karen was lagging behind, her face pale with exertion and fear. Without thinking, I grabbed her arm, half dragging her along with us. Mike the tracker had taken the lead, his experience in the wilderness evident in the way he smoothly navigated the difficult terrain. A fallen tree loomed in our path. Mike and Greg vaulted over it easily, but as Karen and I approached, I knew she wouldn't make it. Making a split-second decision, I boosted her up and over, then dove and rolled beneath the massive trunk. As I scrambled to my feet on the other side, a deafening crash behind me announced the creature's arrival. It had simply barreled through the tree trunk, sending splinters and debris flying in all directions. "Keep going," I yelled, pushing Karen ahead of me. "Don't look back." But even as the words left my mouth, I found myself turning to face our pursuer. What I saw nearly stopped me in my tracks. The creature stood mere yards away, its massive chest heaving with exertion. In the daylight, I could see details I'd missed before. Its fur was matted and caked with mud and what looked horribly like dried blood. But it was the eyes that held me transfixed. They gleamed with an intelligence that seemed impossible for a mere animal. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The creature and I locked gazes, and I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with physical fear. There was something in those eyes, something that spoke of age, of patience, of a hunger that went beyond mere predation. The spell was broken by Greg's voice, harsh with desperation. "Leland, move!" I turned and ran, my legs burning with the effort. Ahead, I could see a break in the trees. We were nearing the clearing where we'd left the ATVs. As we burst into the open space, I felt a surge of hope. The vehicles were there, untouched, our potential salvation. Greg reached them first, fumbling with the keys. "Get on!" he shouted, gunning the engine of the first ATV to life. Karen scrambled onto the back of Greg's vehicle while Mike and I headed for the second ATV. I just swung my leg over the seat when a roar split the air, so close it made my ears ring. I turned to see the creature emerging from the tree-line, its eyes fixed on us with terrifying focus. Without thinking, I grabbed for the rifle strapped to the side of the ATV. "Go!" I yelled to Mike as I brought the weapon to my shoulder. "I'll hold it off." Mike hesitated for only a second before gunning the engine, the ATV's tires spinning in the loose dirt as it shot forward. I took aim at the advancing creature, my hands steady despite the fear coursing through me. Time seemed to slow as I squeezed the trigger. The rifle's report was deafening in the small clearing. The creature staggered as the bullet found its mark, dark blood blossoming on its shoulder. But it didn't fall. Instead, it let out a roar of pain and rage that shook the very ground beneath my feet. I fired again and again, each shot finding its target. But the creature kept coming, driven by a fury that seemed to override any sense of self-preservation. Just as I was certain I was about to be torn apart, the roar of an engine cut through the chaos. Greg had circled back, driving straight at the creature with reckless abandon. The ATV slammed into the monster's legs, sending it crashing to the ground with an earth-shaking thud. Greg barely managed to keep control of the vehicle, skidding to a stop beside me. "Get on," he yelled, his face a mask of determination and fear. I didn't need to be told twice. I leapt onto the back of the ATV, clinging to Greg as he gunned the engine. We shot forward, leaving the clearing and the fallen creature behind. As we raced through the forest, following the trail left by Mike's ATV, I kept expecting to hear the sound of pursuit, but there was nothing but the roar of the engine and the wind rushing past our ears. It wasn't until we reached the ranger station, bursting into the yard in a cloud of dust and exhaust, that I allowed myself to believe we might have actually escaped. Chief Walsh and a group of rangers rushed out to meet us, their faces a mix of relief and concern. "What happened out there?" Walsh demanded as we dismounted on shaky legs. "Where's the rest of your team?" Greg, his face pale beneath the dirt and scratches, spoke up. "Mike's ahead of us. He should be here any minute. But Chief, we found it, the creature. It's real, and it's unlike anything we've ever seen before." Walsh's expression darkened. "Inside. Now, I want a full report." As we followed Walsh into the station, I couldn't shake the memory of those intelligent, ancient eyes. We had escaped, yes, but something told me this was far from over. Whatever that creature was, wherever it had come from, it was now a part of our world, and I had a sinking feeling that our encounter in the clearing was just the beginning of a much larger, much more terrifying story. The truth was out there, hidden in the melting permafrost and the dark caves of the Alaskan wilderness. And whether we were ready for it or not, that truth was clawing its way to the surface, bringing with it horrors beyond our wildest imaginations. As I settled in to give my report, I knew that my life, and the lives of everyone in this small corner of Alaska, would never be the same again. The wilderness I had once called home had become an alien landscape, hiding secrets that threatened to shatter our understanding of the natural world. And somewhere out there, in the vast expanse of Denali, a creature born of ancient ice and modern climate change was nursing its wounds, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence as it planned its next move. The silence of the Alaskan wilderness had indeed been deceptive. And now, that silence had been broken by a roar that would echo through our nightmares for years to come. I've always found peace in the rolling hills of Shenandoah National Park, where in 2019, at the age of 34, I spent most of my days patrolling the trails and ensuring visitors respected the land. My name is Ezekiel Harper, but most folks just call me Zeke. Growing up in a small Virginia town, I developed a love for the outdoors early on, thanks to my grandpa who taught me everything from fishing to identifying bird calls. Of course, I never quite mastered the art of starting a campfire without singeing my eyebrows, a talent that earned me a few laughs around the ranger station. Shenandoah National Park spans nearly 200,000 acres of protected wilderness, a tapestry of dense forests, cascading waterfalls, and serene meadows. It's a place where the chaos of the modern world fades away, replaced by the rhythmic songs of crickets and the rustling of leaves in the gentle Appalachian breeze. But as I would soon discover, even the most tranquil wilderness can harbor dark secrets. On a crisp October morning, the kind where your breath hangs in the air like a spectral reminder of summer's passing, I received my assignment for the day. I was to check the remote segments of the Appalachian Trail that wound through our park. The leaves were at their peak, painting the landscape in a riot of amber, crimson, and gold. Hikers from all over the country flocked to catch this autumn spectacle, their excited chatter filling the main trails and popular overlooks. As I prepared my gear for the day's patrol, my colleague Laura Jenkins joined me. Laura was a sharp-witted ranger with a penchant for bad puns and an uncanny ability to spot wildlife before anyone else. She once joked that between the two of us we had one fully functioning brain, hers mostly, of course. Ready for another thrilling day of making sure tourists don't try to take selfies with bears? Laura quipped as she shouldered her pack. I chuckled, double-checking my first aid kit. Hey, someone's got to keep Yogi and Boo Boo in line. Did you hear about the group that tried to feed a skunk last week? Laura grimaced. Oh yeah, that ended about as well as expected. I still can't get the smell out of my nostrils. As we set off down the trail, leaving behind the bustling visitor center, Laura couldn't resist unleashing her latest joke. Hey Zeke, did you hear about the mathematician who's afraid of negative numbers? I braced myself, knowing resistance was futile. No, Laura, I didn't. Do tell. He'll stop at nothing to avoid them. She grinned, clearly pleased with herself. I groaned, shaking my head. Your jokes are like the park's compost heap, Laura. Ripe and recycled. She laughed, undeterred. Ah, but like compost, they help things grow. In this case, your appreciation for quality humor. As we hiked deeper into the park, the sounds of chattering tourists faded away, replaced by the subtle symphony of the forest. The trail narrowed, winding its way through stands of towering oaks and maples. The canopy above grew denser, dappling the forest floor with intricate patterns of light and shadow. Our destination was a less traveled path where a few campers had reported strange noises at night. Normally, such reports wouldn't raise much concern. Nocturnal animals often sound strange to city dwellers unused to the ways of the wild. But there had been an unusual frequency to these reports lately, all clustered around the same area. Probably just a bear with insomnia, I remarked as we veered off the main trail onto a narrower path. Or maybe a particularly vocal owl with a grudge against campers. Laura nodded, her usual joking demeanor replaced by a more serious expression. Maybe. But remember that deer carcass we found last month? The one that looked like it had been torn apart by something big? I did remember, and the memory sent an involuntary shiver down my spine. We had written it off as a bear attack at the time, but something about the way the animal had been mauled had seemed off. The wounds were too precise, too calculated for a typical predator. As we pressed deeper into the less traveled sections of the park, an uneasy feeling began to settle over me. The forest, usually alive with the sounds of birds and small creatures, seemed unnaturally quiet. The only sound was the crunch of leaves beneath our boots and the occasional groan of branches swaying in the wind. "You notice how quiet it is?" Laura whispered, voicing my own thoughts. I nodded, my hand instinctively moving to rest on the bear spray attached to my belt. "Yeah, it's like Mother Nature hit the mute button." We pushed on, the trail becoming rougher and less defined. The trees here were older, their gnarled branches reaching out like arthritic fingers, creating a claustrophobic canopy above us. The air grew cooler and a thin mist began to gather around our feet, adding an ethereal quality to the already eerie atmosphere. After about an hour of hiking, we reached a small clearing. What we found there stopped us in our tracks. An abandoned campsite lay before us, but it was unlike any I had seen in my years as a ranger. The tent was shredded, its fabric hanging in tatters. Personal belongings were scattered across the clearing as if a tornado had torn through the site. A backpack lay nearby, ripped open, its contents strewn about. Laura knelt to examine claw marks on a nearby tree. "Looks like a bear got here," she remarked, but her tone lacked conviction. I joined her, studying the marks. Something felt off. The claw marks were unusually high, far higher than any black bear in the region could reach, and the spacing, it didn't match any animal I knew. "That's odd," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Black bears around here don't get that tall." Laura attempted to lighten the mood. "Maybe it's a bear on stilts. The circus is in town, after all." I forced a chuckle. Either that or Bigfoot finally decided to go camping. We cataloged the site, took photographs, and collected what we could. I radioed back to the station to report our findings. Our supervisor, Frank Reeves, instructed us to keep investigating but to stay alert. As we moved on from the clearing, the forest seemed to close in around us. The trees pressed closer, their branches intertwining overhead to block out more of the sky. The mist thickened, curling around our ankles like ghostly tendrils. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig sent my heart racing. I found myself constantly scanning our surroundings, half expecting to see a pair of glowing eyes staring back at me from the shadows. Little did I know that this day would mark the beginning of a nightmare that would challenge everything I thought I knew about the natural world and my place in it. As we ventured further into the heart of Shenandoah, I couldn't have imagined the horrors that awaited us in the deceptive tranquility of these ancient Appalachian forests. As Laura and I pressed deeper into the less traveled areas of Shenandoah, the forest around us underwent a subtle but unmistakable transformation. The familiar trails and landmarks we had known for years seemed to shift and change, as if the very landscape was conspiring to disorient us. We reached a narrow ravine bridged by a fallen log. Below, a shallow stream trickled over moss-covered rocks, its gentle burbling the only sound in the oppressive silence of the forest. I went first, carefully balancing as I crossed. Laura followed, but halfway across she froze. "Zeke, do you smell that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I paused, inhaling deeply. There was a faint but unmistakable odor, acrid and unnatural. It reminded me of sulfur mixed with the sickly sweet scent of decay. "Yeah, I smell it. Maybe something died nearby?" Laura grimaced. Comforting thought, thanks for that. As we reached the other side of the ravine, something caught my eye. There, in a patch of soft soil, were a series of impressions unlike anything I'd seen in my years as a ranger. They were footprints, but not from any animal native to these woods. I knelt to examine them more closely, my heart pounding. The prints were elongated, easily twice the size of a human foot. But it was their shape that truly unnerved me. Each print had 4 toes, ending in sharp points that dug deep into the earth. Whatever had left these tracks walked on 2 legs, but it was certainly no bear or other known predator. "Okay, that's definitely not a bear," I said, my voice shaking slightly despite my efforts to remain calm. Laura snapped photos of the prints, her usual joking demeanor replaced by focused professionalism. "Could be a prank," she suggested, though she didn't sound convinced. "Some teenager with a homemade mold trying to spook hikers." I shook my head. "Maybe, but why go through all that trouble out here? We're miles from any popular trails." We decided to follow the tracks, a decision that in hindsight would prove to be the beginning of our descent into a waking nightmare. As we moved forward, The strange prints led us further off the established paths and deeper into the untamed heart of the forest. The smell we had noticed earlier grew stronger, an omnipresent miasma that seemed to cling to our clothing and skin. The trees around us bore more of the high claw marks we had seen at the abandoned campsite, some so high up that whatever made them must have been able to reach well over 10 feet. "Feels like we're being herded," Laura observed, her voice tight with tension. I nodded, trying to keep my own growing unease in check. "Toward what, though?" Laura attempted a weak joke. "Probably a surprise party. Rangers of the Year awards, you know?" I played along, grateful for any distraction from the oppressive atmosphere. "Great. I hope they have cake." We reached another clearing, this one dominated by a massive ancient oak tree. Its gnarled branches reached out in all directions, creating a canopy that blocked out most of the fading daylight. At the base of the tree lay a sight that turned my blood to ice. The remains of a deer, or what was left of it, sprawled across the leaf-strewn ground. But this was no ordinary predator kill. The carcass was mutilated beyond recognition, deep gashes exposing bone and sinew. What struck me most was the precision of the wounds. This wasn't the frenzied attack of a hungry animal, but something far more deliberate and unsettling. "Jesus," Laura breathed, her face pale. "No animal does this." I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. In all my years in these woods, I had never seen anything like this. It defied explanation, and that terrified me more than any known danger ever could. "We should head back," I said, my mouth dry. "Report this and get a team out here." Laura nodded, clearly as eager as I was to put some distance between us and this grisly scene. But as we turned to leave, a sound echoed through the trees that stopped us in our tracks. It was a low, rumbling noise that seemed to vibrate the very air around us. It was unlike anything I had ever heard in nature. Not the growl of a bear or the howl of a wolf, but something altogether alien and terrifying. "What was that?" Laura asked, her eyes wide with fear. I struggled to keep my voice steady. "Probably just the wind playing tricks," I said, though I didn't believe it for a second. The noise came again, closer this time. It wasn't the wind, it was more like the reverberation of heavy machinery, but there was no equipment for miles. Whatever was making that sound was alive, and it was moving towards us. "We need to move," I urged, grabbing Laura's arm. We retraced our steps, but something was wrong. The path we had taken seemed different, unfamiliar. Landmarks we had passed were gone, replaced by dense underbrush and towering trees that I was certain hadn't been there before. "Did we take a wrong turn?" Laura asked, her voice edged with panic. I shook my head, confusion and fear warring for dominance in my mind. "I don't think so. It's like the forest changed." Laura shot me an incredulous look. "Forests don't just rearrange themselves, Zeke." "Tell that to this one," I muttered. The rumbling noise followed us, sometimes distant, sometimes alarmingly near. Shadows flickered at the edge of our vision, but whenever we turned to look, there was nothing there. It was as if the forest itself was toying with us, leading us deeper into its twisted heart. "Maybe we should radio for help," Laura suggested, a tremor in her voice betraying her growing fear. I reached for my radio, but all I got was static. The device crackled and hissed, useless in the face of whatever strange forces were at work in these woods. "That's not good," I said, frustration and fear coloring my words. Laura attempted a weak smile. "Of course, the one time we need technology, it fails us. On the bright side, we won't have to file those tedious reports if we never make it back." I appreciated her attempt at humor, dark as it was. Desperate times call for desperate jokes, I guess. We pressed on, our pace quickening as the light began to fade. The thought of being out here after dark, with that thing stalking us, was more than I could bear. We broke into a jog, but the forest seemed to stretch endlessly before us, each turn revealing only more trees, more shadows, more unknown dangers. Then we heard it. A scream. A man's voice, raw and terrified, echoing through the trees. Laura and I stopped dead in our tracks, exchanging a look of horror. Without a word, we both knew we had to investigate. Whatever personal fears we had were overshadowed by our duty as rangers and the possibility that someone else was in danger. We ran toward the sound, branches whipping at our faces as we crashed through the underbrush. Bursting through a thicket, we stumbled upon a scene that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. Another ranger, Ben Morales, lay on the ground. His uniform was torn to shreds, and he clutched at his leg, which was bleeding profusely. The look of terror on his face made my blood run cold. "Ben, what happened?" I asked, kneeling beside him. He gasped, his words coming in pained bursts. "Something attacked me. It came out of nowhere. So fast, so strong. Laura ripped open her pack, pulling out the first aid kit. "We need to stop the bleeding," she said, her voice steady despite the fear I could see in her eyes. As she worked on Ben's wounds, I scanned our surroundings, every sense on high alert. "Did you see what it was?" I asked, dreading the answer. Ben winced as Laura applied pressure to his leg. "It was huge," he said, his voice shaking, "like a wolf but bigger, and it walked on two legs sometimes." I exchanged a glance with Laura. A bipedal wolf-like creature. It sounded impossible, like something out of a horror movie. But after what we had seen today, I wasn't ready to dismiss anything. "Maybe you hit your head," I suggested gently, though I was starting to believe that something truly inexplicable was stalking these woods. Ben's eyes flashed with anger. "I'm not crazy," he snapped. "It chased me. I think it got Sam." Laura's hands froze. "Sam's out here too?" Ben nodded weakly. "He radioed for backup. I was closest." I muttered a curse under my breath. This was no longer just a strange wildlife situation. We were dealing with a genuine emergency, possibly multiple rangers down, and an unknown predator unlike anything we had ever encountered. "We need to get back," I said, helping Ben to his feet. "Can you walk?" He grimaced but nodded. "I'll manage." We made slow progress, the forest now cloaked in deepening shadows. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig, kept us on edge. The feeling of being watched was stronger than ever, and I couldn't shake the sensation that we were being herded, driven towards some unknown destination by an intelligence that was anything but animal. As we moved, the forest grew even darker and more foreboding. The trees seemed to close in around us, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers trying to snag our clothing. The mist that had been swirling around our feet earlier now rose higher, obscuring the path ahead and muffling sounds in an eerie way. Our progress was painfully slow, hampered by Ben's injury and our own growing exhaustion and fear. "Knock, knock," Laura whispered suddenly, her voice tight with tension. "Now's not the time," I hissed, scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. But Ben, perhaps trying to distract himself from the pain, played along. "Who's there?" "Interrupting ranger," Laura started, but I quickly cut her off with a sharp shh. We fell silent, straining our ears. In the distance I could hear something moving through the underbrush. It was too deliberate to be the random movements of wildlife, too heavy to be anything native to these woods. Ahead, the trees parted to reveal another clearing. In the center stood a figure that made my blood run cold. It was hunched over something on the ground, its massive form silhouetted against the dim light. "Is that Sam?" Ben whispered, hope and fear mingling in his voice. I squinted, trying to make out details in the fading light. As my eyes adjusted, I realized with growing horror that what we were looking at was no human. The figure was tall, easily over 7 feet, with limbs that were too long and bent at unnatural angles. It was covered in matted fur that gleamed dully in the twilight, giving it an otherworldly appearance. As we watched, frozen in terror, the creature lifted its head. I caught a glimpse of a snout filled with sharp teeth, blood dripping from its maw. Its eyes reflected what little light remained, glowing with an eerie, intelligent malevolence. "That's definitely not Sam," I breathed, my voice barely audible. The creature let out a sound that defied description, a mix between a howl and a roar that sent chills through my entire body. It was a sound that didn't belong in this world, a sound that spoke of ancient hunger and primal rage. "Run!" Laura hissed, already backing away. We turned to flee, but Ben stumbled, his injured leg giving out. The noise was enough to alert the creature. Its head snapped in our direction, those glowing eyes fixing on us with predatory focus. "Go!" I shouted, grabbing Ben under the arm to support him. We bolted, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for stealth or direction. All that mattered was putting distance between us and that monstrosity. I could hear it pursuing us, its heavy footfalls gaining ground with terrifying speed. "Any brilliant ideas?" Laura shouted as we ran. "Just one," I replied, my lungs burning. "Don't get caught." "Solid plan." She shot back, a hint of her usual sarcasm breaking through the fear. We burst into another clearing, and I felt a surge of hope. An old fire tower stood before us, its metal frame a beacon of potential safety. "Up there," I pointed, already angling towards it. We scrambled up the stairs, the metal structure shaking under our combined weight and the force of our desperate ascent. Reaching the top, we pulled up the ladder just as the creature emerged from the tree line. It circled below, those unnatural eyes never leaving us. It let out another of those bone-chilling roars, then began to claw at the tower's legs. The entire structure swayed alarmingly. "How long do you think this will hold?" Ben asked, his face pale with pain and fear. Laura, ever the optimist even in dire situations, quipped, "Long enough for us to regret our life choices, I hope." I scanned the small cabin at the top of the tower, looking for anything we could use as a weapon. My eyes fell on an old flare gun tucked away in a dusty corner. "There's a flare gun here," I announced, grabbing it and checking to see if it was loaded. "Maybe it enjoys fireworks," Laura said, her voice strained. I nodded grimly. Better than nothing. Loading the flare gun, I moved to the edge of the platform. The creature was still circling, occasionally rearing up to slash at the tower's supports. I took aim, steeling myself. "Hey, ugly," I shouted. As it looked up, I fired. The flare arced through the air, striking the creature's shoulder. It burst into bright sparks, momentarily illuminating the clearing in harsh red light. The monster howled in pain and rage, retreating into the shadows of the surrounding forest. "Well, that bought us some time," Laura said, peering into the darkness below. "Time for what?" Ben asked, slumped against the railing. "We're still stuck up here." I grabbed the radio, hoping against hope that the height of the tower would help boost the signal. "Mayday, Mayday, this is Ranger Harper. We are under attack by an unknown creature. Request immediate assistance at the old fire tower near marker 12. For a moment there was only static. Then, miraculously, a voice crackled through. "Copy that, Harper. This is Reeves. Hold tight. We're dispatching a team." Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. We still had to survive until help arrived, and I had no doubt that the creature was still out there, waiting. The minutes crawled by like hours as we huddled in the tower, straining our eyes and ears for any sign of the monster's return. The forest below was eerily quiet, as if every living thing was holding its breath. "I once thought the scariest thing in these woods was a raccoon with an attitude," I said, trying to break the tension. Laura managed a weak smile. "Remind me to file a complaint about the lack of monsters ahead signs." Just then, we heard a welcome sound. Sirens in the distance, followed by the rhythmic thumping of helicopter blades. A searchlight pierced through the canopy, sweeping over the clearing. "Over here!" we shouted, and waved frantically. As the light passed over us, I caught a glimpse of movement at the edge of the clearing. The creature had reappeared, its eyes reflecting the harsh light. It snarled, a sound of frustration and rage, before melting back into the shadows of the forest. A team of rangers and local law enforcement arrived, weapons drawn and flashlights sweeping the area. Frank Reeves, our supervisor, called up to us. "Are you all okay?" "Been better," I called back, relief evident in my voice. "But we're alive." As they secured the area and helped us down, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was far from over. We had survived, yes, but at what cost? And what exactly was that creature that had stalked us through the forest? Little did I know. This night was just the beginning of a mystery that would challenge everything I thought I knew about the natural world and the ancient forests of Shenandoah. The next few days passed in a blur of debriefings, medical examinations, and sleepless nights. Ben was hospitalized for his injuries, while Laura and I were subjected to a battery of tests and interviews. The official investigation was in full swing, but I could tell from the skeptical looks and carefully worded questions that many doubted our account of what had happened in the forest. Frank Reeves, our supervisor, called Laura and me into his office 3 days after the incident. As we settled into the chairs across from his desk, I couldn't help but notice how tired he looked. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and his usually neat appearance was disheveled. "I'm going to be straight with you two," he began, his voice grave. "What you've reported, it's unprecedented. We've had our share of strange occurrences in the park, but nothing like this." I leaned forward, hope rising in my chest. "So you believe us?" Reeves sighed, rubbing his temples. "I believe that you believe what you saw. But Zeke, Laura, you have to understand how this sounds to everyone else. A giant bipedal creature that can seemingly disappear into the forest. It's unbelievable," Laura finished for him, her voice tight. "We know how it sounds, Frank. But we know what we saw." "And what about the evidence?" I added. "The tracks, the claw marks, Ben's injuries?" Reeves nodded slowly. "We're analyzing everything. The forensics team is going over the sites you reported, and we've got wildlife experts examining the tracks and other physical evidence. But so far, nothing conclusive." I felt a surge of frustration. "What about Sam? Has there been any sign of him?" A shadow passed over Reeves' face. "No. We've had search teams combing the area, but nothing. It's like he vanished into thin air." The implications of that statement hung heavy in the air. Sam was an experienced ranger, someone who knew the park like the back of his hand. For him to disappear without a trace. So what happens now? Laura asked, breaking the tense silence. Reeves leaned back in his chair. For now, we're keeping this under wraps. The official story is that there was an animal attack, possibly a bear. We don't need panic spreading among the visitors or the local community. I started to protest, but Reeves held up a hand to stop me. I know, Zeke, but until we have more concrete evidence, we can't go public with tales of unknown creatures in the park. It would cause chaos. As much as I hated to admit it, I knew he was right. But the thought of keeping quiet, of pretending that nothing out of the ordinary had happened, sat like a lead weight in my stomach. What about us? Laura asked. Are we going back on duty? Reeves nodded. Yes, but not in the backcountry. I'm assigning you both to visitor center duty for the next few weeks. I think some time away from the deep woods might do you good. I wanted to argue, to insist that we needed to be out there searching for answers. But the exhaustion of the past few days caught up with me, and I found myself nodding in agreement. As we left Reeves' office, Laura turned to me. Visitor center duty? Seriously? We should be out there, Zeke. Whatever that thing was, it's still out there. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. I know, Laura. But maybe Reeves is right. We need to regroup, gather our thoughts, and who knows? Maybe being at the visitor center will give us a chance to hear if any visitors have had strange experiences. Laura nodded reluctantly. I suppose. But I don't like it. It feels like we're abandoning Sam. The mention of our missing colleague sent a pang of guilt through me. We're not abandoning him, I said, trying to convince myself as much as Laura. The search teams are still out there, and we'll keep our ears to the ground. If there's any news, any strange reports, we'll be the first to know. The next few weeks passed slowly. Laura and I fell into a routine at the visitor center, answering questions about hiking trails and campsite availability. But beneath the surface of normalcy, tension simmered. Every time a visitor mentioned hearing strange noises at night or seeing unusual tracks, my heart would race. But each report turned out to be nothing more than normal wildlife activity or overactive imaginations. One evening, as we were closing up the center, Laura approached me with a determined look in her eye. Zeke, we need to talk. I nodded, sensing the seriousness in her tone. We walked out to the parking lot, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. I've been doing some research, Laura began, her voice low. Looking into local legends, folklore about the park, and I found something interesting. I raised an eyebrow. What kind of something? She glanced around as if afraid of being overheard. There are old stories, going back generations, about something in these woods. The locals called it the Shenand demon. I couldn't help but chuckle at the name, despite the seriousness of the situation. Shenand demon? Sounds like a bad B-movie monster. Laura shot me an exasperated look. I'm serious, Zeke. The descriptions in these stories, they match what we saw, a large bipedal creature that stalks the deep woods. There are accounts of missing hikers, mutilated animals, strange noises in the night. I felt a chill run down my spine. How far back do these stories go? Centuries, Laura replied. The Native American tribes in this area had legends about a malevolent spirit that roamed the forests. When European settlers arrived, they brought their own folklore that seems to have merged with the native stories. I leaned against my truck, trying to process this information. So you think what we encountered is some kind of, what? Cryptid? Urban legend come to life? Laura shook her head. I don't know what to think. But I do know that we can't just sit here handing out trail maps while that thing is out there. We need to investigate further. I nodded slowly, feeling a mixture of fear and excitement building in my chest. You're right, but we need to be smart about this. If Reeves finds out we're poking around, then we don't let him find out, Laura said, a determined glint in her eye. We do this on our own time, off the books. As I agreed to Laura's plan, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were stepping onto a path that would change our lives forever. The tranquil forests of Shenandoah had revealed a dark secret, and we were about to plunge headfirst into a mystery that had lurked in these ancient woods for centuries. Little did we know, our decision that evening would set in motion a chain of events that would challenge not only our understanding of the natural world but also our very survival. The Shenand demon, if that's truly what we were dealing with, was about to become more than just a legend. It was about to become our waking nightmare. The weeks that followed our conversation in the parking lot were a blur of clandestine research and carefully planned excursions into the park's backcountry. Laura and I used our days off to venture deeper into the forests, always under the guise of routine patrols or personal hiking trips. We started by revisiting the areas where we had encountered the creature, meticulously documenting everything we found. The claw marks on the trees were still visible, though weathered by time and the elements. We took photographs, made plaster casts of the few tracks we could find, and collected samples of fur and other organic material we discovered. Our off-duty hours were spent poring over old records, local history books, and online forums dedicated to cryptozoology and unexplained phenomena. The more we dug, the more we realized that the legend of the Shannon demon was more widespread than we had initially thought. One crisp autumn evening, about a month into our covert investigation, Laura and I met at a small diner just outside the park boundaries. The place was nearly empty, save for a few tired-looking truckers nursing cups of coffee at the counter. "Look at this," Laura said as soon as I slid into the booth across from her. She pushed a stack of printouts towards me. I leafed through the papers, my eyes widening as I took in the information. They were reports of missing persons cases in and around Shenandoah National Park dating back decades. "There's a pattern here," Laura explained, her voice low and intense. "Every few years there's a spike in disappearances, always in the same general area of the park, always during the late fall or early winter months." I nodded slowly, the implications sinking in. "And let me guess, the official explanations are always the same? Animal attacks, hikers getting lost?" Laura tapped her nose. "Exactly, but look at this." She pulled out a map of the park covered in red dots. Each dot represents a disappearance or a reported sighting of something unusual. "See how they cluster?" I leaned in, studying the map. The red dots formed a rough circle around a remote area of the park, a section so dense and rugged that even experienced hikers rarely ventured there. "It's like it has a territory," I murmured, a chill running down my spine. Laura nodded grimly. "That's what I was thinking, and look at this." She pointed to a spot near the center of the circle. "There's an old fire road here, abandoned decades ago. It leads to an area that used to be used for logging back in the early 1900s. I raised an eyebrow. "You think that's where it lives?" "I think it's worth checking out," Laura replied, a determined glint in her eye. I sat back, running a hand through my hair. The rational part of my mind was screaming that this was madness, that we were chasing shadows and letting our imaginations run wild. But I couldn't shake the memory of that night in the forest, the sight of that monstrous figure hunched over its prey. "When do we go?" I asked, knowing I'd regret the words even as I spoke them. Laura's face lit up with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. "I was thinking this weekend. We both have Saturday and Sunday off. We can tell Reeves we're doing some backcountry camping, clear our heads after everything that's happened." I nodded slowly, already feeling a mix of anticipation and dread building in my chest. "Okay, but we need to be prepared. This isn't like our usual patrols." Laura agreed, and we spent the next hour planning our expedition. We would pack enough supplies for 3 days just in case. Heavy-duty camping gear, extra batteries for our flashlights, and emergency flares were all added to our list. I also decided to bring my personal hunting rifle, something I rarely carried on regular park duty. As we left the diner, the cool night air filled with the chirping of crickets, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were about to cross a line. This was no longer just an investigation. It felt like we were gearing up for a confrontation. The days leading up to our expedition passed in a blur of preparation and nervous anticipation. When Saturday morning finally arrived, Laura and I met at a remote trailhead, our packs loaded and our nerves on edge. "Ready for this?" Laura asked as we did one final gear check. I took a deep breath, looking out at the sea of trees before us. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly, its depths hiding untold secrets. "As ready as I'll ever be," I replied. We set off down the overgrown trail, the sounds of civilization quickly fading behind us. The path was rough, barely visible in some places, a testament to how rarely this area was visited. As we hiked, I found myself constantly scanning our surroundings, every snapping twig or rustling leaf sending a jolt of adrenaline through my system. By mid-afternoon, we had reached the old fire road Laura had identified. It was little more than a narrow cut through the forest now, nature having reclaimed much of the land, but it was still visible enough to follow, leading us deeper into the heart of the creature's supposed territory. As we walked, the forest around us seemed to change. The trees grew older, more gnarled, their branches twisting together overhead to create a canopy that blocked out much of the sunlight. The air grew cooler, and a light mist began to gather around our feet. "Does something feel off to you?" Laura asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, understanding exactly what she meant. There was a heaviness to the air, a sense of watchfulness that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was as if the forest itself was aware of our presence and was not happy about our intrusion. As the day wore on and the light began to fade, we decided to make camp for the night. We found a small clearing just off the old fire road and quickly set up our tent. As we sat around our small campfire, eating a dinner of trail mix and beef jerky, neither of us spoke much. The weight of our mission and the potential dangers we faced hung heavy in the air. It was well past midnight when I was jolted awake by a sound unlike anything I'd ever heard before. It was a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate the very air around us, followed by a high-pitched keening that made my blood run cold. Laura, I hissed, reaching for my rifle. Wake up! She was already stirring, her eyes wide in the darkness of the tent. What was that? I don't know, I replied. But it was close. We listened intently, hardly daring to breathe. For several long minutes there was nothing but the normal sounds of the forest at night. Then, just as I was beginning to think I had imagined it, the sound came again. Closer this time. We need to move, I said, already starting to pack up our gear as quietly as possible. Laura nodded, her face pale in the faint moonlight that filtered through the tent fabric. We worked quickly and silently, years of ranger training kicking in despite our fear. As we emerged from the tent, the forest around us seemed alive with shadows. Every tree, every bush, could have been hiding our unseen stalker. We doused our fire and shouldered our packs, moving back to the old fire road with as much stealth as we could muster. We had only gone a few hundred yards when Laura suddenly grabbed my arm, pointing ahead. There, in the middle of the overgrown road, stood a figure that made my heart stop. It was the creature we had seen that night weeks ago, but seeing it here, in the pale moonlight, was a whole different level of terrifying. It stood at least 8 feet tall, its body a mass of matted fur and rippling muscle, but it was the face that truly chilled me to the bone. It was a twisted parody of something almost human, with eyes that glowed with an unnatural intelligence. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, we stood frozen, locked in a staring contest with a monster out of nightmare. Then, with a roar that shook leaves from the trees, it charged. Run! I yelled, shoving Laura ahead of me. We crashed through the underbrush, all attempts at stealth abandoned in our desperation to escape. I could hear the creature behind us, its heavy footfalls gaining ground with terrifying speed. As we ran, the forest around us seemed to come alive. Branches whipped at our faces, roots reached up to trip us. It was as if the very land was working against us, trying to deliver us into the clutches of the monster that pursued us. Ahead, I spotted a break in the trees, a steep ravine cutting across our path. Without slowing, I grabbed Laura's hand and pulled her towards it. We have to jump, she nodded, understanding immediately. As we reached the edge, we leapt, sailing through the air for a heart-stopping moment before crashing into the thick underbrush on the other side. We tumbled down the slope, coming to a stop in a tangle of limbs and leaves. For a moment, we lay there, gasping for breath, listening for any sign of pursuit. The forest had gone eerily silent. No sign of the creature, no sound of it crashing through the underbrush after us. Just the pounding of our hearts and the rustle of leaves in the gentle night breeze. As we slowly got to our feet, checking for injuries, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was far from over. We had escaped, yes, but we had also confirmed our worst fears. The Shannon demon was real, and it was far more terrifying than any legend could have prepared us for. What we had stumbled into was beyond anything we had been trained for, beyond anything we could have imagined. As we gathered our scattered gear and tried to get our bearings, I knew that our lives had been irrevocably changed. The tranquil forests of Shenandoah would never look the same to me again, and the horrors we had witnessed would haunt us long after this night was over. Little did we know, our ordeal was just beginning. The creature was out there, watching, waiting, and it had marked us as its prey. As dawn broke, casting an eerie glow through the misty forest, Laura and I found ourselves huddled in the hollow of an ancient oak tree. Our bodies ached from the night's frantic escape and our minds reeled from what we had witnessed. The forest around us was unnaturally quiet, as if holding its breath in anticipation of what might come next. We need to get back to civilization, Laura whispered, her voice hoarse. Report what we've seen. I nodded, but doubt gnawed at me. And tell them what, exactly? That we went off on our own to hunt a mythical creature and nearly got ourselves killed? Reeves will have our badges. Laura's eyes flashed with determination. We have evidence now, Zeke. We both saw it, clear as day, and I managed to snap a few photos before we ran. My eyebrows shot up in surprise. You got pictures? When? Just before it charged, she replied, pulling out her camera with shaking hands. I don't know how good they are, but it's something. We huddled over the camera's small screen, flicking through the images. Most were blurry, the result of panicked hands and poor lighting. But one stood out. It wasn't perfectly clear, but there was no mistaking the towering figure, its eyes reflecting the camera flash in an unnatural, piercing glow. This changes everything, I breathed, a mixture of excitement and fear coursing through me. As we made our way back towards the ranger station, exhausted and on edge, we discussed our next steps. We knew we had to report our findings, but we also knew that without more concrete evidence, we might not be believed. Upon our return, we were immediately summoned to Reeves' office. His face was a mask of anger and concern as we recounted our unauthorized expedition and showed him the photographic evidence. I ought to fire both of you on the spot, he growled. But there was a hint of fear in his eyes as he studied the photos. But given what you've brought back, we need to handle this carefully. Over the next few weeks, a covert operation was put into place. Wildlife experts, cryptozoologists, and even a few government agents descended on Shenandoah National Park. The official story was that of a routine wildlife survey, but those of us who knew the truth could feel the tension in the air. It was on a cold November evening when everything came to a head. Laura and I were part of a team doing a night patrol in the creature's territory when our radios crackled to life. All units, we have a visual. Sector 7. Approach with extreme caution. My heart raced as we converged on the location. And there it was, illuminated by our flashlights. The Shannon demon in all its terrifying glory. It roared, a sound that shook the very ground beneath our feet, and charged. What followed was chaos. Gunshots rang out, flashlights bobbed wildly in the darkness, and shouts of terror and pain filled the air. In the midst of it all, I found myself face to face with the creature. Its eyes, filled with an ancient, alien intelligence, bore into mine. In that moment, I understood that this was no mere animal, but something far more complex and terrifying. The battle in the forest that night changed everything. The creature was eventually brought down, but not before it had claimed several lives. The aftermath was a whirlwind of government cover-ups, scientific studies, and heated debates about the nature of the creature and its origins. Laura and I were hailed as heroes by some and reckless fools by others. But as the dust settled and life in Shenandoah National Park slowly returned to a semblance of normalcy, we found ourselves forever changed by our encounter with the unknown. Years have passed since that fateful night, and I still serve as a ranger in Shenandoah. But now, as I patrol the quiet trails and serene vistas, I carry with me the knowledge that the world is far stranger and more mysterious than most people realize. Every rustle in the underbrush, every shadow at dusk, reminds me of the thin veil that separates the world we know from the one we don't. To this day, rumors persist of other creatures lurking in the deep woods of Shenandoah. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the mist rolls in and the moon is high, I swear I can hear a distant, otherworldly howl echoing through the ancient hills. It serves as a reminder that there are some mysteries that can never truly be solved, some secrets that the forest will always keep. As I stand at the overlook, watching the sun set over the rolling hills of Shenandoah, I can't help but wonder what other secrets lie hidden in the heart of these ancient forests, and are we truly ready to face them? Black Mountain Wilderness isn't a place you'd find on most maps. It's a harsh, unforgiving stretch of land tucked away in the Mojave Desert, all rock formations and empty dry land that feels like the bones of the earth. My name's Garrett Boyd, and in 1996, at the age of 28, I found myself working the graveyard shift in this godforsaken place. I'm not a big-shot ranger. I've been doing this job for 5 years now, ever since I figured out college wasn't for me. The wilderness suits me more than fluorescent lights and office cubicles, that's for damn sure. But on nights like that one, I started to wonder if I made the right choice. Black Mountain doesn't draw the tourists like Yosemite or the Grand Canyon. In a way, I prefer it that way, keeps the weirdos out. Well, except me, I guess. But there's something about this place that gets under your skin, a feeling of ancient secrets buried beneath the sand and rock. The day everything changed started like any other. I arrived at the ranger station just as the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the barren landscape. The air was still warm from the day's heat, but I knew it wouldn't last. Desert nights can be cold as hell, and I had my jacket ready. As I checked in, my supervisor, a grizzled old-timer named Frank, gave me my assignment for the night. Garrett, I need you to check out the southern sector near that old mining site. We've had some reports of unusual activity out there. I raised an eyebrow. Unusual how? Frank shrugged. Probably just some kids messing around, but we need to check it out. You know how it is. I did know. In a place like Black Mountain, unusual activity could mean anything from illegal campers to drug runners. But something in Frank's tone made me uneasy. He wasn't telling me everything. As I headed out in my truck, the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the mountains, plunging the desert into darkness. The headlights cut through the night, illuminating the twisted shapes of Joshua trees and the occasional startled jackrabbit. The southern sector was one of the most remote areas of the park. The old mining site, abandoned in the 1940s long before I was born, was particularly difficult to reach. The trailhead was washed out, and the only way to get there was on foot. I parked my truck behind a ridge, out of sight from the main trail. As I grabbed my gear, flashlight, radio, first aid kit, and sidearm, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The desert was too quiet, the stillness unnatural. Little did I know, as I set off towards the mining site, that this night would change everything I thought I knew about the world and my place in it. The secrets of Black Mountain wilderness were about to reveal themselves, and I was woefully unprepared for what awaited me in the darkness. The moon hung low in the sky as I made my way towards the old mining site, its pale light doing little to illuminate the rugged terrain. The air was cold now, and I had my jacket zipped up tight, but it wasn't just the temperature that sent a chill down my spine. There was something off about the night. Now, the thing about working in a desert wilderness is you get used to weird sounds, coyotes, snakes, hell, even the occasional feral dog. But this was different. I first heard it when I crossed over a ridge, the sound of something heavy moving across the dry brush. At first I chalked it up to the wind. It's amazing how the desert can trick you, but I know better than to trust my ears out here. Still, the sound didn't stop. It dragged, like someone was pulling a body through the dirt. I took out my flashlight, scanning the area, but all I could see were the shadows of Joshua trees, their twisted arms reaching up like skeletons clawing for the sky. The light didn't reach far. It never does in the desert. It's like the darkness eats it up, and that's when I smelled it. Not the usual scent of sagebrush or dry earth, but something rotten, metallic like copper mixed with decay. I turned to head back to my truck, figuring maybe it was an old coyote carcass rotting nearby. But then I heard the dragging again. This time it was closer. Too close. I was standing there with a flashlight in one hand and my radio in the other, listening. A shuffling sound, almost human but off. I couldn't tell if it was coming from my left or right, so I just stood there like an idiot, waiting for whatever was out there to make its next move. Then I heard a crack. Not a branch, there's not enough trees for that. But something solid snapping. I swung my flashlight around, the beam slicing through the dark. That's when I saw it. A figure hunched over, dragging something bulky behind it. I froze. My first thought was that it was some vagrant, maybe a drifter who had gotten lost out here. But as the light hit its back, I realized how wrong I was. This thing, whatever it was massive, covered in coarse fur that stuck to its body in clumps like it hadn't bathed in weeks, maybe months. Its arms were long, too long, dragging some poor creature along the ground. But that wasn't what made my blood run cold. Its legs bent the wrong way, backward like a bird, and they were thick, muscular, built for running. This thing wasn't natural, and it sure as hell wasn't human. I tried to move, but I felt rooted to the spot. My brain was screaming at me to turn and run, but my legs wouldn't respond. It didn't make any noise. No growls, no hisses, just the sound of its feet dragging along the dirt as it slowly shifted the weight of whatever it was pulling. I finally snapped out of my shock and stumbled back, trying to grab my radio to call for backup, but my hand was shaking too much to get a grip on it. The thing turned its head in my direction. I didn't get a good look at its face, but I saw enough to know I never wanted to. It had something in its mouth. Something red and stringy. I gagged. The creature turned its attention back to its task and started dragging its kill again. I don't know if it even noticed me or just didn't care. My feet finally found the courage to move, and I bolted back toward the ridge, sliding down loose rocks and kicking up dirt. I ran faster than I ever thought possible, heart pounding so hard in my chest I thought it might burst. I didn't stop until I saw the faint outline of my truck in the distance, headlights off, hidden behind the ridgeline. I dove into the cab, slamming the door shut behind me. My fingers fumbled to get the keys into the ignition. For a few agonizing seconds the engine wouldn't start, the truck sputtering like it wanted to die right there with me in it. I cursed under my breath, and just as I was about to lose it, the engine roared to life. I didn't wait to see if the thing followed me. I tore out of there like my life depended on it. Which, at that moment, It probably did. As I drove through the wilderness, not stopping until I was back at the ranger station, my mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. But nothing made sense. How do you explain a creature that doesn't fit into anything you've ever known? It didn't belong in this world, yet there it was, dragging its prize through the desert. Little did I know, this encounter was just the beginning. The horrors that awaited me in Black Mountain Wilderness were far beyond anything I could have imagined, and they were about to change my life forever. When I got back to the ranger station, I sat in the parking lot for what felt like hours, trying to catch my breath, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. The events of the night replayed in my mind like a broken record, the dragging sound, the legs bending the wrong way, the way it had looked at me without seeing me. I thought about calling it in, telling someone what happened, but what the hell was I supposed to say? No one would believe me. I barely believed it myself, so I sat there staring at the dashboard, wondering if maybe I had lost it. Maybe the desert had finally driven me mad. But then I remembered the smell, that rancid metallic stench. That was real. That wasn't something you imagine. Finally, I mustered up the courage to go inside. Frank was still there, doing paperwork at his desk. He looked up as I walked in, his brow furrowing at the sight of me. "Garrett? You look like you've seen a ghost. Everything all right out there?" I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. How could I possibly explain what I'd seen? In the harsh fluorescent light of the station, it all seemed so impossible. I didn't find anything," I lied. "Just some coyotes making a racket. Probably what spooked the campers." Frank nodded, but I could tell he didn't quite buy it. "All right, well, write up your report and head on home. You look like you could use some rest." I nodded numbly and sat down at my desk. As I stared at the blank incident report form, I realized I was at a crossroads. I could tell the truth and risk being labeled as crazy, or I could lie and pretend nothing happened. In the end, I chose the latter. I filled out the form with a fabricated account of a routine patrol, signed it, and left it on Frank's desk. As I walked out of the station, I felt a weight settle on my shoulders. I was now carrying a secret that I couldn't share with anyone. For the next few nights, I couldn't sleep. Every noise outside my window made me jump. Every gust of wind or crack of a branch made me think it had followed me home, but the nights passed without incident. And eventually, I convinced myself that whatever it was, it stayed out in the desert where it belonged. A couple of weeks later, I heard something on the radio about a missing hiker. They found his body, or what was left of it, not far from the old mining site. I knew right then what had happened, but I didn't say a word. The official report said he had been attacked by a mountain lion, that his injuries were consistent with a large predator. I let them believe that. It was easier for everyone that way. But I knew better. I drove out to the spot where they found the hiker, parked my truck, and sat there for a while, looking out at the barren landscape. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the desert. It was quiet, peaceful even. Hard to believe that something so awful could happen in a place like this. But I knew the truth, and that truth was far worse than anything I'd ever imagined. As I sat there, watching the last rays of sunlight disappear behind the mountains, I realized that my life had irrevocably changed. I was now privy to a secret that defied explanation, a horror that lurked in the shadows of this forgotten wilderness. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. That creature, whatever it was still out there. And something told me that our paths would cross again. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. As I started my truck and began the drive back to the station, I made a silent vow. I would uncover the truth about what was happening in Black Mountain Wilderness, no matter the cost. Little did I know, the price of that knowledge would be higher than I could ever have imagined. The desert might keep its secrets, but I was determined to unravel them, and in doing so, I was about to embark on a journey that would test the limits of my sanity and challenge everything I thought I knew about the world around me. In the weeks that followed my encounter with the creature, I found myself obsessed with uncovering the truth about what was happening in Black Mountain Wilderness. I spent my off hours combing through old reports, looking for any hint of similar incidents in the past. Most of what I found was mundane: lost hikers, minor injuries, the occasional wildlife sighting. But every now and then, I'd come across something that made my blood run cold. There were reports dating back decades of strange noises in the night, of campers going missing without a trace, of rangers encountering things they couldn't explain. Most of these incidents had been written off as the product of overactive imaginations or the harsh desert environment playing tricks on people's minds. But now, I knew better. One afternoon, as I was poring over a dusty file from the 1970s, Frank caught me. "Garrett, what are you doing?" he asked, his voice tinged with concern. I quickly closed the file, trying to act casual. "Just brushing up on some park history, for the job." Frank's eyes narrowed. He wasn't buying it. "Look, son, I know that night a few weeks back shook you up, but you need to let it go. Whatever you think you saw out there." "I know what I saw," I interrupted, my voice sharper than I intended. Frank sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. "Garrett, I've been working these parks for over 30 years. The desert, it does things to your mind, makes you see things that aren't there. Trust me, it's better to just forget about it and move on." But I couldn't forget, and I couldn't move on. The image of that creature was burned into my mind, and I knew I wouldn't rest until I understood what was really going on in this god-forsaken place. As the days turned into weeks, I began to notice subtle changes in the park. Wildlife seemed scarcer, the nights quieter. It was as if the very land was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Then, one night about a month after my encounter, I got my chance to dig deeper. I was assigned to patrol the eastern sector, an area not far from where I had first seen the creature. As I drove out into the darkness, my heart raced with a mixture of fear and anticipation. The eastern sector was even more desolate than the southern one. Rocky outcroppings jutted from the earth like the bones of some ancient, long-dead giant. The moonlight cast eerie shadows across the landscape, turning familiar shapes into monstrous silhouettes. I parked my truck and set out on foot, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Every sound, every movement in the shadows, set my nerves on edge. But I pressed on, determined to find some answers. After about an hour of hiking, I came across something that made me stop in my tracks. There, in a small clearing, was a circle of stones. But these weren't just any stones. They were arranged in a precise pattern, with strange symbols carved into their surfaces. As I approached, I felt a chill run down my spine. The air around the stone circle felt different, charged somehow, like the moment before a lightning strike. I knelt down to examine one of the stones more closely, running my fingers over the strange symbols. Suddenly, I heard a twig snap behind me. I whirled around, my flashlight beam dancing wildly across the landscape. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. But when I blinked, it was gone. Heart pounding, I realized I had stayed out here too long. Whatever this stone circle was, whatever it meant, I knew I was in over my head. I needed help, someone who could make sense of what I had found. As I made my way back to my truck, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The shadows seemed to move of their own accord, and more than once I caught glimpses of something just at the edge of my vision. By the time I reached my vehicle, I was in a cold sweat. As I drove back to the ranger station, my mind raced with possibilities. What was that stone circle? Who had built it? And most importantly, what was its connection to the creature I had seen? I knew one thing for certain. I couldn't keep this to myself any longer. It was time to bring someone else in on the secret. But who could I trust? Who would believe me? As I pulled into the station parking lot, I made a decision. Tomorrow I would reach out to Dr. Eleanor Vance, a professor of anthropology at the nearby university. I had met her once at a park event, and I remembered her mentioning an interest in Native American artifacts. If anyone could help me make sense of what I had found, it was her. But little did I know, by bringing Dr. Vance into this, I was about to set in motion a chain of events that would lead us both into the heart of a mystery far darker and more ancient than either of us could have imagined. The secrets of Black Mountain Wilderness were beginning to unravel, and I was about to learn that some truths are better left buried in the desert sands. The next morning, I called Dr. Eleanor Vance's office at the university. After explaining that I had found something of potential archaeological interest in the park, she agreed to meet me that afternoon. I spent the intervening hours in a state of nervous anticipation, rehearsing how I would explain what I had seen without sounding like a complete lunatic. Dr. Vance arrived at the ranger station just after 2 p.m. She was a tall, slender woman in her early 50s with sharp green eyes that seemed to take in every detail of her surroundings. As I led her to a private meeting room, I could feel her scrutinizing gaze on me. "So, Ranger Boyd," she began as we sat down, "you mentioned on the phone that you found something unusual. Can you elaborate?" I took a deep breath, steeling myself. "Dr. Vance, before I show you what I've found, I need to tell you about something that happened to me a few weeks ago. It's going to sound crazy, but I swear to you every word of it is true." Over the next half hour, I recounted my encounter with the creature, as well as my discovery of the stone circle. To her credit, Dr. Vance listened without interruption, her expression remaining neutral throughout. When I finished, she was silent for a long moment. Then, to my surprise, she nodded slowly. Ranger Boyd, what you've described is extraordinary, but it's not entirely without precedent. My eyes widened. What do you mean? Dr. Vance leaned forward, her voice low and intense. There are stories, ancient legends from the indigenous tribes of this area, that speak of creatures not unlike what you've described. Beings that walk between our world and something else. The stone circle you found may be connected to these legends. She paused, studying my face. I'd like to see this circle for myself. Can you take me there? I nodded, relief washing over me. She believed me. Or at least, she was willing to consider the possibility that what I had seen was real. As we drove out to the eastern sector, Dr. Vance filled me in on some of the legends she had mentioned. The local tribes spoke of a time long ago when the desert was a different place, teeming with life and strange, powerful beings. But something happened, a great cataclysm that changed the land and drove these beings into hiding. According to the legends, Dr. Vance explained, there are still places where the veil between worlds is thin, places where these beings can cross over, if the conditions are right. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the unnatural stillness of the night I had encountered the creature. And you think Black Mountain might be one of these places? Dr. Vance nodded grimly. It's possible. The geology of this area is unique. There are magnetic anomalies, unexplained energy readings. It's the kind of place where strange things tend to happen. As we neared the location of the stone circle, an uneasy feeling settled over me. The air seemed thicker somehow, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. Dr. Vance must have felt it too because she fell silent, her eyes scanning the landscape intently. We parked the truck and set out on foot. As we approached the clearing where I had found the circle, I noticed something odd. The vegetation seemed different, more lush, almost tropical. It was as if we had stepped into a completely different ecosystem. This isn't right, I muttered, my hand instinctively moving to the sidearm at my hip. Dr. Vance nodded, her face pale. The legends speak of this too. Areas around the thin places, where reality itself seems to warp and change. As we entered the clearing, both of us stopped short. The stone circle was there, just as I had left it. But now, in the center of the circle, stood a tall, angular stone pillar that I was certain hadn't been there before. Dr. Vance approached it cautiously, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and academic excitement. This is incredible. The markings on this pillar, they're unlike anything I've ever seen. I hung back, scanning the edges of the clearing. The feeling of being watched was back, stronger than ever. Shadows seemed to move at the corner of my vision, and I could have sworn I heard whispers on the wind. Dr. Vance, I said, my voice tight. I think we should go. Something's not right here. She turned to look at me, her mouth open to protest. But before she could speak, a low rumbling growl echoed through the clearing. It was a sound I recognized all too well. Run! I shouted, grabbing Dr. Vance's arm and pulling her towards the path back to the truck. As we fled, I risked a glance back over my shoulder. What I saw nearly stopped my heart. The creature from that night weeks ago was there, emerging from behind the stone pillar. But it wasn't alone. Two more of its kind flanked it, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. We ran faster than I thought possible, branches whipping at our faces as we crashed through the underbrush. Behind us, I could hear the creatures in pursuit, their inhuman howls echoing through the desert night. As we finally reached the truck, fumbling with the keys and practically diving inside, I realized that everything had changed. This was no longer just about me and what I had seen. We had stumbled upon something far bigger, far more dangerous than I could have imagined. As I gunned the engine and sped away from the site, Dr. Vance turned to me, her face pale and drawn. Ranger Boyd, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I think we may have just opened a door that was meant to stay closed. I nodded grimly, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. The secrets of Black Mountain Wilderness were beginning to reveal themselves, and I had a sinking feeling that our lives would never be the same again. The drive back to the ranger station was tense and silent. Dr. Vance sat rigid in her seat, her eyes fixed on the road ahead, while I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see those creatures pursuing us. The adrenaline was slowly wearing off, leaving me shaky and nauseous. As we pulled into the station parking lot, I killed the engine but made no move to get out. For a long moment, neither of us spoke, both still processing what we had just experienced. Finally, Dr. Vance broke the silence. Ranger Boyd, Garrett, she said, her voice hoarse. What we saw back there, it changes everything. We need to approach this carefully. I nodded, running a hand through my hair. I know. But what do we do? Who do we tell? She shook her head. For now, no one. We need more information before we go public with this. If we start talking about interdimensional creatures and mystical stone circles, we'll be laughed out of our careers. I couldn't argue with that logic, but the thought of keeping quiet didn't sit well with me. But what about the danger? Those things are out there, and they're not just wildlife, they're intelligent, and they're hunting. Dr. Vance's expression was grim. I know, but we need proof, hard evidence that can't be dismissed or explained away, and we need to understand what we're dealing with. Over the next few weeks, Dr. Vance and I met regularly, poring over ancient texts, local legends, and scientific papers on the geological oddities of the Black Mountain area. We were building a case, piece by piece, but it felt like for every question we answered, two more took its place. Meanwhile, strange occurrences in the park were becoming more frequent. Hikers reported odd noises and unexplained lights. Wildlife behaved erratically, and the atmosphere of the place seemed to change, becoming heavier, more oppressive. One night, about a month after our encounter at the Stone Circle, I was on a routine patrol when my radio crackled to life. "Garrett, you there?" It was Frank, and he sounded worried. "I'm here, Frank. What's up?" "We've got a situation. A group of campers just called in. They say something's stalking their campsite. Sounds big." My heart rate spiked. "Where?" "Sector 7, near Coyote Ridge. I'm heading out there now, but I could use backup." I swallowed hard. Sector 7 was close to where I'd first seen the creature. "I'm on my way, Frank. Be careful." As I sped towards Coyote Ridge, I debated calling Dr. Vance. But what could she do? This was happening now, and I didn't have time to wait for backup that might not believe what they were seeing. When I arrived at the campsite, Frank's truck was already there, but there was no sign of him or the campers. The tents were still up, but they had been shredded, their contents strewn about. The campfire was nothing but smoldering embers. "Frank?" I called out, my voice echoing in the eerie silence. "Frank, where are you?" That's when I heard it, a low, guttural growl coming from the shadows beyond the campsite. I swung my flashlight in that direction and froze. There, at the edge of the light, stood one of the creatures. But this one was different. It was larger, its fur matted with what looked horribly like fresh blood. And in its elongated clawed hand, it held Frank's ranger's hat. For a moment, we stared at each other, neither moving. Then, with a speed that defied its size, it charged. I barely had time to draw my sidearm before it was upon me. I fired, the sound deafening in the quiet desert night. The creature stumbled but didn't fall. Instead, it let out a roar of pain and rage that shook me to my core. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my ears. I could hear it behind me, its heavy footfalls gaining ground. I zigzagged between boulders and Joshua trees, trying to break its line of sight. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath me. I tumbled down a steep incline, rocks and thorny brush tearing at my clothes and skin. When I finally came to a stop, I found myself in a narrow ravine, hidden from view. I lay there, barely breathing, listening. Above, I could hear the creature moving about, searching. Its frustrated growls echoed off the canyon walls. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the sounds faded into the distance. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, I climbed out of the ravine, battered and bruised but alive. The campsite was deserted, with no sign of Frank, the campers, or the creature. I knew then that I couldn't keep this quiet any longer. Whatever was happening in Black Mountain Wilderness, it was escalating. People were missing, possibly dead. And I was in way over my head. As I drove back to the ranger station, my mind raced. It was time to bring in outside help, consequences be damned. But little did I know, the true horror of what we were facing was only just beginning to reveal itself. The secrets of Black Mountain were unraveling, and the price of knowledge was about to become terrifyingly clear. The next 48 hours were a whirlwind of activity. As soon as I got back to the ranger station, I called Dr. Vance and filled her in on what had happened. She agreed it was time to go public with what we knew. We contacted the local authorities, the FBI, and even reached out to a few trusted journalists. At first, we were met with skepticism and disbelief, but as more people went missing and strange sightings increased, the tide began to turn. A task force was assembled, combining local law enforcement, federal agents, and scientific experts. Dr. Vance and I found ourselves at the center of it all, trying to explain the unexplainable. The park was closed to the public, and a perimeter was established around the area where we had encountered the creatures. Helicopters buzzed overhead, and teams of armed personnel combed the desert. It was surreal watching the quiet wilderness I had come to know transform into a militarized zone. 5 days after the incident at the campsite, we made our first major breakthrough. A team exploring a series of caves near the stone circle discovered what appeared to be an underground complex of tunnels and chambers. The walls were covered in the same strange symbols we had seen on the stones, and there were signs of recent activity. As we delved deeper into the complex, the air grew thick and heavy, charged with an energy that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Dr. Vance, who was part of the exploration team, looked pale and shaken. "This place," she whispered to me as we moved through a particularly narrow passage. "It's not natural. The geology, the atmosphere, it's as if reality itself is warped here." I nodded grimly, my hand tightening on my rifle. We had been issued military-grade weapons after the encounter at the campsite, but in the face of what we were dealing with, they felt woefully inadequate. As we emerged into a large circular chamber, everyone stopped short. In the center of the room stood a structure that defied description. It was like a pillar of swirling energy, pulsing with colors that hurt to look at directly. Around its base were more of the creatures we had encountered, but they were different. More human-like in appearance, yet still undeniably alien. They turned to face us as we entered, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly intelligence. For a moment no one moved. Then one of the creatures stepped forward and, to our shock, spoke. "You have come," it said, its voice a raspy whisper that seemed to echo in our minds rather than our ears. "The cycle nears its end. The merging begins." Before anyone could respond, the pillar of energy pulsed violently. The air crackled with electricity, and I felt a sensation like the world was being torn apart around us. The creatures began to chant in a language that hurt to hear, their forms shifting and changing as the energy from the pillar washed over them. "Fall back," I yelled, grabbing Dr. Vance and pulling her towards the exit. But it was too late. The pillar exploded in a blinding flash of light, and I felt myself being thrown backwards. As I lost consciousness, my last thought was that we had stumbled upon something far beyond our understanding, and that the consequences of our discovery might be more terrible than we could have ever imagined. When I came to, I was lying on the desert floor outside the cave entrance. The sky above was a swirling mass of unnatural colors, and the air felt thick and strange. As I struggled to my feet, I saw that the landscape had changed. Bizarre alien vegetation had sprouted from the once barren ground, and in the distance I could see structures that defied the laws of physics. Dr. Vance was nearby, helping others to their feet. Her face was a mask of shock and awe. "Garrett," she said as I approached, I think we've triggered some kind of interdimensional event. The barrier between our world and whatever is on the other side, it's breaking down." As if to punctuate her words, a massive, otherworldly creature soared overhead, its multiple wings casting strange shadows on the transformed landscape below. I realized then that we were no longer dealing with just a local phenomenon. The secrets of Black Mountain had been unleashed, and the world as we knew it would never be the same. We had opened a door that was never meant to be opened, and now we had to face the consequences of our actions. As more alien creatures began to emerge from the cave and strange energies coursed through the air around us, I knew that the real battle was just beginning. The fate of our world hung in the balance, and we were the ones who had tipped the scales. The horrors of Black Mountain Wilderness had been revealed, and now they were spilling out into the world beyond. Whatever happened next, I knew that my life and the lives of everyone on Earth had been irrevocably changed by the secrets we had unearthed in this forgotten corner of the desert. The days that followed the incident at the cave were a blur of chaos and confusion. The phenomenon that had begun in Black Mountain Wilderness spread rapidly, transforming the landscape and altering the very fabric of reality around us. The military quarantined a vast area, but it was like trying to hold back the tide with bare hands. Reports flooded in from around the globe of similar occurrences, strange creatures appearing in city streets, bizarre plant life sprouting in suburban backyards, and inexplicable weather patterns that defied all known meteorological models. The world was changing, and humanity was struggling to adapt. Dr. Vance and I found ourselves at the forefront of efforts to understand and contain what was happening. We worked tirelessly with scientists, military personnel, and even mystics and occultists, trying to make sense of the new reality we had inadvertently unleashed. "It's like the walls between dimensions are crumbling," Dr. Vance explained during one particularly tense briefing with government officials. "What we're seeing is a merging of our world with something else, something ancient and utterly alien to our understanding." I watched the faces of the men and women around the table, seeing the fear and disbelief in their eyes. They were leaders, decision-makers, people used to being in control. But in the face of this, they were as lost as the rest of us. As the weeks turned into months, a new normal began to emerge. People adapted, as they always do. Communities formed around the changed areas, studying the new flora and fauna, learning to navigate the altered landscapes. Some even began to develop abilities, psychic powers, physical transformations, as if the human body and mind were evolving to match our new environment. But it wasn't all peaceful coexistence. Conflicts arose between those who embraced the changes and those who fought against them. Religious groups declared it the end times, while others saw it as a new beginning for humanity. Governments struggled to maintain order in a world where the laws of physics could no longer be relied upon. Through it all, I continued my work in what was left of Black Mountain Wilderness. The park, now at the epicenter of the change, had become a focal point for research and exploration. Each day brought new discoveries, new horrors, and new wonders. One evening, about a year after that fateful night in the cave, I stood at the edge of what we now called the merger zone, the area where the boundaries between our world and the other were at their thinnest. The sky above swirled with impossible colors, and creatures that defied description soared through the air. Dr. Vance joined me, her once dark hair now streaked with white from the stress of the past year. "Quite a view, isn't it?" she said, her voice tinged with a mixture of awe and sadness. I nodded, unable to find the words to express the tumult of emotions inside me. Guilt, wonder, fear, and a strange sort of excitement all warred for dominance. "Do you ever wonder," I asked after a long moment, "if we did the right thing, bringing this to light?" Dr. Vance was quiet for a time, her eyes fixed on the horizon where our world blended seamlessly into the alien landscape beyond. "I don't think we had a choice, Garrett," she said finally. "This was coming, whether we uncovered it or not. At least this way we had some warning, some chance to prepare." I knew she was right, but it didn't ease the weight of responsibility I felt. My actions, my curiosity had played a part in changing the world forever. For better or worse, the human race was on a new path, one that led into unknown territory. As we stood there, watching the sun set in a sky that no longer looked familiar, I realized that our journey was far from over. The secrets of Black Mountain had been revealed, but they had only opened the door to greater mysteries. What lay ahead for humanity was uncertain, filled with both peril and possibility. The quiet, forgotten wilderness I had once patrolled was gone, replaced by a frontier that stretched beyond the limits of our understanding. And as I looked out over this new world, I knew that despite the dangers, despite the fear, I would continue to explore, to seek answers, and to face whatever new horrors and wonders awaited us in this transformed reality. The end of one story had become the beginning of another, vaster and stranger than anything I could have imagined. And somewhere out there, in the depths of the merger zone, I knew that the creatures that had started it all were waiting, watching, perhaps preparing for the next phase of a plan beyond human comprehension. Whatever the future held, one thing was certain. The world would never be the same, and the adventures and horrors were only just beginning.